Hey everyone, welcome back to Wondergod. Today we will see what if Harry Potter was betrayed and rose as an unstoppable dark force. Here is short summary. Betrayed by those he trusted, Harry returns stronger and without mercy. With power and knowledge on his side, he rises as a dark force determined to reshape the wizarding world on his own terms. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Wondergod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Alright, take a seat, Mr. Potter. Harry opened his eyes. He was now in what looked like a waiting room. The walls were simple but had a few paintings hung upon them. There were some sofas where a few people were sitting patiently, waiting. The voice that had greeted him belonged to a rather tired-looking young man that Harry could have sworn he had seen before. The man was of average height, with short, well-groomed, brown hair and dark, hazel-brown eyes. Harry quickly obeyed what the man had said and sat down. "If you'll just wait here, Mr. Potter, we'll be with you in a moment," the man continued before ushering another person through the door. "This one's a quick case." Harry then began to take note of the other people in the room. He recognized them all as people who had been at the battle, including Fred. The red-headed boy looked up from a magazine he was reading and, on seeing Harry, smiled. "Heya, Harry. They got you, too." "Sort of. Ah, well, that's war, innit? How'd you go?" "Gave myself up to Voldemort." "Why the bloody hell would you do that?" Fred looked shocked and appalled. "Well, I found out that I had a Horcrux in my head and that the only way to defeat Voldemort is for all his Horcruxes to be destroyed. Besides, if I hadn't, he was going to kill everyone." "Blimey. That's exactly what we wish to speak to you about, Mr. Potter," said the man from before. "That Horcrux business should have been dealt with sooner, but that bastard Dumbledore." "Dumbledore was a great man," Harry protested angrily. Oh, of course he was," a new voice interjected sarcastically. Harry looked over and saw a blonde-haired man in a gray suit. "Oh, yes, just absolutely brilliant. Oh, sorry, no more sherbet lemo. As for me, I'm off to send a young boy on a suicide mission." Oh. Look at me, I'm Albus Bloody Dumbledore. I can get away with child abuse and neglect because I'm working for the greater good." Oh. Lambert, you're not helping," the other man said. "Well, pardon me, Wilkins, but some of us have issues regarding old men playing with the minds of underage boys." "Like you never did that," Wilkins retorted. "We all did it, ya bastard. Why else would we be working here? Do you need a drink, Lambert? Gin would be much appreciated." Lambert then went back to reading a newspaper entitled Underworld Weekly, the headline of which was "Hogwarts Disaster, Will Our Boys Be Able to Fix This Mess?" Harry was beginning to feel incredibly guilty. The whole Battle of Hogwarts was his fault after all. "Ah, Mr. Potter, I do believe it's your turn," Wilkins said after handing Lambert a glass of gin. Wilkins directed him through a door and into a finely furnished office. Harry kept racking his brain trying to remember where he knew Wilkins and Lambert from. Their voices were incredibly familiar. As Harry walked into the office, he saw a man sitting at a polished, oak desk. The man was wearing a dark blue, pinstripe business suit and had short, sleek, dark brown hair and piercing, dark eyes. "Ah, Mr. Potter," the man exclaimed. He shook Harry's hand from across the desk and motioned to a chair. "Take a seat." "Thank you, Mr. I forget my name at the moment, but that's of little relevance. Now, Mr. Potter, I've been going over your file and I have gotten a pretty clear picture of what exactly has been happening, and I think I can say, without fear of contradiction, that you've really had your destiny screwed up pretty badly, haven't you?" I mean just look at this file. First year, a philosopher's stone, a possessed Dada professor, a troll. Second year, a basilisk, a Horcrux diary, a whole school thinking you're a dark wizard. It just gets worse. Third year, Dementors. Fourth year, the Triwizard Tournament and the return of Voldemort. Fifth year, the Toad and the Department of Mysteries. No, I'm sorry, this is just unacceptable. We haven't had a problem in the Ministry of Death so troublesome since we had to fire one of the pantomime horses. Harry gave the man a confused look. "And to say the least about what I read about your future from this point. As it is, you do have the option of going back out there and taking down Mr. Riddle and all that. However, it seems your life is not going to be as it should have been. According to our experts, you were supposed to accept a rather interesting inheritance from the goblins at Gringotts, have their curse breakers remove the Horcrux from your scar, and begin a search for the other Horcruxes with the help of the Goblin Nation. Ah, I can see by your expression that you are surprised that the goblins would be helpful to you. Well, the thing is, goblins know quite a great deal about Horcruxes and would be only too happy at the chance to destroy them. In fact, if you had simply told Mr. Griphook that you were out to destroy a Horcrux, then he would never have betrayed you at all. Not that all the blame of what has happened should be entirely on your head, it seems you had any number of bad influences. Anyway, back to the previous subject. If you return and face the world you just left behind, I'm afraid things won't entirely be as they should. According to the Destiny Department, you would go on to defeat Riddle, but the after effects of the war would be devastating to the magical community. Just like in the First War, Death Eaters would bribe their way out of Azkaban and a whole new generation of bigots would be produced. The population would be decimated, to say the least of the emotional effect the loss of so many wonderful young people would have on countless families. For you and your friends, the after effects will be a bit different. You would go on to marry Miss Ginevra Weasley, despite the fact that she is the last person in the world you should even consider being in a relationship with. What's wrong with Ginny? Harry protested vehemently. Oh dear, it seems the love potion she gave you hasn't worn off yet. What love potion? Oh my, it's worse than I thought. He then pressed a button on an intercom. Hello, I think we're going to need an expert on undoing love potions. Right-o, was the rather eager response on the other end of the line. Now, Mr. Potter, I'm going to recommend you to our leading specialist on potion-induced feelings, a colleague of mine, a surgeon, who has an office very much like this one. In a similar office, a man with blonde hair, a mustache, and spectacles was sitting at a desk when his telephone rang. Hello. No, wrong number, I'm afraid. I'm a colleague of his, a surgeon, who specializes in potion-induced feelings. He hung up the phone and there was a knock at the door. Come in. Ah, Mr. Potter. Hang on, Harry said, I've seen you before. What? Yes, you were in the waiting room when I first got down here. Your name's Lambert. The man looked at him quizzically for a moment before shaking his head. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Potter. Never mind. Do take a seat. My colleague, who has a similar office, has explained your case to me. The man leaned in and looked closely at Harry. Mr. Potter, as you are aware, I am leading expert on the subject of potion-induced feelings. I'm afraid we're going to have to operate. There's nothing to worry about as you are already dead. Now, if you'll just step through here, he gestured towards another door, and I'll slit you up a treat. What? Harry exclaimed. Mr. Potter, there is nothing wrong with you that an expensive operation can't prolong. One expensive operation later. Well, Mr. Potter, how are you feeling? Asked the man from earlier. Better, oddly enough, Harry replied. Your colleague with a similar office really did know what he was doing. And your feelings towards Miss Weasley? I don't really feel anything for her at all, except maybe confusion. Ah, that is to be expected when emerging from the throes of a love potion. Wouldn't be the first time we've encountered a situation like yours, Mr. Potter. You should have seen what happened with Alexander the Great when we had him down here the first time. But, what I can't understand is why. Why would Ginny do that to me? Well, Mr. Potter, from her potions grades I doubt she was able to do it herself. Either she bought it or that harpy of a mother of hers brewed it. What? Oh honestly, Mr. Potter, do you really think that Molly Weasley would let a boy like you slip from her daughter's grasp? Mr. Potter, from the very beginning of your experiences with the Weasleys, did you not become the least bit suspicious? Ah, eloquent as always, I see. Not to sound pushy, Mr. Potter, but as the head of about 6 most ancient and most noble houses, I do hope you'll eliminate those sort of responses from your vocabulary. Head of what? Yet another thing that Dumbledore fellow has kept from you. Mr. Potter, what are these? He pushed a set of documents in front of Harry. Marriage and birth certificates. Exactly, and whose names are on them? Geraldine Gryffindor married to Patricles Potter in 1776. Gryffindor line now transferred to Potter. Gordian Potter born in 1777. Hypatia Ravenclaw, squib, married to Jonas Evans, squib, in 1547. Janus Peverell, son of Ignotus Peverell III, married to Ilsa Hufflepuff in 1823, Hufflepuff line transferred to Peverell. Ignatia Peverell born 1825. Ignatia Peverell married to Christopher Potter in 1849. Alonzius Slytherin married to Hortense Plantagenet in 1432. Serena Slytherin born 1445. Serena Slytherin married to Irenaeus Florus in 1462, Slytherin transferred to Florus. Horatio Florus born 1467. Rosemary Florus, squib, married to Robert Evans in 1948. Lily Ann Evans born 30 January 1960, Ravenclaw and Slytherin lines reinstated. As you can see, Mr. Potter, you have been rather kept in the dark, as it were, in regards to your heritage. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Harry asked, rather gobsmacked. Well, the first reason was because Albus Dumbledore sought to control your available seats on the Wizengamot by appointing himself as your magical guardian. The second reason is that not many people knew all the details. Indeed, the founders have been represented on the Wizengamot by the headmaster or headmistress of Hogwarts for quite some time. As you probably know, squibs are often hushed up by magical families in an attempt to save face. Your squib relatives ended up being the last of their familial lines, therefore, you are the last heir to all these families. But, wait, if my mum was younger than Aunt Petunia, then wouldn't Dudley? I can see right where you're going with this, Mr. Potter, and I can assure you that the titles which accompany your magical heritage can only be claimed by the magical heir. Seeing as your cousin is a Muggle and you are a wizard, you are the heir. There's another thing I don't understand. If my grandmother was a squib, and squibs can see Dementors, why couldn't Dudley see the Dementors that attacked us during the summer before my 5th year? Ah, yes, it seems that your cousin is entirely Muggle with little to no chance of ever having magical descendants. I believe it is due to his father's genetics. Your aunt probably would be able to see them, though. Also, I thought Voldemort was the heir of Slytherin. You seem to be indicating that it's me. Yes, Mr. Potter, you are the rightful heir of Slytherin. The Gaunt family was actually from a lesser branch that stemmed from Salazar Slytherin's youngest daughter. Okay, but back to the subject of the Weasleys. Well, Mr. Potter, answer me this one question. Why are you friends with Ronald Weasley? Well, he was the first real friend I ever had. He's stuck by me through everything. Has he? There was an obvious note of skepticism in the man's voice. Let's review, shall we? He then pulled up a video projector and the lights in the office dimmed. Suddenly, Harry's experiences with Ron were being replayed before his very eyes. Let us start with your first encounter with the Weasleys. Molly Weasley has 7 children, 2 of whom had already graduated by the time you arrived for your first year. Why, I ask you, did she inquire what platform they were looking for? To say the least of the fact that she was herself a Hogwarts alumna. Furthermore, why was she shouting about Muggles in a place as public as King's Cross? Harry was rendered speechless. Whatever way he looked at it, it didn't make sense. Right then, Mr. Potter, Ronald Weasley happens to enter your compartment on the pretext that everywhere else was full. Seeing as how the train has always been the size it is now, the only way for all compartments to be occupied is if there were no more than 3 people to each one. The reason is that owing to the First War with Voldemort there were much less children going to Hogwarts than there had been before the 1970s. Indeed, you were a part of the smallest class in the history of Hogwarts School. If you had paid more attention to Miss Granger, you would have known that. Seeing as Mr. Weasley was incorrect about all the compartments being full, and because his brothers had mentioned they had helped Harry Potter into that compartment, it can only be deduced that young Mr. Weasley purposefully sought you out. Moving right along, pay close attention to how Mr. Weasley responded to each person who visited the compartment after him. Did you notice a trend? Each person who stopped by was immediately bad-mouthed by Mr. Weasley once they left, and sometimes even while they were still there. With Mr. Longbottom, Ronald made fun of how the boy owned a toad. With Miss Granger, Ronald mocked her for her reading habits. While I admit that Miss Granger did have a rather bad habit of reciting everything she learned from books practically verbatim and in such a way that it showed her belief in absolutely everything those books said, I must that Miss Granger seems to be a much truer friend than Mr. Weasley. Now, from here we move along through your Hogwarts experience. Who is it who volunteered you in that duel with Mr. Malfoy? None other than your friend, Ronald Weasley. Mr. Potter, if Ronald had not intervened, what would your response to Malfoy have been? I would have told Malfoy to piss off, Harry replied simply. He remembered how he was just so sick of dealing with Malfoy at that point and was just trying to ignore him. The only reason he had gotten involved in that duel was because he didn't want to disappoint Ron. I think we understand each other, Mr. Potter. Now, Mr. Weasley's treatment of Miss Granger on Halloween. Here we see their altercation in Charms class. Miss Granger was just trying to help him and yet he acts viciously towards her and then insults her behind her back. I'll admit that Miss Granger has some issues when it comes to social interaction, but were you aware, Mr. Potter, that your friend Miss Granger was bullied in primary school? No, she never told us. It's because you never asked her about her life before Hogwarts. Did it never occur to you that Miss Granger was a victim at her old school much like you yourself? Her classmates were envious of her because she was intelligent and had the admiration of the teachers due to her good behavior. In an effort to cut her down to size, the students at her primary school took it upon themselves to avoid or harass her at every opportunity. This treatment was what further drove her into her obsession with books and her ardent trust of authority figures. But, let us not dwell on Miss Granger's childhood, we must return to the subject of your experiences with Ronald Weasley. During the incident with the troll, it was you, Mr. Potter, who realized that Miss Granger did not know about the creature and dragged along a rather unwilling Mr. Weasley in search of her. After you stopped the troll, did Mr. Weasley apologize for his behavior towards Miss Granger? I don't recall anything about him rescinding his harsh words from earlier that day. Going back a ways, after you had discovered the three-headed dog, Fluffy, in the third floor, and we'll discuss that later, who was it who encouraged you to pursue the mystery of what the beast was hiding? Again, it was Ronald Weasley. A true friend would have tried to dissuade you from going back there as it was dangerous. Continuing from that point, I would like to move ahead to when you three went through the trapdoor. The chess game. This is something that I'm sure you consider one of Mr. Weasley's shining moments in your adventures. Well, Ron did sacrifice himself. Did he? Let me ask you this, Mr. Potter, what did the chess pieces do to when they took each other out? Well, they knocked the vanquished piece on the head and dragged them off to the side. And how exactly is that a sacrifice, Mr. Potter? Mr. Weasley is, I will grudgingly admit, a rather impressive chess player. In all the years he's been playing wizard's chess, don't you think he would have realized that the pieces are never killed or even badly injured? And another thing, if Mr. Weasley were as good as all that, don't you think he would have known to make one of his friends the king? In chess, Mr. Potter, the king is the piece the chess player defends to the very end. What's more, did either you or Miss Granger check on him after he was knocked out? Well, no, he told us to go on without him. Just my point, Mr. Potter. If you paid better attention to what happens to chess pieces when they are knocked out, you would see that they are only down for about a minute. Mr. Weasley was not awakened from his stupor until Miss Granger came back from the potions challenge and said they needed to leave and get Dumbledore. Where are you going with this? Think, Mr. Potter, you are descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw, for goodness sake, why can't you use your brain in this? Are you trying to say that Ron was faking to stay out of coming to help me? I must admit that I am not privy to everything about Mr. Weasley's life and thoughts, but, considering what happened, it is rather fishy, isn't it? This is starting to sound like a conspiracy theory. I'd say it's more than a theory, Mr. Potter. Didn't Mr. Weasley himself actually state that Dumbledore had set you up to do the challenges? Didn't that seem a little suspicious? Well, Dumbledore just wanted to test me, he needed me to see what I was capable of. You were 11, Mr. Potter. What man in his right mind sends an 11-year-old in to face challenges that were supposed to keep a powerful alchemical artifact away from an evil megalomaniac? Again, Harry could not think up a response. We will address the Dumbledore problem in due course, but, for now, let us move on to your second year. Whose brilliant idea was it to steal the family car and fly to Hogwarts rather than simply send off the owl or even summon the night bus? Ronald Weasley would likely have at least known about that method of transport. While I admit that this was not a pre-planned incident, it does prove that Mr. Weasley is probably not the type of person you should rely upon for good advice in a crisis situation. Another thing about second year that I do not understand is why you didn't try to look up information about Tom Riddle when you found the diary. If it was such an important discovery, why didn't you at least ask Miss Granger to check the Hogwarts archives? If you had, you would have stumbled upon some very interesting files. You would have found some rather suspicious accounts of what happened 50 years earlier. Every time a student was petrified, the first person to report it was none other than Tom Riddle. This, I am certain, would have at least had Miss Granger suspicious, and you all would have been more on your toes about mysterious diaries that write back. The whole Aragog incident could have been avoided if you had simply given Hagrid enough drinks. All you had to do was mention to the Weasley twins that you wanted to get something out of Hagrid, and a bottle of fire whiskey would have easily made its way into your hands. Let's leave second year for now and bring up third. Every little thing Miss Granger did seemed to set Ronald Weasley off. Her cat, the firebolt, even studying was a sore topic between them. The firebolt is the main thing I want to point out. Mr. Potter, while the truth was that you were never in any danger from Sirius Black, why didn't you listen to Miss Granger? There was a possibility that an escaped maniac was after you, and all you could think about was having the broomstick. And then, when Miss Granger goes and does the sensible thing, you and Mr. Weasley shun her for several days. Is a friendship really worth nothing more than a broomstick? Harry thought about it and realized that he really was being unfair to Hermione. She had been looking out for his safety, after all. Fourth year is where I am really confused. You say that Mr. Weasley is a true friend, that he stood by you. Well, where was that support when your name came out of the Goblet of Fire? Instead of trusting you as a friend should, he went along with the idea that you were a lying cheat. And then, he only decides to believe you when you nearly get killed by the Horntail in the first task. And did he even apologize? Well, I told him he didn't need to. Mr. Potter, don't you think you were entitled to an apology? Did more than 3 years of friendship mean so little to Mr. Weasley that he would behave as he did? And then there was his horrible behavior towards Miss Granger during the Yule Ball. Well, he was jealous because Hermione went to the ball with Crumb. But Ron and Hermione have sorted out their problems now. I mean, they Ed. Mr. Potter, I have been married more times than is probably good for me. If there's one thing I have learned from all those marriages, it is that if you truly care about someone, you should put that person's happiness before your own desires. If Mr. Weasley really did love Miss Granger as you profess, he would not have viciously criticized her decision to go to the ball with Mr. Crumb. He would not have used Miss Brown to try and make Miss Granger jealous in your 6th year, and he would not have continually berated, demeaned, and insulted a girl who was supposedly one of his 2 best friends. The popular term for people like Mr. Weasley is a right bastard, I believe. In fact, if I were to venture a guess, he, like his sister, used an illegal love potion to gain the affection of the person he desired. Harry was feeling awful. One of his best friends seemed to be nothing more than a fame-leeching bully with no sense of consideration for anyone but himself, while his other friend was continually being put down just for being sensible or looking out for him. Well, Harry said in a last-ditch attempt to redeem his friend, what about when Ron saved me from the Horcrux when I tried to retrieve the sword? Oh, yes, he jumped into a pool of cold water and cut a necklace off of you. Not exactly a hard feat. If you had done the logical thing and left the necklace in the tent, or even put it into that special moleskin pouch that Hagrid gave you, there wouldn't have even been a problem. Then there's the whole issue of instantly allowing Mr. Weasley back into your confidence. Miss Granger at least had the good sense to stay angry with him over an extended period of time. You honestly believed him when he said he wanted to come right back after he abandoned you 2 alone in the woods. He spends a nice, safe Christmas with his brother Bill, acting like a complete freeloader the whole time, while you and Miss Granger are lost and starving. Let's move away from the past, now, and see what the future holds, Mr. Potter. What I am about to show you is what will happen if you choose to go back to right after you were killed. The film reel started up at the point right after Harry had defeated Voldemort. While Harry did seem to have a moderately happy life, there were problems. Many Death Eaters did get off thanks to bribes and pushed more pure blood policies through. There were marriage laws, new levels of bigotry, and the chances of yet another war were escalating. Harry managed to make the position of head Auror, but, due to his adventure into Gringotts, he never learns of his true heritage because the goblins were angry with him. This loses him the chance to make a difference in the Wizengamot. Ron only makes it into the Auror Corps because he's Harry's friend. Eventually, he fails so tremendously at being an Auror that Harry has no choice but to fire him. Ron gets angry and the two friends have a row. When Hermione continues to communicate with Harry, Ron becomes jealous and accuses her of cheating on him. The problem only gets worse when Ron develops an alcohol addiction. Soon enough, Ron becomes violent and Hermione suffers from domestic abuse. Harry's relationship with Ginny disintegrates when he has to work more often. Ginny begins to think that he is seeing another woman behind her back and gives him a love potion dosage that nearly kills him. When Harry finds out what happened, he is furious and the marriage ends in divorce. However, Ginny refuses to accept that her husband has left her and begins stalking him. Harry's life comes to a sudden end at the age of 59 when a Neo-Death Eater assassinates him in the Ministry of Magic. This act leads to a whole new war with an even higher death toll than the last one. As you can see, Mr. Potter, returning to the moment you left is not the best idea. What can I do? Harry asked desperately. The thought of going through everything he had just witnessed was too awful to comprehend. Mr. Potter, he picked up the projector and tossed it aside with a crash as the lights went back on. I'm not going to mince words with you. Our department here in the Ministry of Death has the very important task of seeing to it that our clients do not die before the time that our boss, the chap upstairs, has decided. Now, as the case may be, various poor decisions as well as the manipulations of that old codger Dumbledore have led to some very real problems. If you agree to follow all terms and conditions our office provides, we will send you back in time to just after you blew up your aunt, Miss Marjorie Dursley. What do you say? Well, there's not much to say, sir. If I don't go back then it means untold misery and death, and if I do go back I have the ability to fix countless mistakes and save the people I care about. Spoken like a gentleman, Mr. Potter. Now, if you will just follow me, we'll see what we can do to help prepare you for your return. They were briefly interrupted by the sound of shouts outside. Get back in the closet, you pantomimetic royal person. Lambert. Yes, sir. What's going on? Just the pantomime Princess Margaret, sir. She's gotten right testy. Well, do handle it, Lambert, I'm busy at the moment. He then steered a very confused Harry off down another corridor. Harry was once again directed to an office. This time he was meeting with a legal official. He was a short man with slightly frizzy, dark blonde hair that he had unsuccessfully tried to sleek back. The man was dressed in a blue suit with a light blue shirt and tie. This office was decorated with framed collections of different types of money. Ah, Mr. Potter, do sit down, the man said in a slow, almost lazy voice. I have been reviewing your case and determined what you should do in regards to your inheritance as well as finding a way to protect your image in the media. As the head of not one but 6 most ancient and most noble houses, at least, you will be required to have one wife for each position. What? Said Harry. There was no way he could have heard that right. Come now, Mr. Potter, polygamy might be illegal in the Muggle community, but it is a very different story in the magical one. As the case is, you already had an illegal marriage contract drawn up between you and Miss Ginevra Weasley. I recommend you destroy that document as soon as you return to the past. In this folder, I have compiled information regarding many suitable candidates for each title. I suggest that you marry a girl from each Hogwarts house. For example, the Lady Ravenclaw should be a girl from Ravenclaw house. Do you understand me so far? Ah, right. You need a wife for each founder title, as well as a Lady Potter and a Lady Peverell. Seeing as you are the only heir to the House of Black, if your godfather should die without a child of his own, the title of head of House Black immediately passes to you. This would mean you would need yet another wife. I'm really uncomfortable with all this. Really, Mr. Potter, it's not as if we're asking you to be the next King Solomon and have 700 wives. Merging all the titles into one is too risky. One woman producing the heirs to each of those houses would lead to corruption, especially if she only produces 1 or 2 children. But if the titles are dispersed into different bloodlines, it would be much safer. Besides, Mr. Potter, you did agree to follow all instructions we give you. Fine, Harry agreed grudgingly. Now, as for the use of your name and image, I suggest you seek help from this law firm. He handed Harry a form. Bailey, Black, and Pruitt are the best in the business. They have dealings in both the magical and Muggle communities. The firm was founded by James Bailey II, Marius Black, and Ambrose Pruitt. The three men all had one major thing in common. Can you guess what that was? Harry thought for a moment. They were all squibs, weren't they? Exactly, Mr. Potter. They realized that all magical employment was closed to them, so they found the one thing that could make them money in both worlds. Magical or Muggle, everyone needs a lawyer at some point, especially if that person is famous. Quite frankly, I'm surprised you didn't take action last time, Mr. Potter, what with all the people using your name to sell things. What? Honestly, Mr. Potter, why didn't you try harder to learn about the magical world you claimed to love so much? It is well known that several authors wrote children's fantasy stories about you while you were still living with your aunt's family. Incidentally, it was these same children's books that Miss Weasley grew up reading. If I had to venture a guess, they only exacerbated her obsession with you. Right, Harry sighed. However, if you go to Bailey, Black, and Pruitt, you can get all the legal representation you need. With them on your side, much of the damage to your life can be fixed in less than 2 weeks. Moreover, it is imperative that you hire someone from that firm to serve as executor of your parents' will. I didn't even know they had a will. Mr. Potter, your father was the heir to one of the most prestigious magical families in Great Britain. What's more, he and his wife were living in a time where it was common for even pure bloods to turn up dead every other day. Don't you think your parents would have the good sense to leave a will should anything happen to them? It does sound like the sensible decision, Harry conceded. Also, Mr. Potter, when you return, I feel it is in your best interest to have a routine checkup at St. Mungo's. You, like many of the Muggle-raised, or rather ignorant of standard medical procedures in the magical community. You have yet to be vaccinated against dragon pox, spattergroit, and various other magical ailments. You barely even have the standard Muggle equivalent of medical treatment. The various injuries you sustained over the years you resided with your relatives have gone untreated. This includes bones that have healed incorrectly and the scarring from all the times you were beaten by your relatives. And of course there is the matter of the binding on your magic. Wait, what? You'll find out later. Another benefit to gaining assistance from Bailey, Black, and Pruitt is that you may petition for restraining orders. People such as Draco Malfoy and Professor Snape would be banned from even communicating with you. That does sound good, Harry admitted. But, wait, what about potions class? It is a very little known fact, Mr. Potter, but the Hogwarts Charter states that students may hire private instruction should they feel the school's professors are not teaching them optimally. Here is a copy of the text. He handed Harry the said parchment. The thought of never having to deal with Snape again filled Harry with unparalleled glee. True, Snape was working for the good guys in the end, but that did not excuse a variety of things. Snape had been perfectly fine with the idea of James and Harry being killed as long as Lily survived so he could catch her on the rebound. Snape deliberately tormented anyone who was not a member of his house. He was also responsible for the decreased number of potions masters in Britain because so few people made it through his class, and even less wanted to deal with the man through their newts. Snape was just the type of person who shouldn't be allowed to teach children. Okay, Harry stated, so, I contact Bailey, Black, and Pruitt at the earliest possibility. That's right, we will have to go over a few more things with you before you can return to the past. Firstly, I would like you to read over those files on potential wives. Trust me, they are all respectable young ladies whom you should at least try and get to know as friends. Second, the fellow upstairs has ordered us to grant you a boon. A boon? You are to receive a special skill of your choice. You can ask to be a metamorphagus, you can ask for the ability to speak different languages, why, you can even ask for power over the elements. Just about anything is yours for the asking, with the exception of mind control and the ability to raise the dead. Harry really had to think about this. He could ask for any superpower he wanted, this was unbelievable. But how to choose? It was then that he remembered something Tonks said to him. Bet you wouldn't mind hiding that scar sometimes, I choose the metamorphagus ability. I had a feeling that was what you would choose, Mr. Potter. Harry noticed that the man was grinning. Power over elements doesn't seem to be your thing, and learning different languages shouldn't be too hard for someone of your mental capabilities. You're a lot more intelligent than you give yourself credit for, Mr. Potter. You need to stop sabotaging yourself. It seems you still forget that the Dursleys can't punish you for doing well in class anymore. And you don't have to dumb yourself down in order to make Mr. Weasley feel better about himself. A real friend would be happy for you to succeed. Harry spent another hour with this advisor before he was led to yet another meeting. Harry spent a great deal of time being shuttled from meeting to meeting, where he was instructed in what exactly people were up to regarding him in his previous timeline and how to deal with it. He was informed of who to trust and who to tell to sod off. Harry's eyes were finally opened to how badly he'd been manipulated, especially by Dumbledore. The old man was one of the top people on Harry's hit list. Soon enough the final preparations were arranged and Harry Potter was sent through something called the Veil of Life. Harry figured it was the opposite of the Veil of Death in the Department of Mysteries. Once the young hero had passed through to the other side, one of the men who had helped him turned to his colleague. You don't think he suspects something, do you? When Harry's vision cleared, he was sitting on a very familiar wall on a very familiar street. In an alleyway across from him, Harry saw a very, very familiar dog. Harry, thinking quickly, opened his trunk and pulled out a small packet of biscuits he remembered he had stolen from the kitchen and hidden in his trunk in that timeline. He opened the packet, held out a biscuit, and gave a soft whistle. The dog eyed the biscuit hungrily. Harry knew Sirius probably hadn't seen real food in ages and darted forward to accept the offered food. Hey, Padfoot, Harry said as he gave his father another biscuit. The dog froze and his eyes met Harry's. Yes, Sirius, I know who you are and that you're innocent. The dog began to wag his tail, his eyes looked tearful. I can't tell you how at the moment, but I have a plan. I'll need you to pretend to be a dog for a little while longer, okay? Sirius nodded. Okay. Harry stood up, uttered, Lumos, and held out his wand to summon the night bus. A few moments later, there was a crack and the violently purple triple-decker appeared. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded Witcher Wizard. Just stick out your wand hand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor for this evening. Hi, Harry said. He wasn't sure why, but it was actually reassuring too. See Stan again. The pimply-faced teen was yet another innocent person whose life he could save. Is it all right if my dog comes with me? Sure thing, slong as, don't cause no trouble, Stan replied. Stan helped Harry load the trunk onto the bus and directed him over to one of the beds. 11 sickles, Stan said. Harry handed him the money and took his seat. Sirius jumped onto the bed after him. Take, away, earn. Harry still wasn't used to the night bus and had to cling to one of the bedposts to keep from falling onto the floor. Sirius gave a soft bark that sounded very similar to a chuckle. Throughout the duration of the ride on the night bus, Harry noticed that Stan was watching him curiously, as if trying to figure out where he'd seen him before. Soon enough, they arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, and who should be there? Why, none other than the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. In a matter of minutes, Harry was in a private room in the Leaky Cauldron, having a conversation with the minister. Harry had to suppress a very real urge to throttle the man for everything he did in the previous timeline. Fudge, once again, asked Harry to stay in Diagon Alley and not venture out into the Muggle world. Sir, Harry asked towards the end of the conversation, I was just wondering, do you know where I can find the law firm of Bailey, Black, and Pruitt? Oh ho, why would you wish to know that, Harry? The minister inquired. It's just that there are some things I need to sort out and I feel I should consult with legal experts. Well, I don't see any harm in telling you, Mr. Potter. Bailey, Black, and Pruitt are 3 blocks up from the entrance to Diagon Alley in a rather stately office building. You can't miss them. Thank you, Minister. Good night. Good night, Mr. Potter. Harry followed Tom the barkeeper up to the same bedroom he had the last time. Harry had requested some food for his dog, which Tom quickly supplied. Once they were alone, Sirius changed back into his human form. Well, pup, Sirius said with a curious smile, I think you said something about an explanation. The guys at the Ministry of Death had informed Harry that Sirius was trustworthy with keeping the truth a secret. Even though the man was very addled from his experience at Azkaban, he would do anything for Harry. The next couple hours led to a discussion about what all happened in the previous timeline. So, let me get this straight, Sirius said once Harry finished his story. I was killed, by Drapery. Because you weren't taking your fight with Bellatrix seriously, Harry finished. Right, and then Dumbledore planned to have old Snivellus kill him. Then you went on a hunt for Voldemort's Horcruxes, which led to a horrendous battle at Hogwarts. And, lastly, you found out that you had a Horcrux in your head and turned yourself over to Voldemort to be killed. Yeah, Harry said with a sheepish look. What in bloody hell were you thinking? I was thinking that if there was a chance for Voldemort to be defeated, then I would take it, even if it meant losing my life. What was one boy's life in comparison to all of magical Britain, or even the world? Harry. No, Sirius, it's okay. After I died, I was shown into an office at the Ministry of Death. While there, I learned what exactly was going on. Dumbledore had been manipulating my life from the moment he placed me on the Dursleys' doorstep. He knew perfectly well that I would be starved, neglected, even beaten. Sirius winced and growled internally. Those Dursleys were going to pay for what they did to his pup, but not as much as Dumbledore, who was responsible for putting him there in the first place. My advisors at the Mod said that my so-called friends, the Weasleys, were actually spying for Dumbledore as well as being used to influence me. Well, most of the Weasleys are actually trustworthy, it's Molly, Ron, and Ginny who are the problems. Arthur Weasley is cowed by his wife and has no idea what's going on. Percy may act like a pompous git at times, but when he broke away from his family it was actually because he was protecting them. It seems that he knew his promotion was an attempt to spy on the family, and so he made it seem like he was angry with them in order to keep them safe and to spy on the Ministry himself. The twins, Fred and George, are rather irresponsible, but, if they can be convinced to try harder, they will actually be even more successful. Their loyalty is to their family, unless they find that said family is doing something wrong. Plus, they are huge fans of the Marauders and will probably do anything you tell them to once we've cleared your name. Bill and Charlie are nice guys who just want to live their lives and work at the jobs they love. Both care about their family, but have some issues with their mother because of how much she tries to convince them to quit their current jobs and work for the Ministry. They would probably take our side, too. Molly Weasley has gotten it into her head, probably Dumbledore's doing, that I am destined to marry her daughter. She also probably has her eyes on my money and influence. Wouldn't put it past her, Sirius interjected. Molly Pruitt was used to living in a high-standard way. After all, her uncle, Ignatius Pruitt, did marry my Aunt Lucretia. And the Blacks never married anyone who was not of a high position and good fortune. Well, except for cousin Cedrella, but she got disinherited. Yep, after she married Septimus Weasley. Harry was shaking his head amusedly. Somehow, it always came back to Weasleys. As for Ginny, the girl has been obsessed with me since she was little. It probably didn't help me that I rescued the girl from Tom Riddle last year. And as for Ron, well, what can I say? He's been pretending to be my friend in the hope of getting some of the spotlight. He's been reporting my actions to Dumbledore, and he's hurt my only real friend. Next time I see that bastard, I don't know if I can restrain myself from attacking him. Just remember what happened to me, Harry, Sirius pointed out solemnly. I acted rashly after finding out a friend had betrayed me, and I ended up in Azkaban. And that's something we're going to fix. Tomorrow we're going to Bailey, Black, and Pruitt. We'll sort out some of my problems and get a defense lawyer to build a case for you. Anything else I should know about your plans? Yes, I hope to reform the magical world and bring Hogwarts into the 20th century. Also, I'm the heir of the Hogwarts founders and the Peverells, and I will need to have no less than 6 wives. There was an awkward pause before Sirius finally spoke. I need a drink. The next morning found Harry up bright and early. Harry knew he shouldn't show up at a law firm in his cousin's cast-offs, but he didn't have anything nice to wear other than his school uniform. Harry felt that a trip to Madame Malkin's was in order in the near future. After a quick shower and an attempt to tame his hair, helped largely by his new metamorphagus ability, Harry was dressed and ready to set out. Sirius had asked to tag along in his Padfoot form. It was fairly early and not many people were out in Diagon Alley yet. Harry and Sirius made their way cheerily up the street. Soon they came to a large, limestone building that had a fairly Roman style to it. Above the door, in fine gold letters, was the message, Bailey, Black, and Pruitt, attorneys at law. Nervously, Harry rang the bell, a few moments later and the green copper doors were opened by a young house elf. Harry was reminded painfully of Dobby. Harry promised himself that Dobby would not die for him in this timeline. "Can Nixie helps young master?" The elf squeaked. Yes, I would like to request legal representation from this law firm," Harry replied. "Please follow Nixie, sir, and she wills takes you to Missy Bailey." Harry and Sirius followed Nixie into a finely decorated waiting room. Behind a marble desk was a young woman with soft, gray-blue eyes and Weasley-ish ginger hair that stuck out in odd angles in a way that reminded Harry of a Muggle singer by the name of Janis Joplin. "Missy Bailey, a young man and his dog to see yous." "Thank you, Nixie," Miss Bailey said. "Can Nixie get anything for Missy Bailey?" "No thank you, Nixie, that will be all for the moment." Nixie disappeared with a pop and Miss Bailey turned her attention to Harry and Sirius. "Good morning, young man, may I help you?" Yes, my name is Harry Potter." Harry noticed she went wide-eyed when he said that, "and I was hoping to get some sort of legal representation as I feel there are some things that I will need help in carrying out." "Certainly, Mr. Potter, anything in particular?" "I would like to see my parents' will and have it carried out. I was only just recently made aware that they had one, in fact." "Certainly, Mr. Potter, who is your guardian?" "I have been living with my Muggle relatives for 12 years, but I believe Albus Dumbledore claimed status as my magical guardian." "Very well. Anything else?" "I would like to discuss that later." "All right then." She began to look through a binder. "You're in luck, Mr. Potter. My father, Hamilton Bailey, is available and he is one of the best lawyers in our firm, if I do say so myself." She led him into a rather cluttered office where a middle-aged gentleman was busily writing something down. "Mr. Bailey," she said in what was clearly a mock formal tone, "Mr. Potter is here to see you this morning." "What?" the man said startled. "Mr. Harry Potter to see you." "Oh, do come in, have a seat. He's hoping you will help him in executing his parents' will. It seems that Albus Bloody Dumbledore has screwed up again. Frida, mind your language." She then turned and offered Harry a hand. "By the way, I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself before. I'm Frida Bailey, but everyone just calls me Red." Harry took the offered handshake. "Nice to meet you, Red, and, please, call me Harry." Red smiled and turned to exit the office. "So, Mr. Potter, Mr. Bailey continued, you wish to examine the contents of your parents' will. I will be only too happy to help you. Frankly, I'm surprised you didn't hear the will when you were 11 and officially declared a wizard. As I mentioned to your daughter, I was only recently made aware that my parents had a will. As for why I haven't heard it yet, your daughter was quite right to say it was Albus Dumbledore's fault. You see, he claimed the status of my magical guardian when my parents were killed and I believe he had the will sealed. I have spent the past 12 years living with my Muggle relatives because Albus Dumbledore thought it was the best place for me." Harry noticed that Sirius was growling softly. "As it happened, I grew up thinking that magic didn't exist and being told that my parents died in a car accident that they caused because they were drunk. Mr. Potter, I was on fairly good terms with your family, Mr. Bailey said. His eyes were dark. Your grandmother, Doria Potter née Black, was the one who introduced her brother Marius to my father and helped this firm get started. Anyone spreading such falsehoods about James and Lily Potter are going to find themselves in a great deal of trouble." His voice sounded as much like a growl as Sirius. "And, lying to me wasn't the only thing they did," Harry stated. Swallowing his pride, Harry related the incidents that had happened to him over the years he had lived with the Dursleys. By the end of it all, Mr. Bailey had to pour himself a glass of sherry. "Mr. Potter, I can guarantee that you will never be going back to your aunt and uncle," he said. "Furthermore, once we have ascertained the content of your parents' will, we shall push to have you declared an emancipated minor. I would also like to request a Gringotts inheritance test," Harry added. "I was informed by an anonymous source that I am an heir to more than just the Potter family." "Of course, Mr. Potter, I will put you in touch with our company accountant liaison to Gringotts. He then pressed a button on his desk. Josiah, I need a word. Be right up, Hamilton, a voice replied. A few minutes later and a well-dressed man with graying red hair swept into the room. Harry remembered that Ron had told him how Mrs. Weasley had a cousin who was an accountant, but the family never talked about him. Yes, Hamilton. Josiah Pruitt, meet Harry James Potter. Merlin's beard, exclaimed Mr. Pruitt as he shook Harry's hand. By any chance, are you related to Molly Pruitt? Harry asked. Mr. Pruitt's face darkened. Kindly never mention that cow again, Mr. Potter. She, like everyone except her brothers, God rest their souls, shunned me because I was born a squib. She is a vicious, self-absorbed, overbearing harridan. I'm sorry, sir, it's just I heard she had a cousin who was an accountant and I thought. It's all right, Mr. Potter. He waved his hand dismissively. Now, what is going on, Hamilton? Mr. Bailey explained the situation and Mr. Pruitt agreed to immediately head over to Gringotts to schedule a meeting in the inheritance department. Harry then decided to bring up another issue. Mr. Bailey, I was wondering if you knew any details about the trial of Sirius Black, he said. Why, no, Mr. Potter, why would you want to know that? Sirius Black was allegedly responsible for my parents' deaths. I just wanted to know if he ever gave a reason for it. It's about time, someone asked. Another voice interrupted. Harry turned and saw the voice came from a rather irritated-looking painting of a man who looked very much like Sirius but more clean-shaven and with shorter hair. Marius, Mr. Bailey said, what are you doing here? I heard my baby sister's grandson was here today. I'll be damned if I just sit in my portrait in my son's office when my grand-nephew finally decides to drop in. Hello, Harry, I haven't seen you since you were no bigger than a quaffle. Hello, Mr. Black, Harry replied. It's Uncle Marius, Harry. And what's more, when I come by to meet one grand-nephew of mine, I find an opportunity to help another. In all the time I knew Sirius, I know he would never have betrayed little Jamie. Those two were like brothers. Hearing that, Sirius decided to change form, much to Mr. Bailey's surprise and alarm. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Uncle Marius, Sirius said. And he's right, I never betrayed James and Lily. Mr. Bailey was rubbing his temples. It was going to be a long day. 2 hours and a great deal of tea and sherry later, Mr. Bailey had a clear-cut case to present to the Wizengamot. Harry had also brought up the issue of protecting his image in the media. Mr. Bailey said that Harry could sell the rights to use his name and image and any unauthorized usage would be subject to lawsuits. Harry knew just the media source he would sell the rights to. Deciding to take a break for lunch before continuing with the plans he was making with Mr. Bailey, Harry stepped out into Diagon Alley with Sirius in his dog form trailing behind. The two had a quick meal at the Leaky Cauldron when who should they encounter on their way out. Luna Lovegood was out and about in her rather eccentric attire. Harry never really noticed before, but Luna was quite pretty. Deciding it was as good a time as any, Harry went over to introduce himself. Hello, Harry said to Luna, you're Luna Lovegood, aren't you? Yes, she replied in her rather distracted and dreamy voice, and you're Harry Potter. I believe I've seen you at school. You're in Ravenclaw. Yes, we have a very pretty common room. As long as it doesn't have any Raxperts in it, I'm sure it's wonderful. Luna's face immediately lit up in a smile at the fact that there was someone who obviously didn't think she was crazy for believing in things like Raxperts. I'm afraid that quite a number of my fellow Ravenclaws have nasty cases of Raxperts. And what makes it worse is that those who do have no interest in getting cured. Luna, by any chance, are you related to the owner of the Quibbler? Harry, of course, already knew the answer. He's my daddy. I was wondering if I could negotiate selling the rights to my name and image to the Quibbler. You see, far too many people have been making money off of printing things about me that are completely made up. I want to ensure that anything about me is printed by a trustworthy media source. Luna's smile became even bigger. I'm sure Daddy would be happy to help you, Mr. Potter. It's Harry, Luna, my friends call me Harry. I've always wanted friends, she said with a gentle sigh. Does your animagus want to sell the rights to his name and image, too? Huh, Harry said in disbelief. Your animagus, the Grim sitting next to you. How did? Oh, was I not supposed to know? I'm sorry. No, no, Luna, it's all right, just please keep that quiet. All right, Harry. I'll go find Daddy so you can talk to him about that negotiation. With that, she skipped off. Harry had forgiven Xenophilius Lovegood for his actions in the previous timeline. He was just a man who wanted to protect someone he loved. Harry could relate to that. Mr. Lovegood was only too pleased to help Harry and joined him at the meeting in Mr. Bailey's office. When Sirius changed back into his human form, rather than be terrified, Mr. Lovegood smiled and greeted, "Stubby Boardman. I always knew you were innocent, Mr. Boardman," Xenophilius said. "I've been working on some research and plan to release an article in the coming years. I'm afraid I had to push it back a bit because of a pressing article about a sighting of blibbering humdingers." Sirius gave Harry a look that plainly said, "Are you sure about this?" After a quick assertion that Sirius was not Stubby Boardman, the painting of Marius Black burst into laughter. "I know why he thinks you're Boardman," the portrait chuckled. "My daughter, Estella Black, married a wizard named Silas Boardman, and their eldest son, Stefan, was affectionately dubbed Stubby in his teenage years because he absolutely refused to shave. And the funny thing is he looked just like Sirius. It was even more confusing when the boys went to school together." Sirius started laughing and told a quick story about the time he had Stubby swap uniforms with him so he could sneak into the Hufflepuff dormitory. Mr. Bailey's older brother, James Bailey III, was soon called in to draw up the media contract, as contracts were his area of expertise. Within an hour, the Quibbler had exclusive rights to Harry Potter's name and image. After that meeting was over and the Lovegoods departed with a promise from Harry to Luna that he would write, Josiah Pruitt was shown in and nearly had a heart attack when he saw Sirius Black. After a quick explanation, Mr. Pruitt divulged the arrangement with Gringotts. "You are scheduled for a meeting on Wednesday at 2 p.m. with Director Ragnarok. Until that time, I suggest that you make a point of going in for a robe fitting unless you already own decent business attire. I recommend Twilfit and Tattings. They are a little pricey, but the quality of the clothing is worth it. If you are favorable to the idea of having me as your legal representative there, I shall await you at the Leaky Cauldron at 1:15 p.m. As for the will, that shall be read after your meeting with the director. Director Ragnarok was most interested in meeting with you, Mr. Potter. He did not tell me everything, but he did say that, when he checked your bank file, he noticed some errors. I seem to recall Director Ragnarok shouting at one of his subordinates about a greedy, conniving, old bastard, and stealing from valuable clients or something to that effect. A look was exchanged throughout the room. Everyone knew exactly who it was that Ragnarok was angry with. "There's one more thing I would like to discuss today," Harry said. "Who do I have to speak with about issuing restraining orders?" Libra Black had encountered a number of cases in her time, but none were as appealing to her as the idea of finally seeing that bastard Severus Snape get a good kick in the ego. Her grandfather, Marius Black, may have been a squib, but Libra was a Hogwarts alumna of the class of '88. During her years in Hogwarts, one professor had so infuriated her that she was oh so tempted to take a leaf out of her forebear's book and resort to some very unpleasant measures in retaliation to the actions of said professor. Since she was a Black, Libra had been something of a social pariah due to the connections with what was considered a dark family. But the stigma of her name had also earned her the vicious harassment of the potions master of Hogwarts. It was not until her, allegedly, evil cousin, Sirius Black, presented himself in her office that she learned the reason for such derision. After one meeting with the man, Libra knew at once who her favorite cousin was. When her cousin's godson, none other than Harry Potter himself, asked her to draw up a restraining order against Severus Snape, Libra felt that someone upstairs must really like her. As the young legal official drew up her statements for the Wizengamot, while sipping on some very good sherry, she was imagining just what the look on old sour grape Snape's face would be when he found out he couldn't bully Harry Potter anymore. Yes, life was good. Harry was fairly nervous when he walked into Gringotts that Wednesday. He had dressed up in a respectable set of gray-blue robes and decided to use his metamorphagus ability to force his hair to lie flat. Harry decided he wasn't going to play around with his eyesight right then, but he did reduce the prominence of his scar. True to his word, Mr. Pruitt had met him at the Leaky Cauldron at 1:15 p.m. His reason for being early was that goblins respect those who honor their appointments, with the bank punctuality being critical. Harry approached the teller. "Good afternoon, sir, we're here for a meeting with Director Ragnarok," he said. "Names: Harry Potter and Josiah Pruitt. You're not scheduled until 2:00, Mr. Potter. We wanted to ensure that we would not be late, sir," Harry replied. "We also wanted to be certain that any business the Honorable Director had was completed in full so that we do not take up too much of his time." The goblin, whose name was Steelsward, was rather surprised by the respect the young wizard was showing. Most wizards and witches in Britain had little regard for the practices and procedures of Gringotts. Many just barged in and demanded to be shown to their vaults or whatever else they came for. Steelsward began to feel that he was not dealing with an ordinary wizard. He immediately set off for the director's office. Within 10 minutes, Harry and Mr. Pruitt were shown into their meeting early. "Mr. Potter," Director Ragnarok said, "it is good to finally meet you. Since you first entered Gringotts to withdraw money from your trust vault, we have sent you annual statements about all Potter family funds and have yet to hear any response." "My sincerest apologies, Director Ragnarok," Harry said. "The first correspondence I ever received from the magical world was my Hogwarts letter. After that, the only mail I have received has been from a few close friends." "That is very suspicious, Mr. Potter. Have you never even received fan mail? You are one of the most famous wizards in Britain." "I'm afraid not, sir." Ragnarok's eyes were narrowed. "There is another matter I wish to discuss, Mr. Potter. We have found certain discrepancies in your account. What we have discovered is that someone has been illegally withdrawing money and other objects from your vault. The only person we believe to have that power is your so-called magical guardian, a Mr. Albus Dumbledore." "So, the old bastard does it again," Harry heard Mr. Pruitt mutter. "Indeed, Mr. Pruitt," Ragnarok responded, startling Pruitt, who had thought he hadn't spoken very loudly. "We observed the inventory of Mr. Potter's trust vault and found that Mr. Dumbledore has removed a great deal of money and Potter family heirlooms. How could he even get into Mr. Potter's vault at all? Only a goblin can access it. True. We learned that the account manager for the Potter vaults has been taking bribes. I can safely assure you that he won't be doing it ever again." The shark-like grin told the two humans all they needed to know about the goblin's fate. Luckily, Dumbledore was not able to access the Potter family vaults. Those are ancient and require a blood identification to enter. "Director Ragnarok," Harry spoke up, "has Dumbledore been arranging anything else without my knowledge or consent? Like a marriage contract?" "I'm glad you asked, Mr. Potter." Ragnarok passed Harry the dreaded document. "This certificate, signed by Albus Dumbledore, dictates that you are to marry a Miss Ginevra Molly Weasley no later than her 17th birthday." Harry felt sick and he noticed that Mr. Pruitt was clenching his fists at the mention of Molly Weasley's daughter. "Can Dumbledore get away with this?" Mr. Pruitt asked. "Until we know if he had the authority to name himself as Mr. Potter's magical guardian, he can, unless Mr. Potter becomes emancipated or has a different guardian. We're actually working on that, and the latter will probably be mentioned at the will reading." "Very good. Now, as for why you set up this meeting, Mr. Potter. The Inheritance Department had issued this." He held up a blank piece of cream-colored parchment. "Simply sign your name with this and the parchment will reveal if you have any other titles and vaults to claim." Harry was handed a blood quill. The sensation of holding said object nearly made him ill from all the bad memories associated with it. Harry signed his name on the parchment and immediately a list appeared. Harry James Potter, heir of the most ancient and most noble house of Potter. Heir of the most ancient and most noble house of Peverell. Heir of the most ancient and most noble house of Gryffindor. Heir of the most ancient and most noble house of Ravenclaw. Heir of the most ancient and most noble house of Hufflepuff. Heir of the most ancient and most noble house of Slytherin. Heir of the noble house of Flores. Heir of the ancient house of Evans. Well, Mr. Potter, this is quite intriguing," Ragnarok said as his shark-like smile became more pronounced. After the inheritance test in which Harry was informed he held all rights to the vaults and properties of the families mentioned, it was time for the will reading. Harry and Mr. Pruitt took their seats as Director Ragnarok, accompanied by the head of the Department for Wills, a goblin named Wrench, began the proceedings. We are gathered here today, Wrench said, to witness the reading of the joint last will and testament of James Charles Potter and his wife Lily Ann Potter née Evans. Wrench set an ornately decorated gold box on the table and unlocked it. From the box, he withdrew a parchment that bore an official-looking seal in red wax. Harry noted that the seal depicted a lion with its right paw stepping down on a pair of crossed swords. Once the document was unrolled, it began to hover in midair as a voice read off what was written. I, James Charles Potter, being of sound mind and body, do hereby bequeath everything that I own, in both money and property, to my only son, Harry James Potter, with several personal bequests. Firstly, to my closest friend and confidant, my brother in all but blood, Sirius Orion Black, I leave 200,000 galleons. Don't spend it all in one go, Padfoot, and to anyone listening, that's not an exaggeration. Secondly, to my other dear friend, Remus John Lupin, I leave 100,000 galleons and an annual stipend of 5,000 galleons should he not have current employment. Thirdly, to my friend, Peter Edmund Pettigrew, if I died by natural causes, then I leave you 100,000 galleons, as well. However, if I died by Voldemort's hand or at the hands of a Death Eater, then I demand your immediate arrest. I trusted you with my and family's lives when I appointed you as secret keeper. Now, let me turn over this will reading to my dear Lily Flower. Don't call me that, James. I, Lily Ann Potter née Evans, being of sound mind and body, take upon myself the continuation of this will. Should both I and my husband be dead, the following people have been approved as suitable guardians for our son. Francis Albert Longbottom and Alice Diane Longbottom née Baldwin. They are good friends of ours and Alice is Harry's godmother. They are a settled, married couple who have a child of their own and are our first choice as guardians. Sirius Orion Black. While I feel that Sirius tends to be irresponsible, I know he would always put Harry first and would defend him to his dying breath. This is why we appointed him as Harry's godfather. Remus John Lupin. While he might be reluctant to look after a child due to a certain health condition, we feel that he is capable of caring for our son. Amelia Susan Bones. She is James's godsister and a good friend of ours. She is also looking after her niece and I know that little Susan always got along swimmingly with Harry whenever we were asked to babysit. Mary Adelaide MacDonald. One of my good friends from school, with whom I have kept correspondence. I know that Mary is engaged at the moment, but I'm sure she and her husband-to-be would make wonderful adoptive parents for Harry. Theodore Henry Tonks and Andromeda Ursula Tonks née Black. They are a trustworthy family and Andromeda is Sirius' cousin. I have had the pleasure of meeting them and their daughter on numerous occasions and know they would be perfectly suitable. Should any of these people be unable to look after Harry, we request that he be placed with a family determined by the Wizengamot as long as that family was never involved with the Death Eaters, not even if they claim to have been under the Imperious Curse. To whichever family that Harry is sent to live with, a stipend of 10,000 galleons will be supplied each year. Also, under no circumstances is our son to ever go to my sister and her family. Petunia and I are not on good terms and I know that she and her husband despise magic. Besides, the woman is a right by, ch. James. Well, she is, Lily Flower. Remember what happened at our engagement party? I guess you have a point, there. Anyway, before we go, we'd like to say a few things to our son. Harry, sweetheart, we both love you more than anything else in the world. We know you will grow up into a fine young man. And I know that you'll be a real catch with the ladies since you got my good looks. I just hope he didn't get your enormous head, James. Oh, Harry, make sure you get some good pranking in. You've got a legacy to live up to as a Marauder's son. James, stop it. Ignore your father. Harry, you don't have to pull pranks if you don't want to. Personally, I'd rather you didn't. Oh, come on, Lils. Don't be such a killjoy. Goodbye, Harry, we love you. Love you, Prongslet. This will was witnessed by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Well, Wrench said once the will went silent and fell to the table, it seems we've got quite a situation. Indeed, Ragnarok added with a slight snarl. Albus Dumbledore knew the contents of this will and purposefully undermined its instructions. Mr. Potter, I do believe you can destroy that marriage contract now. Without missing a beat, Harry pulled out the contract as Mr. Pruitt handed him a lighter. Within moments, the ashes of the illegal marriage contract fell to the floor. It was oddly satisfying to watch. Now that is sorted out, Ragnarok continued, we can proceed. Obviously those mentioned will receive their inheritance, with the exception of Mr. Pettigrew, who is a traitor. Mr. Potter, if you are ready, I will have someone escort you to your family vaults. Yes, sir, Harry said. May I request Griphook? He showed me down to my trust vault the first time I ever came here. Ragnarok and Orench looked surprised. Neither of them knew of an occasion where a goblin was requested, by name, by a wizard. Griphook was called in. He, too, was surprised that a wizard knew him by name. As Harry and Mr. Pruitt were led out, Ragnarok turned to Orench. This young Mr. Potter is a most unusual wizard, he said. Indeed, sir, Orench agreed. Perhaps it will be beneficial to the Goblin Nation if we keep an eye on this young man. You are right, Orench. The boy has treated us with courtesy not commonly found in the wizarding world. Something doesn't sit well with me, though. What is it, sir? Firstly, I want to know why Albus Dumbledore has been interfering with Mr. Potter's funds. That action alone is cause to ban the headmaster from Gringotts. Also, I want to know why he went against the instructions in the Potter will. Everyone knows that young Mr. Potter was sent to live with his Muggle relatives, but it seems that such an action was illegal. Shall I inform the staff, sir? No, not yet, I want to wait and see what Mr. Potter plans to do about this. Yes, sir. Sir. Yes, Orench. I was sensing there was something off in Mr. Potter's reaction when his Muggle relatives were mentioned. Yes, I saw it, too. He seemed to tense. What do you think it means? I saw the boy when he first came to Gringotts, sir. He was in the company of that half-giant, Rubeus Hagrid. From where I was sitting, the boy looked as though he was wearing rags and hadn't been fed. I could also smell blood, perhaps from an untreated wound. You don't think? The director trailed off as he and Orench exchanged a look. It is a little-known fact about goblins that, though they are violent in nature, they cannot condone the harming of a child. The idea that the heir to one of their oldest clients and, as it turned out, the heir of several other, even older clients had been abused, was something that thoroughly disgusted the two goblins. To the goblins, children were deemed a blessing, and to harm one was seen as one of the most disgusting acts a person could commit. The two goblins made a silent agreement that if what they suspected about Mr. Potter's home life was correct, they would gladly give their support in executing vengeance. The journey down to the Potter family vaults was longer than the one to Harry's trust vault. The cart took them down into one of the deepest levels of the bank, the location of the oldest family vaults. Instead of a dragon, something else guarded the Potter vaults. A large, yellow-furred sphinx with a thick, brown mane and green almond-shaped eyes sat there staring at them. The Potter vaults have been guarded by a sphinx for generations, Griphook explained. The Potters started the tradition on the grounds that any Potter who can't answer a few simple questions doesn't deserve access to the vault. The Sphinx smirked cheekily at Harry, as though she held assumptions about his worthiness. Ask away, Harry said to the creature. The Sphinx grinned and began. Who approaches the Potter vaults must answer me these questions 3, ere the other side he see, she said. Ask me the questions, Miss Sphinx, Harry said. I'm not afraid. What is your name? Harry James Potter. What is your quest? To inspect my family's vaults. What is your favorite color? Green. Right, off you go. Harry looked at the Sphinx curiously. Ah, thank you. The two men and the goblin then proceeded onwards. She always gives an easy question to the Potters, Griphook explained. You should hear some of the things she asks others who have tried to get through to the vaults. Like what? I believe she asked Albus Dumbledore what the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow was. An African or European swallow? Asked Josiah. Griphook smirked and shrugged. Is there a way I can withdraw money from my account without having to come all the way down to the vaults every time? Harry asked. Why, yes, Mr. Potter. We've developed special wallets that allow you to automatically withdraw coins from your money vault. However, if you wish to see your family heirlooms, artifacts, and documents, then you will have to come to the vault in person. After making a mental note to purchase one of those wallets, Harry approached the first vault. Griphook unlocked the vault door and opened it to reveal an enormous chamber that was filled to the ceiling with gold, silver, and, to a lesser extent, bronze coins. Don't spend it all in one place, Mr. Potter, Josiah quipped good-naturedly. The next vault they visited was entirely dedicated to jewelry and other objects of value that would be used by the Lady Potter. They then moved on to a vault that possessed the family books of magic. A number of the spellbooks had their origins in other families that the Potters had intermarried with. Harry made sure to pick some to bring with him. There was a smaller vault that held what was salvaged from the house at Godric's Hollow, and then there was a huge vault that contained the most valuable of the family artifacts and records, including journals, marriage birth certificates, documents regarding the family properties, and letters, and then there was a vault filled with nothing but priceless gems. Lastly, there was a vault that contained the portraits of James and Lily Potter. That was something Harry had never thought he could have in his wildest dreams. Harry entered the vault with immense trepidation. As soon as he stepped inside, the room lit up to reveal the slumbering portraits of Harry's parents. Hello, Harry said softly. The portrait James mumbled as he began to wake up. Harry, is that you, son? Yeah, it's me. Lily, wake up. It's Harry. Harry, sweetheart, it's so wonderful to see you, Lily exclaimed. We've been waiting ages for you to come see us. Harry felt himself start to tear up. Finally, he had a way of communicating with his parents. Even if it wasn't really them, it was the closest he would be able to get. Harry had a brief but happy meeting with his parents' portraits. He gave them a short explanation of what had happened to him after their deaths. Lily was so enraged that she seemed prepared to attempt to escape from her portrait with the intention of killing Albus Dumbledore. Before Harry left, his parents' portraits suggested that he have them sent to Potter Manor for the time being. Once the business at Gringotts was concluded, Harry headed back to the Leaky Cauldron. Later that day, Albus Dumbledore was sitting in his office, making plans for the greater good, as he often did, when an owl swooped in and dropped a letter on his desk. Dumbledore immediately recognized the Gringotts seal and knew that something was wrong. Dear Mr. Dumbledore, the letter began. It has come to our attention that you have been interfering with bank policy and have tampered with the accounts of another of our clients, a Mr. Harry James Potter. Active immediately, your account has been seized until you have repaid the money you have stolen, plus interest. Sincerely, Chief Director Ragnarok. This was not good. The days that followed were truly enjoyable for young Harry Potter. He was maintaining a delightful correspondence with Luna Lovegood. Her letters were always filled with stories of some of her interesting creatures. Harry had also encountered Neville Longbottom, and, unlike the last time, Harry decided to try and befriend him then. Harry had also taken it upon himself to inquire if Neville was using a wand that had belonged to someone else. Of course, Harry already knew the answer. The result of this conversation led to Harry revealing that it is the wand that chooses the wizard, and that it is harder to get results with a wand that hasn't chosen you. Harry had a feeling that Neville wouldn't be using his father's wand for much longer. Another positive was that Mr. Bailey had instructed his daughter to help Harry with his shopping. This was a good thing because it meant Harry actually had a guide for both Diagon Alley and Muggle London. Red saw to it that Harry really did learn his way around and that he would have a decent wardrobe when he went back to Hogwarts. Red was a pretty fun person to hang out with, even if she was rather strange at times. She had been a Hufflepuff when she attended Hogwarts and was quite a decent potion brewer. I would have continued on to Newt level, if it didn't mean I had to deal with Snape for 2 more years. I ended up taking summer courses at the Salem Institute in America. Say, if you're looking for a potions teacher, seeing as you're getting that restraining order against Snape, I know this guy who would be perfect. His name's Robert Preston. I met him at Salem and he's a genius. Red introduced Harry to the entirety of Diagon Alley in a matter of days. It turned out that there was much more to the magical shopping area than Harry first realized. Over there is magical imports and exchange, Red pointed out. They opened a few years ago and trade in just about anything. The business was actually started by a group of Muggle-borns who seized upon the opportunity of the common market. It's a pity that the common market evolved into the horrible, flesh-rending monster that is the European Union, but, really, it worked out fairly well in the magical community. Over there, that little shop on the left, that's Brimstone Metal Workers. They make some of the finest custom jewelry in magical Britain. Though, personally, I think you can find equally nice jewelry in the Muggle world. That shop over there is Fetterwick's publishing company. They are the single most popular place to get any work published. They even provide book binding service, of course, that is carried out by cousins of the Bailey family. Great-great-granddad was quite vexed when you and Mac Bailey tricked him out of the ownership of the business. As they chatted, Harry found he really liked Red. She was a real gold mine of information and had an older sister quality to her. Eventually, they reached a point where Red asked if Harry had a backup wand. "Well, no, I never knew you could get a backup wand," Harry said. "Well, we can sort that out right now," Red responded. "I actually got my backup before I even set foot in Ollivanders. Follow me." When they approached the entrance to Knockturn Alley, Harry was more than a little put off. "Don't worry, Harry," Red reassured him, "these people know who I am and that if they try anything my father can have them shipped straight to Azkaban." She led him down into the darkened alley. People shied away from Red a bit, obviously hoping not to get on the wrong side of the only child of a man like Hamilton Bailey. She steered Harry into a small, sketchy-looking shop. The bell rang as the door opened and a grubby man in dirty, graying clothes approached. "Miss Bailey," he greeted in an oily tone, "what a pleasure to see you again. How may I be of service?" "Good afternoon, Mr. Leach. A young client of my father's has expressed an interest in a special wand." "Ah, of course, a magical focus requisite TTT. Harry noticed that the man tutted his t's. "Let's take a look at magical cores, young man. Just stick your hand over the wand core samples and you should feel the magical energy coming off it." He led Harry over to the wand core samples. "Why don't you try this one, sir? It's our latest arrival, Essence of Sea Mist." Harry held his hand out over the bottle but felt only a faint twinge of energy. Sorry, no," Harry said. "Ah, well, how about something a little more musky, this one's Hair of Mimo." The connection was even weaker that time. "No. Ah, a tricky one, They tried a few more magical cores before Harry felt a huge amount of energy come from some strange animal fur. "Ah, I see you've picked something up with this," said Mr. Leach. "A very special material, that is." "Yes, fur from a Burmese flying tiger." "I'm feeling a huge magical connection," Harry said. "Very well, sir, I'll get you a strand for your wand. Now, on to Woods." It took a much shorter time with Woods. Eventually, Harry picked out a block of almond wood. "Now for a focus gem, Mr. Leach continued. He led Harry over to a selection of gemstones. Harry simply held his hand over these until one lit up. "Ah, yes, I got this diamond from a fire crab shell." "Isn't that illegal?" Red asked. Moving along. Well, this is quite interesting." "What's interesting?" Harry asked. "Oh, just the combination of materials, sir." "Yes. Crab, tiger, and almond, very unusual. Anyway, I'll have the wand ready by the end of the week." "That will be 1,000 galleons. He'll pay you half now and half when the job is done," Red answered. "I wouldn't expect anything else, Miss Bailey. I do work in Knockturn Alley, after all." As the two headed out, Harry inquired if what they just did was legal. "Sort of," Red answered. "His acquisition of the materials is probably borderline legal, at best. Having a second wand is frowned upon by society. I'll never understand why that is, though. Best not to tell people about this, Harry, only confide in someone you are absolutely certain you can trust." "Why didn't Mr. Leach recognize who I was?" "Oh, he did, but he doesn't really pay attention to people's names unless they can cause trouble for him in court." "Well, it certainly makes a nice change. He's one of the only shopkeepers we've met who hasn't gotten worked up because I'm the bloody boy who lived." "Well, if you're so anxious to get away from your fame, I'd be more than happy to take you shopping in Muggle London." "Really? Sure. I have been recruited as your escort, Mr. Potter, and I'll be damned before I let you down. Tell me, have you ever been to Harrods?" About an hour later found Harry walking about in the prestigious London department store. Red had quite a bit of fun picking out clothes for her young charge and Harry actually didn't mind. Red did admit that she was not the most experienced person when it came to choosing clothes for other people, as she preferred to buy simple, functional clothing and never really pursued shopping as an activity for entertainment. Once they had finished the bulk of their shopping, they stopped for lunch. As they enjoyed their meal, Harry asked if he could talk to Red about something. She quickly and discreetly put up a privacy charm. "So, what's on your mind, sport?" she asked. Harry sighed. If there was anyone he could trust with what he was about to say, he knew Red was it. It's just, I found out that my statuses as Lord Potter, Lord Peverell, Lord Gryffindor, Lord Slytherin, Lord Hufflepuff, and Lord Ravenclaw mean that I will need a wife for each title. And then, if Sirius never has a kid, I'm the heir of House Black and will need a wife for that title, too. I just don't know how to go about this. Well, Harry, that is quite a conundrum. If you're worried about how any prospective candidate will react to sharing you, the only girls you might get some grief from are the Muggle-borns. The older, pure-blood girls will probably understand the importance of dividing up the titles into different bloodlines. Half-bloods, they usually lean more towards the Muggle view of monogamy, but it depends how they were raised. Many families in the magical world are exclusively monogamous. However, some of the older families still practice polygamy if there is only one heir to multiple titles. I believe the last time it happened was about 80 years ago when the only daughter of the Judrell family married the heir of the Chumley family. They had one son who was heir to both families and had to take a second wife when the first only produced one son. But I need 6 wives, Harry pointed out. 7 if I inherit the Black Lordship from Sirius. Well, you could compile all the titles into one, but that would be incredibly risky. If you only have 1 or 2 children, then they will have more power available to them than they could handle. Incidentally, having only one woman as the lady for all those titles would be a social risk that could end up alienating a lot of old families who would feel slighted. I suggest that you follow through with the 6 wives thing. Not because I agree with it on a moral or ethical level, absolutely not. I am an avid feminist and do not believe in treating women like political tools. However, in this society, you need to take some of the customs cum grano salis. So, basically, I have to accept them but maintain a degree of skepticism. Or cynicism, that works just as well. I bet Hermione will throw a fit when she finds out. Ooh, do I detect a hint of romance already? Red gave Harry a suggestive smirk. Well, I don't know. I mean, I've been friends with her since first year and always thought my feelings for her were those of a brother for his sister. Harry, you are an only child who grew up in a neglectful environment. How would you know what a brother's feelings are for his sister? Well, I never really thought of it that way. Harry, your romantic life is not really any of my business. But, if you want my advice, girls tend to like guys who want to be their friends first and then their romantic interest. However, don't take that as a general rule for the entire female population. All girls are different and each one has her own standards about what she looks for in a man. I can easily say that you meet quite a number of standards for quite a great deal of young witches. I will warn you, though, that you should avoid going for girls who only want the boy who lived rather than just Harry Potter. Those are what we class as fangirls. While they mean well, their interests tend to be rather self-centered and superficial. Go for girls who want to know you. Thanks, Red, I'll be sure to keep that in mind. After his experience with Ginny, Harry definitely intended to follow that advice. Another good thing that happened was that Harry met one of the girls that had been recommended to him in the file from the mod. Harry had been looking around in Flourish and Blots, picking up his school books earlier than last time and also getting some books on magical culture and history. He was just reaching for a book on arithmancy he had written to Professor McGonagall and asked to change his schedule when someone else had decided to reach for it at exactly the same moment. Harry heard a very feminine gasp when his hand accidentally brushed against the other person's. Harry looked up and saw a very pretty girl. She had waist length, perfectly straight, own hair and deep, aqua green eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, she apologized. Harry, ever the chivalrous gentleman, picked up the book and handed it to her. Quite all right, he said and offered his hand. I'm Harry. The girl smiled as she shook his hand. I think everyone knows who you are, Mr. Potter, she said. I'm Daphne Greengrass. Oh, yeah, I recognize you. You're in my year, in Slytherin. Daphne Greengrass had commonly come to be known as the Slytherin Ice Queen. No one had yet to break through her frigid attitude. Daphne had often held herself aloof. No guy seemed to be worthy of her attention. Yet, when she looked at the emerald green eyes of the boy before her, she was terrified of being rejected. She knew that Gryffindors believed that Slytherins were evil, a fact that wasn't helped by that bastard Malfoy. Yes, she replied shyly. Great response there, Daph, she thought. Now he'll probably think you're an idiot on top of being evil. Well, it's nice to meet you, Harry said with a warm smile that made the Slytherin girl feel very tingly inside. So, you're taking arithmancy, too. Yes, I mean I felt it will be a very interesting course. Much better than something stupid like divination, but the only thing a person could predict in that class is whether or not the teacher's mental. The two teens chuckled slightly. What else are you taking? Harry asked. I signed up for ancient runes and care of magical creatures. So did I guess we'll be seeing a lot more of each other this year. Yeah, Daphne said with a slight sigh. I look forward to it. Harry then checked his watch. Oops, gotta run. I'll see you around, Daphne. As he went to pay for his books, Daphne stared after him. See you around, Harry. Harry had also begun doing a study of the files that Gringotts had given him about the various properties he owned. Potter Manor was the one he was most interested in, and he and Sirius made plans to spend Christmas there. In addition to Potter Manor were a number of Potter family estates in various countries that would most certainly be worth a visit next summer. Then there was the Peverell estate, an ancient castle situated on a cliff overlooking the shore at Hastings, and the Evans estate. Harry's mother's magical ancestors were from Wales and were renowned as battle mages before the last remaining son was discovered to be a squib, and the Flores estate which, according to the details in the folder, possessed the largest privately owned gardens in the world. Then, of course, there were the properties owned by the founders. Hufflepuff Manor was relatively small and situated in a sweeping valley in Wales. The Hufflepuffs were apparently allied with the Evans in the old days. Slytherin Castle was a very old and forbidding-looking place in the marshy region of the Fens. Ravenclaw's home was a large castle in a deep valley in Scotland, and Gryffindor Castle seemed to be a highly fortified structure just outside of Godric's Hollow in the West Country. Then, of course, there were the accompanying assets of his heritage. As Harry was descended from all four of the Hogwarts founders, he was the legal owner of Hogwarts School, its grounds, and the village of Hogsmeade. Diagon Alley was originally built by Lord Jovian Peverell and Lord Marcellus Potter in the 1200s, and most of the original shops still maintained a steady business, as the land was owned by the Peverell and Potter families, and as Harry Potter was the heir to both. This meant, naturally, that Harry was the owner of Diagon Alley and received an annual rent from every business therein with the exception of Gringotts Bank, which was legally the territory of the Goblins. Of course, there were also the business ventures of his family. It seems that his parents and various forebears were quite good at making investments in both the magical and Muggle worlds. Let's just say that being a partner in businesses like the Nimbus Broom Company and Microsoft is nothing to sneeze at. Harry was feeling more connected with his family than he even imagined. To fully understand the impact his forebears had had on the magical community, Harry purchased a number of books. Among these were The Potters, A Family History, Peverell, The Legacy of the Legendary Inventors, Famous Battle Mages of Wales, The Flores Compendium, a documentation of the Flores family's contribution to herbology, The Life and Times of the Hogwarts Founders, and the Potter Family and the World of Quidditch. There was much more to his family than Harry had ever expected. It was a good thing that Harry, though not an obsessive reader like Hermione, actually did enjoy reading. He would have read more in the previous timeline were it not for the interference of a certain red-headed friend of his. The books he had purchased about his family had been truly enlightening. In the Potter Family and the World Quidditch, it revealed that several Potter sons had joined up with several other families to form the first England Quidditch team. The Potter heir, Crispin Potter, set the first record for fastest player. Once the addition of Seeker was made to Quidditch, a witch by the name of Constanza Potter was the first official Seeker for the Holyhead Harpies. The Potters also seemed to be a family that prided themselves on their ability to effectively pass legislature and enforce their policies through government. There were a few shady characters in the family tree, as there often are in any family. One particular lady of the House of Potter was documented as going insane, as in, the type of insane that made Bellatrix Lestrange seem like a qualified caregiver at the children's ward in St. Mungo's, and nearly brought about the destruction of Britain. A younger Potter son was deeply involved in the dark arts and caused the deaths of all but one of his siblings, and a set of twin girls in the Potter family were legendary for the fact that they had an infamous battle. One was a light witch and the other a dark witch, that only ended with the intercession of the then King of England, Edward the Confessor, only for the fighting to start up again after his death until Isolde the Light Witch triumphed over her sister Seora the Dark Witch. Then of course there were the Peverells. The Peverells had apparently gained quite a bit of prestige from their tradition of ingenuity in magical inventions, not least of which were the Deathly Hallows, but only Harry and people like Mr. Lovegood and Dumbledore knew who the three brothers of the legend were. The Evans family, as mentioned earlier, were known battle mages and highly skilled in runic magic. From what Harry learned, it was highly possible that his mother had used runic magic to protect him the night she sacrificed herself, at least. That was what he theorized when he saw that the Evans family rune for protection was in the shape of a lightning bolt. The Evans family had a long and grueling history of war, violence, loyalty, ruthless efficiency, and an almost fanatical devotion to their homeland and loved ones. Harry was actually very startled by the lengths some of these people went to in order to protect those they cared about. Some things were too unsavory to even contemplate. Sirius also turned out to be a veritable fount of information thanks to all the time he spent at Potter Manor, and then of course there was the fact that Harry's paternal grandmother was Sirius' great-aunt. Despite the dark nature of the Black family, Harry found he didn't mind being related to them. There was something strangely enthralling about the Blacks that Harry couldn't explain. Of course, Sirius insisted it was the old, Black family charm. Whatever the bloody hell that meant. Harry Potter awoke on Saturday morning in good spirits. Sirius was looking phenomenally better after having had a few good meals. Harry had just finished getting dressed when Hedwig swooped into the room to deliver a letter from Mr. Bailey. Harry handed the owl a piece of bacon from his breakfast plate and quickly opened the letter only to give a cheerful smile when he finished reading. "Sirius," he said, "I do believe you'll be getting that trial very soon. Listen to this. Dear Mr. Potter, we have finished preparing for the case and shall present it at the earliest possible date. All that is left to do is find a way to arrange a trial for Mr. Sirius Black before the Wizengamot. If you are not too busy, could you and your godfather stop by our office at 6 p.m. It just so happens that Lady Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, has decided to pay us a visit and I feel it is in your best interest to meet with her. Yours sincerely, Hamilton Nathaniel Bailey, Attorney at Law." Sirius, who was currently in his dog form, looked up excitedly and began to wag his tail. The morning's surprises only continued with the arrival of a letter from Luna. "Dear Harry, in response to your request, Daddy has written the article you requested and, once you and your godfather decide if it's good, we will be only too happy to publish it in this week's edition of the Quibbler. You will find the article draft enclosed along with the complimentary pair of Spectraspecs that all friends of our magazine receive. Oh, and thank you for the sunflower bouquet you sent me. There wasn't a single nargle in them. How did you know they are my favorite? Hope to see you soon. Love, Luna." Harry began to feel his cheeks redden slightly, a fact that wasn't helped by the knowing look Sirius was giving him. Amelia Bones, one of the best heads of the DMLE the Ministry had ever had, was currently sitting in the lounge of the single most successful law firm in the magical world, probably because it was one of the only law firms in the magical world. The reason why she was at such a noteworthy establishment was because she had received a letter the day before that mentioned information about Sirius Black. Ordinarily, she would have replied by telling the author of the letter to simply contact the local OR office, but the fact that it was this particular law firm that contacted her made her decision to present herself at the office in question. Madam Bones, a young woman with curly ginger hair, greeted her warmly. "Thank you for coming. Mr. Bailey will be with you presently. And, you are Frida Bailey, Mr. Hamilton Bailey is my father. What exactly is this meeting about, Miss Bailey?" Well, Red was cut off by the sudden arrival of Harry Potter and a scruffy, black dog. "Ah, Mr. Potter, thank you for joining us," she said. "A few minutes early, too, excellent." She then went over and opened a door. "They're here. Thank you, Frida, that will be all, Mr. Bailey said, dismissing her. When Frida had left the room, Mr. Bailey offered some tea and then got down to business. "Madam Bones," he said, "were you aware that one Sirius Orion Black never received a trial?" "I beg your pardon," she gasped. "Not only that, he was never questioned under Veritaserum, nor was his wand checked with prior incantatum. The law clearly states that the maximum amount of time a person can be held until trial is 28 days if the suspect is represented and consents to being held. This remand period is reduced to 7 days if the suspect is not represented or does not consent to a longer remand period. Seeing as how Mr. Black was imprisoned without trial for 12 years, the ministry has no reason to have a warrant for his arrest, to say the least of the fact that the minister has ordered for an administration of the Dementor's key. However, Mr. Black prefers to have the trial in order to ensure his name is cleared. "You have correspondence with him?" Madame Bones inquired. "It just so happens that he has been here the entire time we have been talking, Madame Bones." "What?" Once again, Sirius reverted to his human form. "So, am I going to get a trial or what, Amy?" he asked with a superior smirk. It was not easy to startle Amelia Bones. She was a former Auror and had seen all but one member of her family killed. But seeing the man supposedly responsible for handing the Potters over to Voldemort now sitting calmly beside the boy he was allegedly out to kill, let's just say that Amelia knew she would be in for a great deal of paperwork. The following day brought even more promise of a potential trial for Sirius Black with the newest copy of the Quibbler. Beneath a photograph of a young Sirius Black and James Potter that Harry had found in his photo album and lent to Mr. Lovegood for the edition was an article that sparked controversy up and down the country. "Sirius Black as he's painted," by Xenophilius Lovegood. Every witch and wizard in Great Britain's magical community knows what happened on the day after Halloween of 1981, or do they? It is a little-known fact that, even though he was apprehended at the scene of the crime, Sirius Black never received a trial. There was no administration of prior incantatem, no interrogation with veritaserum, and the fact that the man spent 12 years in Azkaban despite the standard procedure being that a suspect cannot be held without trial for a remand period longer than 28 days. The excuse that, "everyone knows he's guilty," is not a feasible explanation for sending any person to Azkaban without due process of the law. If Sirius Black is indeed guilty, why was he not at least interrogated about who other Death Eaters might be? Does the ministry have something to hide? We obtained an interview with someone who wishes to remain anonymous who has actually spoken with Mr. Black after his escape from the supposedly inescapable prison. He did seem a little crazy, but who wouldn't be after spending 12 years in a hellhole like Azkaban? The place is inhumane. He didn't seem evil to me. If you just looked at his eyes you would see that there is an incredible sadness to them. This was not a man who betrayed the people who were family to him like everyone thinks. This was not a man capable of harming the innocent. This was a man who had seen cruelty and injustice. I talked with him for a good deal of time. What he revealed to me was shocking. The Potters, when they went into hiding, placed their home under a Fidelius charm, but, what isn't known is that Sirius Black was not the secret keeper. He told me that James Potter had tried to get him to be the secret keeper, but Black felt that was too obvious a decision. Instead, Black nominated the least likely person, a man who, unbeknownst to them, had been secretly giving information to the Death Eaters. The secret keeper was none other than Peter Pettigrew. To say I was shocked is an understatement. I asked him about what happened that day he cornered his former friend. What he revealed is something that could shake the very foundation of the accusations against him. Our anonymous source then repeated what Mr. Black said about that fateful day. "I had just lost the two people I loved most in the world," said Black, "and my godson was taken away on the orders of Albus Dumbledore. I had learned the hard way that you should be careful whom you trust. A man I thought I knew turned out to be nothing more than a lying, traitorous bastard." I was angry. No, I was blinded with rage. I knew I should have gone to the ministry and told them the truth, but I was disoriented by a thirst for vengeance. I just wanted to make the traitor suffer as I was suffering. It was stupid, I know, but if you had lost the people closest to you in the world, what would you have done? I followed Peter into that crowded street. I knew there were Aurors following us, and if I just got a little revenge before they took the bastard away, I could have just a little peace of mind to settle my already guilty conscience. I believe the Muggle term for what I was feeling is survivor's guilt. Anyway, I had him cornered and I had just raised my wand when he pulled his little stunt. He shouted out that I was the traitor and then blew up the street and killed those 12 people. But Peter wasn't dead. I had always feared having to give this revelation, but the ministry never knew there were 3 unregistered animagi wandering around. You see, when I was at school, James, Peter, and I all became animagi. James took the form of a stag, I took the form of a dog, and Peter took the form of a rat. Once he blew up that street and killed all those people, he cut off his finger and transformed to make it look as though I had done it. It was all an elaborate bluff. Peter is still out there, and I am going to find him. We at the Quibbler commend Mr. Black for speaking out at last and also thank our anonymous source for bringing this to light. For information on the Fidelius charm, see page 17. For information about Animagi, see page 23. It seemed the Quibbler article had done its job. By the time the sun had started to set, the minister was up to his elbows in howlers from people who were furious over the miscarriage of justice 12 years ago. But Fudge, ever the politician, knew exactly how to get people off his case. All he needed was a scapegoat. Luckily, the scapegoat he was looking for was inside the ministry that very same day. What was even better was that he knew who to go to in regards to putting all the controversy to rest. Amelia, he said to his head of the DMLE, by any chance, could we arrange a trial for Sirius Black? I'm sure the man would be only too happy to have the trial he was supposed to have 12 years ago. The sharpness in her tone made Fudge flinch. Yes, it's entirely Crouch and Bagnold's fault. Those two would have sent someone who looked at them askance to Azkaban without a trial. If there's any way to get in contact with Mr. Black, I would be willing to promise him that he would receive the trial owed to him and that those responsible for his incarceration are punished if he is found to be innocent. Even if he's found to be guilty, Amelia countered, Crouch and Bagnold still violated the law. Because he was never convicted and he was held for longer than the allotted remand period, Black still goes free because of their screw-up. Right, Fudge admitted. He was seriously hoping that Black was innocent. If he were found guilty, then it would mean a Death Eater goes free. Damn Crouch and Bagnold, they leave me their mess to clean up. At least if Black is found innocent then it means good PR for me. The trial was scheduled for Thursday. Sirius was escorted by Amelia Bones and several Aurors to a ministry holding cell. On the way, Sirius turned to one of the Aurors. She was very young and looked like she was still a trainee. She had short, spiky, pink hair and there was something about her face that was familiar. Pardon me, but have I met you before? He asked her. You look like someone I know but I can't place who right now. I'm Auror Tonks, she replied. Tonks. Oh, yeah, your little Nymphadora. Don't call me that. Wait, how did you know? Your mum's my favorite cousin. How is Andromeda doing these days? She's fine. Tonks was finding this whole situation very confusing. Here was a man she had grown up learning to despise, and yet he was talking to her as if they were old buddies having a drink. And your dad, how is Ted doing? He's good, he actually took an early retirement a month ago. Huh, well, when you see your mum and dad next, tell them I said hello. How did you recognize me? Well, I used to babysit you. You did. Honestly, was it that long ago that you don't remember, Uncle Siri? You used to run around the house knocking things over and laughing as I tried to catch you. Tonks racked her memories for a moment and she did faintly remember a little of what he was talking about. She was really starting to hope that this guy was innocent like he claimed. Albus Dumbledore was sitting in his office at Hogwarts, completely oblivious to the recent events. He was still trying to sort things out with Gringotts and the Goblins were certainly not going to cut him any slack. Didn't those stupid little buggers know who he was? He was Albus Dumbledore. Everything he did was for the greater good. After all, it wasn't as though Harry would need that money. The boy was destined to sacrifice himself so that, when Voldemort returned, he, Albus Dumbledore, could emerge as the hero once again. Who cares about one insignificant child when the fate of the world was at stake? Of course, Dumbledore knew that seeking help from the Ministry was out of the question. No, having too many people involved in this may eventually lead to some awkward questions and there was the possibility that someone would end up learning about the Horcruxes. That would completely ruin Albus' plans. He was just helping himself to a sherbet lemo, when the Evening Prophet was delivered. He opened the paper and the first thing that caught his attention nearly made him have a heart attack. Sirius Black to receive trial. This was not good for Albus Dumbledore's plans. Harry Potter was currently sitting alone in his room at the Leaky Cauldron. He already missed Sirius, but he knew that his godfather would be out in no time. He just had to be patient. Just a few more days and Sirius would be a free man. As there were a few days left until the trial, Harry decided he would try and get some work done, and not the homework kind because he'd already finished with that. No, Harry got out several rolls of parchment, some ink, and his quills and began to write. The first thing he did was write out 2 lists. The first list read, "Things I have gotten done. Make contact with Bailey, Black, and Pruitt. Inspect parents' will. Review Potter family holdings. Change elective from divination to arithmancy and ancient runes. Secured a contract with the Quibbler in order to protect my image. Arranged for Sirius to get a trial. Petition for a restraining order against Snape. Got that article about Sirius published. Acquired the new course materials." The second one read, "Things I need to do. Catch Pettigrew. Destroy the Horcruxes. Visit Street Mungo's and get the binding on my magic removed. Get in contact with Robert Preston about private potions tuition. Find a decent instructor in occlumency. Find a tutor in magical customs. Investigate the value of the basilisk carcass that's still in the Chamber of Secrets. If it is worth much money, divide it amongst those who were harmed. Inspect the inventories of my other vaults. Visit my family properties. Retrieve the diadem from the ROR and inspect the other items in the Room of Hidden Things. Give an interview to the Quibbler about the truth of my life. Keep Malfoy from getting Buckbeak in trouble. Work on social life. Perhaps I should start up the DA as a club this year. Maybe begin more business ventures in Hogsmeade. The place really could use more attractions. Begin a research of technomancy. It is time that the magical community incorporates some Muggle technologies. Will require some researchers. Reform Hogwarts' educational system, institute anti-bullying and anti-bigotry rules, and perhaps alter the house point system. Find 6 wives. No hurry on that one." Harry looked at the very last point on his to-do list and nodded. He had no intention of rushing into any sort of relationship, although Harry suspected that Sirius wouldn't allow him to slack off in the romance department. Harry then set his lists aside and took out another piece of parchment. "Dear Hermione, I've been missing you a lot. What's new and exciting in my life, you may ask? Well, I'm not sure if you know yet, but I accidentally blew up my Aunt Marge. Before you go off on a rant about how irresponsible I was, I would like to make it clear that it was an accident. She was saying things about my mother that made me very much want to strangle her. And, no, I'm not overreacting. I've also recently secured legal representation in order to prevent being misrepresented in the media. Once again, no, I am not being too extreme. People have been making money off of my name and image even though I have no idea who they are. Have you heard about the Sirius Black trial that's taking place this Thursday? Turns out the wanted murderer is really my godfather and is completely innocent. At least when he gets off I won't ever have to go back to the Dursleys ever again. Before you start thinking that I shouldn't assume Sirius Black is innocent just because a magazine stated that he is, I would like to point out to you that I have, in fact, met the man already and have no doubts regarding his innocence. By now you are probably wondering how I guessed your reactions to each piece of news. Well, considering you are my best friend, I think I have a fairly good idea about how to read your responses to various things. But, I digress. A great many things are changing for me, Hermione. I would like to tell you more about it, but I think I've talked enough about myself. I would really like to hear more about how your summer has been going. How are you? What have you been up to? Have you been having fun? I would also like to take a moment to apologize to you, Hermione. I don't think I've been a very good friend over these past 2 years. I mean, I haven't even asked you about your life before Hogwarts, at all. I don't really know anything about your family except that both your parents are dentists. I really think I've taken your friendship for granted and humbly ask that you forgive me. I also got some very interesting books that you might enjoy reading. I know I certainly did. Now you're probably wondering, Harry Potter reading. Hell must have frozen over. Yes, Hermione, I have decided to take a leaf out of your book, as it were, and started paying attention to my studies. Speaking of studies, I can't wait to see you in arithmancy and ancient runes. I'm sure you'll be the best, like every other class. Well, I've got to go. I'm staying at the Leaky Cauldron. Hope to see you soon. Love, Harry James Potter. Harry smiled as he tied the letter to Hedwig's leg. The snowy owl gave him an approving look, as though she knew what he was doing, nipped him affectionately on the ear, and set off into the evening sky. When the letter reached Hermione, the bushy-haired girl wasn't sure whether to cry happily or laugh outright. It was so typical of Harry that he would apologize for something he hadn't done and then try to make up for it to her with a peace offering of books and his promise to do better in his studies. Hermione had never once thought that Harry took her for granted, though she was shocked that he called her his best friend, as she believed that Ron already held that title. She was also taken aback by Harry's sudden interest to know more about her, though she was very touched by the consideration. Hermione knew that she hadn't been very forthcoming about her life. She was a secretive person by nature, as her childhood had not been a particularly happy one. Oh, her parents loved and cared about her all right, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was that, in primary school, whenever she had tried to open up to any of the other students, they had turned around and hurt her. This caused her to avoid talking about herself for fear of giving someone else ammunition to cause her pain. And it wasn't just the kids at her old school. Her cousins, Caitlin and Rosalind, were absolutely merciless. Both girls had gone out of their way to make Hermione miserable, both with verbal insults and even occasionally resorting to physical injuries, often in the form of cruel pranks. However, despite her anxiousness about talking about herself, Hermione knew she could trust Harry. Her friend had long since proven himself loyal. Well, jumping onto the back of a rampaging troll in an effort to save her would tend to do that. As it turned out, the case of Sirius Black had garnered quite a lot of attention, which was only natural, of course. When Harry headed downstairs to the bar, he noticed that it was swarming with reporters and journalists. Under the protection of his invisibility cloak, Harry was able to slip out unnoticed to where Red was waiting. "Hey, Harry," she said with a smile, ready to turn some heads. "Sure, got our seat tickets. VIP section. And your dad's defending Sirius." "Yep, he's got everything ready and is talking with Sirius right now." "Right, well, let's be off." They loaded into Red's dark green Chevrolet and set off to the ministry. Harry asked why Red didn't just apparate there, and she replied that she didn't have a license. Besides, she was claustrophobic and apparition had always caused her to panic. Soon enough they parked and headed straight over to where the run-down old phone booth stood. They entered the telephone booth and dialed MAGIC. Once the lift had descended, and they had donned their little silver pins, the two made their way over to the check-in counter and had their wands registered. "Here for the Sirius Black trial?" the little wizard inquired. They nodded. "Courtroom 10. Harry and Red made their way down to the courtroom and were shown into the VIP stands. Naturally, Harry's presence drew a bit of attention. Luckily, Red was able to fight off any reporters by informing them that it was illegal to solicit comments from a minor without the express permission of his legal guardian. Of course, Dumbledore was also surprised when he saw Harry in the courtroom. However, he clearly couldn't speak with the boy as the trial was about to begin. "Attention, attention, everyone," the minister declared. "I call this court to order. Let it be written that this trial of the magical community of Great Britain versus Sirius Orion Black is called to order on this Monday, the 16th of August 1993. Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic, presiding. Bring in the defendant." Sirius was led into the courtroom and placed into the chair that magically chained him in. Instead of looking nervous, Sirius just sat there calmly and smiled up at those assembled. "About time I got this trial," he said. "Does the accused have someone to speak in his defense?" Fudge asked. "I do, Minister. Mr. Hamilton Bailey of Bailey, Black, and Pruitt will be defending me." Mr. Bailey was shown in and the trial began. Minister Fudge, lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, the Right Honorable Madam Bones, Chief Warlock Dumbledore, he greeted. "Today is a momentous occasion, as we fully intend to see the correction of a dreadful miscarriage of justice against the soon-to-be Lord, Sirius Orion Black. His title was inherited upon the death of his grandfather Arcturus, a few years ago. There were some mutterings amongst the Wizengamot at the revelation of Sirius being a lord." Hem, came an unwanted interruption from a familiar toad-like figure in pink. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Bailey, but I think you are mistaken. It is well known that Sirius Black was disowned from his family. Therefore, the title of lordship to the Black family is to be passed to the closest male descendant, which would be the young heir of the Malfoy family." "Correction, Madam Undersecretary, Mr. Bailey retorted sharply. "My client was never officially disowned, though his mother, the late Walburga Black, attempted to convince Lord Arcturus Black to do so. Therefore, my client is the undisputed heir to the Black lordship." Umbridge looked very put out. Harry figured that she wasn't too thrilled about being put in her place by a squib such as Mr. Bailey. Duly noted, the minister said. Will the prosecution please step forward? There was a moment of silence. Where is Auror Scrimgeour? Amelia asked with a sigh of frustration. Suddenly, the aforementioned Auror came hurrying into the room. So sorry I'm late, I couldn't find the kosher flow exit, he said. Don't bother to recap, Madam Bones, I'll pick it up as we go along. Right, Amelia said with a roll of her eyes. Will the prosecution please read the charge? Fudge continued. Is a charge strictly necessary, Minister? Scrimgeour asked. The press is here, the minister hissed. Oh, sorry. You are Sirius Orion Black. Yes, Sirius replied. You are hereby charged 1. That you served as a member of an illegal organization known as the Death Eaters. 2. That you willfully betrayed the location of James and Lily Potter whilst serving as their secret keeper. 3. That you committed the murder of Peter Edmund Pettigrew. And 4. That you murdered 12 unidentified Muggle bystanders. How do you plead? Not guilty on all counts. There were more disconcerted mutterings. Duly noted. Madam Bones, if I may. Mr. Bailey proceeded. The court recognizes Hamilton Bailey speaking on behalf of Sirius Black, Amelia said. Certain events have led to evidence that proves my client is innocent of at least the charge for accessory to the murders of James and Lily Potter. May we see this evidence? Certainly, ma'am. Call Exhibit Q. Q. Mr. Bailey looked startled for a moment. Sorry, did I say Q? I meant A. Call Exhibit A. It was Josiah Pruitt who entered with the aged parchment. Does the court recognize this? Mr. Bailey pressed. It is the joint will of James and Lily Potter. In addition to revealing that it was not Mr. Black who was the secret keeper, it also sheds a great deal of light onto the guardianship of one Harry James Potter. Dumbledore decided that it was time to intervene. I must protest, he said. That will was sealed and as young Mr. Potter's magical guardian I cannot allow the contents of that document to be read. You are forgetting, Chief Warlock, that the contents of a will may be used as evidence in a trial. Also, it should be noted, an heir of a most ancient and most noble house may access the contents of his or her parents' will if that person is over the age of 11. Furthermore, this will also indicates that you have no grounds to claim guardianship for young Mr. Potter. I request the right to read this document. As Mr. Potter is here today, I ask his consent. Granted, said Harry from the gallery. The court listened, enraptured, as the Potter will was read. Several of those present were shocked to discover that they had been considered as suitable guardians for Harry. Albus Dumbledore was beginning to feel uneasy. There's still the charge of murder regarding Pettigrew and the 12 Muggles, Lord Ogden pointed out. Black did give an explanation in the Quibbler, but I feel we should have it stated in the record exactly what happened. The prosecution would like to call in the Auror responsible for apprehending Mr. Black as a witness to the murders, Scrimgeour declared. Call former Auror Pan Am. The former Auror dashed into the room and began to hit anyone he could reach with a truncheon, including Sirius and the Aurors guarding him. The Aurors managed to get the clearly mental man into the witness box. There will be plenty of time for that, later on, Scrimgeour said. Former Auror Pan Am, do you recognize the defendant? No, never seen, I am before in me life. He then looked over at Scrimgeour who was trying to nod discreetly. Oh, sorry, yes. Former Auror Pan Am, could you tell the court, in your own words, what happened? Oh, yes. I was proceeding in a northerly direction up Alitalia Street, when I saw the deceased, standing at an upstairs window, bearing her bosom at the general public. She then took off her. Scrimgeour was now frantically shaking his head. Wait a tick. Wrong story. Oh, yes. There were 3 villas in a railway compartment. And the ticket in. Once again Scrimgeour shook his head. No. Anyway, I clearly saw the deceased. The defendant. Amelia corrected. Defendant. Sorry. I clearly saw the defendant, doing whatever he's accused of, red-handed. When kicked, cautioned, he said, he pulled out a small notebook and began to read. It's a fair, cop, I done it all. Right. No doubt about that. Then, bound as he was to the chair, he assaulted myself and 3 other Aurors while bouncing around the cell. The end. Thank you, Mr. Pan Am, you are dismissed, Amelia said. Thank you, madam. As he was led out, he flailed wildly in his attempt to hit the oars escorting him. Scrimgeour was looking uncomfortable as his only witness obviously lacked credence. I think we can safely rule out Mr. Pan Am's testimony, Fudge said. Mr. Black, Amelia inquired, do you have any objection to being questioned under Veritaserum? None, he answered. Sirius was quickly administered with 3 drops of the truth potion. What is your name? Amelia asked. Sirius Orion Black. Were you ever involved with the Death Eaters? No, I would rather have died. What happened on the day of November 1, 1981? Sirius then related exactly what he stated in the article. By the time everything was wrapped up, the courtroom was nearly in an uproar. People were calling for blood for the incarceration of an innocent man. With a smile of satisfaction, Fudge announced that Bartemius Crouch Sr. and ex-minister Millicent Bagnold would be tried for their actions. Before the trial could be concluded, one of the lords stood up. Before we conclude, I would like to bring up a critical point that we are at risk of overlooking. The court recognizes Lord Richard Acton, Fudge announced. In the gallery, Red whispered to Harry that Acton was a respectable and trustworthy man. What he was about to say would probably be for their benefit. Ladies and gentlemen, Acton said, while I admit that Crouch and Bagnold should be brought in to face the consequences of their negligence, there is another party that should be brought forward for his involvement in the incident in question. And who might this person be? Dumbledore asked. Acton smirked. Why, none other than our chief warlock. There was some outraged spluttering from the Dumbledore supporters that was quickly silenced. Lord Acton, Amelia said, could you explain? Simple, Madam Bones, Acton continued. Chief Warlock, is it not your responsibility to see to it that every person brought in by the Aurors receives a trial? Well, Dumbledore started. And, was it not explicitly mentioned in the Potter will, to which you were a witness, that it was Pettigrew, not Black, who was the secret keeper? Well, yes, but if that is the case, why did you not see to it that Mr. Black received this trial 12 years ago? It was a hectic time for all of us. Dumbledore shouted. To say the least of all the work I had to do with my status as headmaster of Hogwarts, supreme mugwump of the ICW, as well as being chief warlock, I am up to my ears in work. Perhaps, then, it would be wise for you to relinquish some of those titles. I never did think it a good idea that one man should wield so much power. Even if he has good intentions, it does not change the fact that one individual is not capable of dealing with so much responsibility. Also, I would like to point out that Albus Dumbledore has failed to properly execute the Potter will. As the witness, he should have seen to it that the benefactors received their due, as well as seen to it that the Potter heir was placed with one of the designated guardians, which I do not believe has happened. Mr. Potter, Amelia Bones turned to the stand, could you please come forward? Harry stood up and moved to address those assembled. Yes, Madam Bones. He asked. Do you reside with any of the approved guardians on the list mentioned in your parents' will? No, ma'am. Who is it that you do reside with? My mother's sister and her family. How is it that you came to be there? The headmaster, excuse me, the chief warlock, placed me on the doorstep of their house the day after my parents were killed. What is your opinion of your relatives as caregivers? Well, ma'am, I would prefer if my statements be given in private and that there be an examination of my medical records. All the evidence should indicate what kind of caregivers the Dursleys are. The bitterness in his tone had many people look about uncertainly. Thank you, Mr. Potter, we shall ask for your statements later. Amelia dismissed him back to his seat. I move that, in light of the current evidence, Albus Dumbledore needs to decide which obligation is most important to him, as he should not have all the ones that he currently possesses. Amelia, Dumbledore protested, I really don't think this is. While we are in court, you are to refer to me as Madam Bones, she snapped. Very well, Madam Bones, is this really necessary? Yes, it is. There will be a full enquiry about this on Saturday. There will also be an investigation into the matter of your usurpation of the status of magical guardian for Harry James Potter and what exactly your actions caused. As for the case of Sirius Orion Black, she continued, all those in favor of clearing the accused of all charges. Just about everyone raised their illuminated wands in support. The Death Eaters chose not to give a response in order to save face. With that decision made, Fudge spoke up. Sirius Orion Black, you have been found not guilty and are cleared of all charges. We would also like to offer restitution. As you were never actually dismissed from the Aurors, we grant you all the wages you were owed as if you were working 24/7 for 12 years. Furthermore, in light of the contents of the Potter will, you are named as the legal guardian for Harry James Potter. You may claim this guardianship after being checked by a mind healer at St. Mungo's to deal with the after effects of your illegal stay in Azkaban, at no cost to you. Thank you, Minister, Sirius said. I would also like to request that the fine for an illegal animagus be taken from my reimbursement and to go through the process of registering with the ministry. Many people nodded approvingly at Sirius' statement. I would also like to go on record offering my thanks to the present ministry administration for overseeing that justice was done today. Fudge seemed to puff up at the good publicity this would garner for him. Red and Harry exchanged secret smiles. Everything was going just as planned. Fudge would eat up the praise and would certainly try to get on good terms with the newly acquitted Lord Black. The court being dismissed, Harry decided to make a show of approaching Sirius, who pulled him into a hug and tearfully declared how sorry he was for letting him down by chasing after Pettigrew. The action caused quite a stir with the press, but Red stepped in and snapped at all the reporters that only one media outlet had the paid rights to Mr. Potter's name and image and that there would be a lawsuit for anyone who printed anything without Mr. Potter's consent. Of course, that declaration didn't stop the awes that came from the elderly women present who saw the joyous reunion of a young man and his godfather. Before Sirius and Harry left, they were accosted by Lord Acton, who requested that Sirius come round for tea some time. Naturally, Sirius said he would be happy to. The following day, Harry and Sirius were escorted to St. Mungo's Hospital, courtesy of Red and her Chevrolet. Sirius needed to go on a potions regimen to restore his health. He was also instructed to see a mind healer at least once a week to deal with the trauma of 12 years in Azkaban. Seeing as they were there anyway, Harry was taken for a routine checkup. Healer Mondegreen, who met with Harry, was shocked to discover the boy's condition. Not only had Harry not received standard vaccinations, he also had physical evidence of abuse, including malnourishment and scars. There also seemed to be a binding on his magic that needed to be immediately removed, as well as various illegal enchantments such as a ward against mail from anyone other than several persons. Needless to say, those medical records soon found their way into the hands of Amelia Bones. In a magazine called The Quibbler, a new article was published. Beneath a photograph of a rather nervous-looking Albus Dumbledore was a heading that read, Dumbledore, Demented or Dark, by Xenophilius Lovegood. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore is known throughout the magical community for his many achievements, the most famous of which was his defeat of the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald in 1945. Dumbledore has had a sterling history as a professor and later headmaster at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. However, could the power that this great man possesses have finally gone to his head? No witch or wizard in the history of magical Britain has ever had as much power or influence as Mr. Dumbledore. This leaves one to wonder if this is a good thing or a bad thing. At the recent trial of Sirius Orion Black, who was proven to have been innocent all along, it was indicated that Dumbledore was involved in the illegal incarceration 12 years ago. Suspicions were aroused when the Potter will was presented as evidence. The will mentioned specifically that it was Peter Pettigrew who was the secret keeper and not Black. What then followed was a list of families who were deemed suitable guardians for the Potter's infant son, Harry James Potter. The will was witnessed by none other than Albus Dumbledore. If Albus Dumbledore knew that Black was innocent, why didn't he get him a trial? Upon being questioned, Dumbledore asserted that it was a hectic time, and that he was too busy. Something seems fishy here. The Potter will also states, quite forcefully, that Harry Potter was to never be placed with his mother's Muggle relatives. So, what happened? Dumbledore, who witnessed and sealed the will, had himself declared as young Harry's magical guardian and then dumped the savior of the wizarding world on the doorstep of his Muggle relatives' house with nothing more than a letter. This gross negligence certainly didn't fly with the ministry when it came out at the trial. Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, called for an enquiry that would see Albus Dumbledore choose which of his responsibilities was most important to him, as having the position as Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, and Headmaster of Hogwarts as too much for one man to handle. Then, of course, there is what else was revealed at the enquiry regarding Albus Dumbledore's guardianship of Harry Potter. Not only had Dumbledore not followed through with the instructions in the Potter will, he also committed an act of child endangerment. The reason Harry Potter was never to go to his Muggle relatives was because Lily Potter, née Evans, was in dispute with her sister Petunia because of the latter's hatred of magic. Petunia Dursley, née Evans, had made it perfectly clear what she thinks about the magical world, and that opinion was inflicted on an innocent child for 12 years. At the enquiry, a record of Harry Potter's medical files was presented. It turns out there was only one documented visit by Mr. Potter to St. Mungo's for a standard checkup since he was placed with his relatives. This one visit took place the day after the trial of Sirius Black, when young Harry had decided to escort his godfather to the hospital to receive treatment for his time in Azkaban. While there, young Mr. Potter decided to have his own health checked, and the finds were startling. Healer Mondegreen, who gave Mr. Potter his checkup, was released from his healer's oath and permitted to give a statement regarding his patient. "I never saw it coming," said Mondegreen. "The boy had all the signs of abuse. There were small signs, such as malnourishment, and larger, direr evidence. From what I saw, Mr. Potter had various bones that had been broken and then healed incorrectly. The age of the injuries predates Mr. Potter's 8th birthday. It was also apparent that Mr. Potter's nose has been broken numerous times over a 7-year time period. Then there were the scars, and I don't mean the telltale one on his forehead. From what I could see, someone had beaten the lad with a belt, regularly. The fact that Mr. Potter wears glasses is not owed to a hereditary trait as one would believe. It seems that his eyesight was damaged through spending excessive periods of time in a small, dark space. This was followed by incorrectly prescribed glasses that only damaged his vision further. But this wasn't all. What Healer Mondegreen then discovered is truly shocking. There was a powerful set of binding on his magical core. We all know that some magical parents place binding on their children to keep down their accidental magic. However, this went far beyond the norm. This binding limited Mr. Potter's magical power levels by 95%. The fact that Mr. Potter should have little more power than a squib and yet works at an average power level is nothing short of startling. Once I unbound the lad's core, I discovered something truly fascinating. It seems our dear Mr. Potter is a metamorphagus. For those who do not know what a metamorphagus is, see page 20. There were also a series of illegal spells on Mr. Potter, including a tracking charm, a health monitoring charm, and an anti-male ward. There was also a type of ward I couldn't identify that had an origin in blood magic. If the nature of these illegal charms and wards is any indication, it is likely that Albus Dumbledore was the one to place them. This also means that he knew what was happening to Mr. Potter. This leaves us with a question. Is Dumbledore going senile or turning dark? Mr. Lovegood soon found himself in need of buying a new printing press from how his magazine was selling these days. Entering into that deal with Harry Potter was possibly the best business decision Xenophilius had ever made. In the end, Albus Dumbledore decided that his role as headmaster of Hogwarts took primary importance, although he was beginning to feel as though even that position would soon be snatched from him. At least, that was what he interpreted from the looks that Amelia Bones kept shooting him. A very strict, middle-aged man named Arthur Aldridge was appointed as the new chief warlock, and a cheerful lady named Mrs. G. Crump was appointed the supreme mugwump, the first woman to ever hold the title. Albus Dumbledore soon found himself back in his Hogwarts office puzzling about how things had gone so awry and being shouted at by 3 of his 4 heads of house about what he was thinking. Snape was Snape, and nearly made snide comments about Harry Potter's arrogance that drove the head of Gryffindor through the roof and initiated her mother lioness mode. Lately, Minerva McGonagall had begun to question her loyalty to the great Albus Dumbledore, and his decisions. What she figured out was that blindly following Albus had nearly gotten some of her students killed. The stone cannot possibly be stolen. Minerva McGonagall repeated the memory to herself once she was in the confines of her private rooms. If anyone mentions it, just ignore it. She shook her head. That stupid man. She turned to the bottle of scotch on her desk. I've let my students down for the last time. This year, I'm going to keep my eyes and ears open. Meanwhile, beneath the floors of Gringotts, Director Ragnarok was meeting with his secretary, Sharptooth. Has Mr. Dumbledore returned those Potter heirlooms and the stolen money yet? Ragnarok asked. Mr. Dumbledore says that he is not currently in the position to return the borrowed funds, Sharptooth replied with contempt. He also insists that he does not have the heirlooms. Ragnarok glared. If there's one thing I hate as much as a thief, it's a liar, he growled. When shall we make our move, sir? Not yet. Soon though. We shall make our stand when the old fool doesn't expect us. Ragnarok was silent for a minute. It is imperative that we retrieve those Potter heirlooms. Among them was Mr. Potter's family grimoire. It's lucky that that book will only open for a Potter, otherwise, the old fool would have access to magic that, in the wrong hands, could destroy the world as we know it. Both goblins shuddered. As for the money, Ragnarok continued, inform Mr. Dumbledore that if he refuses to pay up, we will simply seize his personal vault and all its contents. What about Molly Weasley? Sharptooth inquired. She has been illegally receiving money from Mr. Potter's vault through Albus Dumbledore. Mr. Potter informed me that he wishes to deal with the Weasleys on his own terms. There was another pause. When should we expect Mr. Potter to take up his role as Lord Potter? To say the least of his other titles. Mr. Potter informed me of that as well. He says he would like to finish this year before taking up the mantle of Lord. He said he wanted one normal year before he had to do anything too serious. I think we can respect that, don't you? Yes, sir. Sharptooth turned to leave, then stopped. Sir, do you really believe Mr. Potter is the one mentioned in the ancient texts? The one destined to bring peace to magical Britain? If there is ever going to be a chosen one, Mr. Potter is it. Hermione's response to Harry's letter arrived not long after. Dear Harry, it read. Well, you certainly seem to have been keeping busy. I am happy that you found out about your godfather, Harry. I could tell that you don't care much for those relatives of yours, so, congratulations. You were right, I was definitely surprised by your ability to predict how I would react to your news, but don't think you've gotten out of a telling off for blowing up your aunt. My summer has actually been very splendid. My parents and I have just spent a week in Paris. We are actually coming back to England in a few days, so I will be more than happy to tell you about what my holiday was like. Harry James Potter, don't you dare think that you are a bad friend. You are the first friend I ever had, and I am honored that you consider me to be your best friend, although, I always thought that Ron was your best friend. I am delighted that you have decided to make more effort with your studies. You are a very smart person, and it bothers me that you haven't tried harder to reach your full potential. I think I might just take you up on your offering of books, but not because I feel you need to make amends for anything, it's simply because I love books, and you know it. So you want to know a bit more about me? Well, Hermione's letter then progressed into an assortment of details about herself, things like her favorite color or foods, and things of that nature. She didn't give away too much about her personal life or childhood experiences, as she was still rather hesitant to talk about that. About a week after Sirius' trial, Hermione and Ron accosted Harry outside Florine Fortescue's. Harry had to fight the sudden urge to attack Ron, if not for what he was going to do, then certainly for being a double-crossing bastard in what he'd already done. Unlike what happened last time, when Harry saw Hermione, he pulled her into a hug that caught her slightly off guard. It's good to see you, he said. Missed you, too, said Hermione. But don't think I've let you off for blowing up your aunt. Ah, Harry mock whined, but, Hermione. Hermione rolled her eyes and smiled. Ron then decided to butt in. I'd hate to see what the Ministry'd do to me if I ever blew up my aunt, Ron said. Mind you, they'd have to dig me up first, because Mum would have killed me. Well, anyway, Harry, Ron slung his arm around Harry's shoulder and Harry grit his teeth in annoyance, we're all staying at the Leaky Cauldron. Hermione's there, too. So, you can come with us to King's Cross tomorrow. Oh, Harry replied, trying to force back the biting comment on the tip of his tongue. I would, Ron, but I've already made other plans. What? Ron said in a shocked voice. Well, you know, my godfather, Sirius Black, was just acquitted and he promised to take me there tomorrow. Oh, yeah, Ron said, I heard about Black. Can't believe the git wormed his way out of Azkaban. I bet he did what Malfoy did and bribed everyone. Harry was feeling an immense desire to punch Ron in the face. Honestly, Ronald, Hermione snapped, didn't you read the paper? Black was tried under Veritaserum and it was proven that he was innocent. Besides, Harry just said that Sirius Black is his godfather. And I mentioned, over and over, that Harry had already assured me he believed in his innocence. Ron just muttered something about Hermione being mental. Besides, Ron, Harry added, a note of annoyance in his voice, I was at the trial myself. I saw everything that happened. Ron rolled his eyes and had an expression on his face as if he were trying to explain something simple to a very stupid child. Harry's desire to punch Ron was only growing by the minute. The conversation of the last timeline followed, but with some differences. Hermione was very pleased that Harry decided to take arithmancy and ancient runes, but Ron complained loudly that Harry wasn't going to be with him in divination. I just felt that divination was a bit dodgy. After all, I seem to remember someone saying in first year that McGonagall told her about how woolly a subject it is. Hermione gave Harry a playful whack on the arm. The conversation then turned to Hermione's interest in buying a pet. Harry once again had to restrain himself, this time from grabbing Pettigrew, who was looking even paler and thinner than in the last timeline. Probably because Sirius was a free man and had informed the Aurors about him being an animagus, but Harry had a plan and Sirius knew where to be when they acted. After they went off to Magical Menagerie, where Hermione purchased Crookshanks, the three headed back towards the leaky cauldron. You bought that monster, Ron said in a disgusted tone. He's gorgeous, isn't he? Hermione replied. Hermione, that thing nearly scalped me, said Ron. He didn't mean to, did you, Crookshanks? Said Hermione. It began to dawn on Harry that Crookshanks might have known that it wasn't just Scabbers who was untrustworthy. From what he remembered, the cat never really did like Ron. And what about Scabbers? Said Ron, pointing at the lump in his chest pocket. He needs rest and relaxation. How's he going to get it with that thing around? That reminds me, you forgot your rat tonic, said Hermione, slapping the small red bottle into Ron's hand. And stop worrying. Crookshanks will be sleeping in my dormitory and Scabbers in yours, what's the problem? Poor Crookshanks, that witch said he'd been in there for ages, no one wanted him. Wonder why, said Ron sarcastically. Ron, there's no need to be rude, Harry said. As far as I know, Hermione's decisions have tended to be good ones. Well, with the exception of believing those stupid Lockhart books, but, other than that, I feel she has always been very sensible. Thank you, Harry, Hermione said. Harry looked Hermione in the eyes for a moment and he saw that his words really had meant a great deal to her. Ron, on the other hand, was looking thoroughly miffed. For one of the first times ever in their friendship, Harry had taken Hermione's side over his. They entered the leaky cauldron and Harry was immediately greeted by the other Weasleys. Harry, how nice to see you, Percy Weasley greeted him. Hello, Percy, Harry replied politely as he shook the older boy's hand. Congratulations on making head boy, by the way. Thank you, Harry. Harry, Fred exclaimed, pushing Percy out of the way. Simply splendid to see you, old boy. Marvelous, George added, absolutely spiffing. That's enough, now, said Mrs. Weasley. Mum, said Fred, as though he'd only just spotted her and seizing her hand, too. How really corking to see you. I said, that's enough, said Mrs. Weasley. Hello, Harry, dear. I suppose you've heard our exciting news. She pointed to the brand new silver badge on Percy's chest. Second head boy in the family, she said, swelling with pride. And last, Fred muttered under his breath. I don't doubt that, said Mrs. Weasley, frowning suddenly. I notice they haven't made you two prefects. What do we want to be prefects for? Said George, looking revolted at the very idea. It'd take all the fun out of life. You know, my dad was a head boy, Harry said, and from what I've heard he still knew how to have fun. Really? Fred inquired. Yeah, he and his 3 friends were quite notorious pranksters, and one of them was a prefect. You're joking, George said. They had some sort of name for their group. What was it? Oh yeah, the Marauders, I believe they called themselves. Fred and George exchanged looks of shock and awe. They even had their own nicknames, Harry continued. I seem to recall that my dad was called Prawns. Fred and George then began to mock about Harry. We are not worthy, O great son of Prawns, they said, heir of the Marauders, the purveyors of mischief, our great mentors. People were exchanging confused glances at that point. You know, Harry whispered to the twins, I might just be able to arrange it so that you guys can meet Padfoot and Moony. You'd really do that? For us, Harricans. Of course, you guys are my friends. Harry knew that Fred and George would probably sell their souls to him for the chance to meet at least one of the Marauders. It was only natural that the Marauders' map soon found its way into Harry's possession. Dinner was very pleasant, just like the last time, although, this time, Harry was able to figure out there was something going on when Mrs. Weasley had him sit next to Ginny and Hermione next to Ron. Could the old bit be more obvious? Harry thought contemptuously. So, Harry, Arthur said in a pleasant manner, how's your summer been, so far? It got a lot better after I left the Dursleys, he replied. I decided to address some problems with my life and got legal representation from the magical law firm of Bailey, Black, and Pruitt. Oh, Harry dear, Mrs. Weasley spoke up, I don't see why a boy your age needs to be getting involved in legal nonsense like that. Well, Josiah Pruitt has been very helpful in my financial matters, Mrs. Weasley. Harry noticed that Mrs. Weasley flinched when he mentioned the name of her squib cousin. Hey, Mum, Fred added, isn't Josiah Pruitt your cousin? Well, yes, she admitted grudgingly. But we don't really talk that much. He is a very bitter man who was jealous because he and his parents were squibs. Mr. Pruitt didn't seem very bitter, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said. He's perfectly happy working as an accountant at the firm. He also introduced me to his son, Elijah, who has actually shown some magical potential and may get a Hogwarts letter in a few years. Hey, maybe we could meet him, George suggested. It would be a nice chance to learn about the legal world as well as get to know more of our family, Percy added. Boys, Mrs. Weasley said anxiously, don't get your hopes up. Josiah and I haven't spoken in years and I doubt that is likely to change. The boys looked rather disappointed, but Harry whispered to George that he would see what he could do to arrange a meeting. As dinner progressed, Harry couldn't help but notice the subtle glances that Mrs. Weasley kept shooting at him and Ginny. It was really starting to grate on his nerves. Harry really hoped Sirius would hurry up. Sure enough, Sirius appeared in the stairwell and immediately spotted Pettigrew at the table. There he is, Sirius shouted and pointed towards the rat. Peter, realizing the jig was up, wriggled free of Ron's hand and began to scurry away as fast as he could. Stop him. Don't let him escape. It turned out that Hermione's decision to purchase Crookshanks was indeed a good one. The ginger-haired Partneasel darted after the fleeing rat and snatched him by the tail right before he could escape through a hole in the wall. Throughout all of this, Ron had been vehemently shouting about why a crazy man was trying to kill Scabbers. Crookshanks carried the frantically struggling rodent over to Sirius, who immediately performed the spell that forces Animagi to reveal themselves. Sure enough, there was the balding little man who had betrayed so many people standing before the patrons of the Leaky Cauldron. Who the bloody hell is that? Arthur shouted, realizing now that a strange man had been living in his home for 12 years. A sniveling, little, rat-faced git, Sirius replied, also known as Peter Pettigrew. Someone call the Aurors, Molly shrieked. About 10 minutes later, Peter was being hauled off to a ministry holding cell. Once everyone had calmed down, Harry turned to the Weasleys and said, by the way, this is my godfather, Sirius Black, also known as Padfoot. The following morning saw everyone off to King's Cross. Sirius had decided to escort Harry to the station himself, something Harry was grateful for as the Weasleys were notorious for their inability to get there on time. Harry had invited Hermione to come with him and Sirius, so as to avoid being late, something which she readily agreed to. At the train station, Harry headed towards the compartment where he remembered Remus Lupin would be. Harry had done some thinking about his relationship with Remus in the other timeline, and it led to Harry coming up with a number of questions. Questions he was most eager to have answered. He wanted, most of all, to know why Remus hadn't tried to seek him out if he was supposed to be such a good friend of his parents. Harry didn't know that his questions would be answered without even having to ask them. Remus was, understandably, rather emotional during his reunion with Sirius. He apologized profusely for ever believing Sirius was capable of betraying James and Lily. Sirius responded with his own apology for suspecting Remus. Harry, Sirius said, this is Remus Lupin, an old friend of mine and your parents. Nice to meet you, Mr. Lupin, Harry said. It's nice to finally see you again, Harry, Remus said with a rather sad and guilty expression. I would like to apologize to you as well. He gave a slight sigh. I apologize for never seeking you out years ago. Your parents were two of my best friends and yet I let down their only son. Remus paused. Once I had heard of your parents' deaths, I had, in fact, gone to Professor Dumbledore and asked about you. He had told me that you were safe and that he had placed you with a decent family. Remus' eyes darkened. I pressed that, as a friend of your parents, I should be the one to raise you. But Dumbledore said that it was not what James and Lily had stated in their will. Not long after that, a certain bill was passed by the Wizengamot that made it impossible for someone like me to look after you. After that, I went back to Dumbledore and asked where he had sent you. I wanted to at least be able to see for myself that you were all right. Remus gave a dark chuckle. The old man said that there was no need for it. He then brought up, very subtly, the fact that I owed him a great deal and I dropped the issue. I tried for several years to find out where it was that you lived. All that I managed to gather, though, was that you were living with Muggles. Had I known, he trailed off for a moment then shook his head sadly. I tried sending you numerous letters, but the owl always returned almost immediately after. Once I read that article in the Quibbler about the anti-male wards, I knew that must have been the reason. He looked Harry straight in the eyes and the teenager could see years of regrets in them. I am truly sorry how much I failed you, Harry. Do you think you could ever forgive me? Harry gave Remus a warm smile. I think I can, Moony, Harry said. Seeing as there was no further need for the Dementors to hang around the school, the incident on the train never happened. Fred and George also got to meet yet another of their heroes and spent just as much time hounding Remus as they had done to Sirius the night before. As the train got moving, Harry decided to get up and go look for Luna and ask her to join them. Where are you going, Harry? Ron asked. Going to find someone I met in Diagon Alley, he replied. Ron gave him a curious glance, which he ignored. It didn't take Harry long to find Luna. She was sitting by herself and was reading a copy of the Quibbler upside down. Harry slid open the door of the compartment and stepped inside. Hey, Luna, he said. How are you? Oh, hello, Harry, she replied dreamily. I'm fine. Why are you sitting by yourself? Oh, it's no problem but not a lot of people want to hang around me. Well, if you want, you're more than welcome to come and sit in my compartment with my other friends. All right, then. She sounded a bit more cheerful than before. Is it true you're friends with Ronald Weasley? Sort of. You should be careful around him, he has a nasty case of Raxperts. I noticed. Ronald and Ginevra have both had Raxperts for a long time. Oh, you know Ron and Ginny already. Yes, I live just over the hill from them. Ronald nicknamed me, Loony Lovegood, when we were little. That's not very nice. Don't worry, Luna, if he calls you that, I'll tell him off. Thank you, Harry. Unbeknownst to Harry, the young bee-owned girl had started to blush at his promise. No one but her daddy had ever defended her before. Harry led her to the compartment. Fred and George had since left and the compartment now had only Ron, Hermione, and Lupin. When Ron saw who was with Harry, he cringed. Harry, Ron began to whisper loudly to Harry, probably with the intention of having everyone else hear, what are you doing with Loony Lovegood? Her name's Luna and she's my friend, Ron, Harry hissed. Don't you dare make fun of her. After a little while, Remus excused himself to go speak with the driver. Hermione decided to make Luna feel welcome, despite being a little off-put by the younger girl's eccentric personality. Ron refused to stop scowling, and whenever he spoke he had an attitude that plainly indicated he didn't want her around. Eventually, the group was joined by Neville, whom Harry gladly welcomed. Oh, Harry, Neville said, I really owe you a huge thank you for telling me about wands. When I explained to Gran what you told me about how wands are supposed to choose the wizard, she took me to Ollivander's to check. And now, he proudly held up his new wand. Cherry, 13 inches, with unicorn hair core. If you don't mind my asking, why didn't you already have your own wand, Neville? Hermione asked. Neville began to blush a bit. I was using my dad's wand. Gran made me use it the past 2 years because she thought that if it was good enough for my dad that it would be good enough for me. Why were you using your dad's wand, won't he need it? Ron asked tactlessly. Ron, Harry snapped as he gave the redhead a slight whack upside the head. That's a personal question and he might not want to answer it. Bloody hell, Harry, when did you turn into Hermione? Neville gave Harry a grateful look and Hermione glared at Ron. Congratulations, Neville, Harry said. Knowing that you could do magic with a wand that wasn't your own is a good sign that you're probably quite powerful. Thanks, Harry. A few minutes later and they were interrupted by 3 very unwelcome guests. Well, look who it is, Malfoy sneered, Potty and the Weasel. I heard your father finally got his hands on some gold this summer. Weasley, did your mother die of shock? Malfoy, your jokes get more childish every year, Harry said without even looking up at his archenemy's appearance. Shut up, Potter, you think you're lucky just because Black's not out to kill you. No, but I am lucky because Sirius is my godfather and the official head of the House of Black of which your mother is a member. Should he so wish, my godfather could have your parents' marriage dissolved and kick both you and your mother out of the Black family. What exactly would that mean for you, Malfoy? Draco looked, if possible, even paler than usual. If Black did what Potter suggested, then Draco would be a bastard with no name. However, Draco was not known for his brains and decided to pull out his wand to threaten Harry. Unfortunately for Draco, Harry had learned a thing or two. In a sudden crack and a flash of light, Draco Malfoy was replaced by a white ferret. There was a deafening silence before raucous laughter filled the entire compartment. Harry, Hermione said, her tone demanding, that was very irresponsible and, how did you do that advanced a transfiguration? I'll tell you later, he said with a shrug. He then bent down and picked up the struggling ferret. So, Malfoy, have you learned your lesson? The ferret nodded frantically. Very well, then. With a flick of his wand, Harry returned Malfoy to his human state. Now that he realized it would be a bad idea to further aggravate Potter, Malfoy and his goons left as quickly as they could. Bloody hell, Harry, that was brilliant. Ron exclaimed. I have to admit, Hermione added, that was very impressive magic. How did you do that, Harry? I got some practice during the summer. But, we're not allowed to use magic outside of school. That's what they want you to think. You see, we have something called the trace that is put on us until we're 17 that reports use of magic to the ministry. However, the trace only shows if magic is used around an underage witch or wizard, it doesn't show who used magic. That's why I got in trouble last summer when Dobby used magic at my relative's house. By now, everyone was listening intently, including Luna, though she didn't look it. So, what you're saying is that we can use magic in a place where there are other witches or wizards, and we won't get in trouble? Hermione asked. Well, that or you practice in a heavily warded house. With the right kind of wards, even a Muggle household is a safe place to do magic. Hermione's eyes were wide and sparkling. Harry knew she was silently pleading with him to find out how to get those wards set up for her. Harry gave a bemused sigh. Yes, Hermione, I will contact some people who can ward your house. Without warning, Hermione launched herself at Harry and hugged him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can finally show my parents what I've been learning at school. You're welcome, Hermione. I was going to suggest it anyway. Having your home warded is good for other things, too. I got a catalog from a really great warding company. You want to see it? Yes. Harry withdrew a large, paper compendium entitled Bulwark's Warding Company that was immediately snatched from his hands by a very enthusiastic Hermione. Harry noticed the girl's eyes were glazed over as she read every word before her. Ron was giving Hermione a disgusted look, as though he couldn't understand why anyone would want to read something they didn't have to. It wasn't long before the train pulled into the familiar site of Hogsmeade Station. Harry was very curious about whether or not he would be able to see the Thestrals. Sure enough, when the students approached the waiting carriages, there were the skeletal-looking, winged horses. Tentatively, Harry reached out a hand and patted one of the creatures on the snout. Harry, what are you doing? Hermione asked. Petting the Thestrals, he responded. The what? I can see them, too, Luna interjected. Ron swirled a finger around next to his head to imply something about Luna's sanity. Harry, Hermione continued, there's nothing there. The carriages pull themselves. Actually, Hermione, Neville spoke up, I see it as well, it's sort of a skeleton horse thing. Thestrals, Luna repeated, they can only be seen by those who've seen death. Hermione looked instantly embarrassed while Ron just seemed to be getting impatient. Whatever, the redhead said, can we just get in the carriage? I'm starving. Harry, still very much the gentleman, offered Hermione and then Luna a hand into the carriage. Once they were all inside the vehicle, the Thestrals began to move forward. This carriage smells funny, Ron complained. It was true, the carriage had a faintly moldy smell to it. Note to self, Harry thought, have the carriages refurbished. It had started to rain by the time the carriages pulled up outside the entrance hall. Ron and Neville were the first ones out, followed by Harry, who gave the girls a hand down. As they were heading in, McGonagall called Hermione over for a quick word. A minute later, Hermione had rejoined them. What was that about? Ron asked. Oh, nothing, Hermione answered with a smile. Harry smirked knowingly. Well, it's almost time for the sorting, let's get to our seats, he said. Luna gave them a parting wave as they split up to go to their own house tables. Soon enough, the line of first years entered. Did we ever look that terrified when we were that little? Harry asked jokingly. You might have, Hermione replied. Professor McGonagall brought forth the sorting hat and placed it on the stool. The rip near the brim of the sorting hat appeared and the ancient artifact burst into song. Immanuel Kant was real pissant. Who was very rarely stable. Heidegger was a boozy beggar. Who could think you under the table? David Hume could out-consume Schopenhauer and Hegel. And Wittgenstein was a beery swine. Who was just as sloshed as Schlegel. There's nothing Nietzsche couldn't teach ya. About the raising of the wrist. Socrates, himself, was permanently pissed. John Stuart Mill, of his own free will. On half a pint of shandy was particularly ill. Plato, they say, could stick it away. Half a crate of whiskey every day. Aristotle was a bugger for the bottle. Hobbes was fond of his dram. And René Descartes was a drunken fart. I drink, therefore I am. Yes, Socrates, himself, is particularly missed. A lovely little thinker but a bugger when he's pissed. By the end of the song, a large number of Muggle-born and half-blood students were in hysterics and applauding wildly. Almost every pure blood in the room was confused, but most clapped politely. I didn't get it, Fred said. The song was making fun of famous Muggle intellectuals, Hermione replied through her laughter. It implies that all the famous philosophers were drunks. Which probably isn't that far from the truth, Harry said with a smirk. Though, I wish the hat had mentioned Diogenes the Cynic. He was a Greek philosopher who believed so strongly in the wickedness of material possessions that he spent much of his life living BPD in a barrel. Fred and George were looking at Harry in a way that suggested they weren't sure whether or not he was having them on. Harry, how do you know so much about Greek philosophers? Hermione asked. Well, you have to know these things when you're the boy who lived, you know, he replied with a shrug. 30 or so minutes later, the students were sorted and the feast was begun. Yes, Harry thought, it's good to be home. Years of waking up early had trained Harry Potter to be wide awake just before the sun came up. Harry had decided, just before vacation ended, that he would start working out so that he wouldn't be so skinny. It seems that being a metamorphagus does not mean that you can automatically be in shape even if you can make yourself look it. Red had helped him pick out some fitness clothes and sneakers when they had gone shopping, so, a quick change of clothes later, Harry was out the common room entrance and down to the lake to start a morning jog. It was actually quite refreshing and really helped him clear his head. When he was younger, Harry ran quite a lot, mostly due to his need to escape Dudley and his gang, and, from Harry's experience, running actually was helpful in life or death situations. Breakfast was already being served once Harry had finished his jog. However, Harry was one of the first people down. Soon enough, students and faculty filtered into the Great Hall. Harry had anticipated his outfit causing trouble, and so, as expected, Professor McGonagall came straight over to him. Mr. Potter, what are you doing? She asked. Having breakfast, Professor, he answered cheerily. No, Mr. Potter, I mean your clothes. Why are you not in uniform? Well, Professor, the student rulebook says that we have to wear our uniforms to class, feasts, and school functions. I am dressed this way because I have just finished my morning exercise. I assure you that I will change clothes before I head off for class. McGonagall pursed her lips thoughtfully for a moment before nodding in consent. Very well, Mr. Potter, carry on. Naturally, Harry's different attire garnered further questioning from his housemates. Many of the other Gryffindors couldn't fathom why Harry would get up so early and exercise for fun. "It's the same reason Wood has us up before dawn to practice Quidditch," he replied. "I'm sure there are plenty of people who consider doing that to be ridiculous." Hermione seemed quite pleased that Harry had decided to start exercising as it was very good for his health, although she seemed rather reluctant to take up Harry's invitation to join him on his morning excursions. During breakfast, a couple of people approached Harry about the Quibbler article to ask if it was true that he was a metamorphagus. Harry responded by making his hair turn bright red, much to the amusement of his fellow Gryffindors. Fred and George exchanged looks, silently agreeing that Harry would indeed be an excellent prankster and that they should enlist him in an upcoming prank of theirs. Harry finished his breakfast, told Hermione he would meet her outside the common room so they could head off to arithmancy together, and set off in search of a shower and a change of clothes. When Harry arrived at the dormitory, he saw that Ron was still asleep. Deciding to be a good friend to the carrot-topped garbage disposal, though Ron didn't really deserve it, Harry shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ron! Wake up if you want to get breakfast before class starts." It surprised Harry just how quickly Ron could move with the right motivation. A shower and change of clothes later, Harry made his way downstairs to find Hermione. The bushy-haired girl was practically skipping with excitement as they made their way through the halls. "So," Harry said, "where is the arithmancy classroom?" Hermione's excitement dwindled for a moment when she realized she wasn't exactly sure. They wandered about for a while before they met up with a few others who seemed rather lost. Harry recognized them as Daphne Greengrass and her friend Tracy Davis. "Hi, Daphne," Harry said with a friendly wave. "Oh, hello, Harry," Daphne responded somewhat uncertainly. Hermione was giving Harry a weird look. Never before had Harry shown any familiarity with Slytherins. "It's nice to see you again," Harry continued and then turned to Tracy. "I don't believe we've had the pleasure." "Tracy Davis. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Potter," Tracy greeted as she offered her hand and grinned at her friend. Harry took the offered hand and placed a gentle key on the top. "The pleasure is all mine, Miss Davis." "Oh, he's definitely a keeper," Tracy whispered to Daphne, who was blushing slightly. "So," Harry continued, "may I ask where you lovely ladies are headed?" "Arithmancy class," Daphne answered, "but we're completely lost." "What a coincidence, so are we. Perhaps we should all be lost together." Daphne and Tracy chuckled while Hermione just rolled her eyes at Harry's blatant flirting, though it didn't stop a bemused smile forming on her face. It was nice to see Harry cheerful for once. She hated it when he went all morose and depressed. As the group made their way around, Harry noticed a very familiar painting. "What villains are these who trespass on my private lands?" Sir Cadogan demanded. "Come to scorn at my fall, perchance. Draw, you knaves, you dogs." "Good Sir Knight," Harry said in a mock pompous tone. "We are in haste. We seek the arithmancy classroom. Would you, by any chance, happen to know the way?" "A quest. Come follow me, dear friends, and we shall find our goal, or else shall perish bravely in the charge." The knight then tried and failed to mount the fat pony in the painting. "On foot, then, good sir and gentle ladies. On, on." Sir Cadogan led them through the many halls of Hogwarts until he finally stopped in a painting of a group of French knights, who jeered at passers-by, that was just outside a classroom. "So, we meet again, English pig dog," one of the Frenchmen declared. "Aha," Sir Cadogan proclaimed. "I wondered when I wouldst come upon you again, French persons. Stand and fight. You don't frighten us." The Frenchman continued. "Go and boil your bottom, son of a silly person. Your Mazar was a Amster, your Fazar smelt of elderberries." The Frenchman and his compatriots began to make silly faces and blow raspberries at Sir Cadogan, who only became further enraged. Scowling, the portly knight turned to Harry and the girls. "Follow me, good friends," he said, his voice heavy with vexation. "Just ignore these petulant foreigners. What is a portrait of French knights even doing in a British school?" said Tracy. "Mind your own business," shouted the French knight from before. Sir Cadogan forcibly brushed past the French knights, being pelted with anything said Frenchman could find as he did so. "Yes, go, you English bed-wetting types," the Frenchman continued. "And if you think you, at a nasty taunting z's time, you ain't, eared nosing yet." PFFFFFFTTTTTT. What a strange person, Harry heard Hermione mutter as they left. Sir Cadogan continued to lead the 4 students to the arithmancy room. With a guffaw of triumph, he turned to them. Farewell, he declared. Farewell, my comrades in arms. If you ever have need of noble heart and steely sinew, call upon Sir Cadogan. Thank you, brave Sir Knight, Harry said, fare thee well. With a smug smile, Harry ushered the 3 gobsmacked young ladies into the room. What on earth was that all about, Harry? Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. I just got the impression he would respond well to an olden-timey sort of conversation. I thought it was cute, Tracy said. You sounded like a hero in an Arthurian legend. The 4 took their seats just as the rest of the class entered. Harry recognized several students from DA, including Susan Bones and her friend Hannah Abbott. There was a large number of Ravenclaws, a couple more Hufflepuffs, 3 more Slytherins, and 1 other Gryffindor. The class quieted as Professor Vector entered. She was a strict-looking, middle-aged woman with long, black hair and was dressed in robes of dark red. Good morning, class, she said as she approached the chalkboard, welcome to arithmancy. In this class, you will learn the magical power of numbers and their uses in the making of spells, the enchanting of objects, and, to a lesser extent, their use in divining the future. We will be studying 2 methods, the Agrippan method and the Chaldean method. If anyone in this class is a Muggle-born or has at least attended a Muggle school, you may find yourselves at an advantage owing to your education in mathematics. Harry's attention was immediately caught. In primary school, math had been one of his favorite subjects. As the class got underway, Harry found he really enjoyed arithmancy. He also found himself mentally hitting himself over the head for not taking this class in his previous timeline. Harry was grinning by the time he and Hermione had to set off for Transfiguration. He gave a polite farewell to Daphne and Tracy, with the promise to see them in care of magical creatures, and headed out. Harry and Hermione took a seat at the front of the Transfiguration classroom. Luckily, Harry already knew how to get there so they weren't late, and Hermione turned to face him. Well, that certainly was a fascinating class, she said. I'll say, Harry agreed. I really am glad I chose that over divination. When I was in Muggle school, math was actually one of my favorite subjects. Mine, too, it was my second favorite, right above science and right below history. Slowly the classroom filled. Harry noticed that Ron was looking rather shaken and that the students from divination all looked somber. 3 guesses what happened, Harry thought. The class went much the same as before, only it was Ron and not Harry who was the subject of Trelawney's death omens. Harry enjoyed the class much more than last time. It was the one about animagi. When class finished, Harry went up to Professor McGonagall and asked if she had any information about becoming an animagus. The Scottish Transfiguration teacher happily provided Harry with a series of ministry pamphlets about the process. What do you think? Harry said as he and his friends headed down to lunch. Wouldn't it be cool to become an animagus? Most definitely, Hermione agreed. Yeah, Ron added, not really listening. He still looked rather glum about his predicted death. He was still scowling when they sat down to eat. Ron, cheer up, Hermione said as she passed him some stew. You heard what Professor McGonagall said. Ron grumbled but accepted the offered food. Sure enough, the 2 got into an argument about divination class. If being good at divination means I have to pretend to see death omens in a lump of tea leaves, I'm not sure I'll be studying it much longer. That lesson was absolute rubbish compared to my arithmancy class. She snatched up her bag and marched out of the hall. What's she talking about? Ron said. She hasn't been to arithmancy yet. Yes, she has, Ron, Harry stated. I was there with her the entire time. But that's not possible. She'd have to be in 2 places at once. Honestly, Ron, how can someone be in 2 places at once? Harry said with a grin. As the afternoon mail arrived, Harry's grin widened as Hedwig descended and dropped off several letters for him. Who's writing to you? Ron asked. Nobody, Harry replied automatically. Dear Mr. Potter, the first one read. We have succeeded in contacting your new potions instructor. Mr. Preston said that he would be delighted for the opportunity to teach you and that he would be more than willing to accept your classmates under his tutelage. He should be there tomorrow at about 7:30 a.m. and will meet you in the Great Hall. We have also found a tutor in magical customs that you requested. She will be there on Friday at 5 p.m. Yours faithfully, Frida Bailey. Oh, P.S. You'll be pleased to know that the matter regarding Mr. Rubius Hagrid that you informed us of has been sorted out with the ministry and he should receive a letter by the end of the day. The next one was from Libra Black. Dear Mr. Potter, you should be pleased to know that your petition for an order of restraint has been approved by both the Ministry of Magic and the non-magical Court of Law. By tomorrow morning, Mr. Severus Snape will receive an official statement informing him that he is to have no further contact with you. Happy to be of service. Yours sincerely, Libra Black. The final letter was from Gringotts. Dear Mr. Potter, in response to your inquiry regarding the basilisk carcass, we at Gringotts have located experts on game and hunting who will arrive at Hogwarts this Saturday at 8 a.m. Once they have determined the value and removed the carcass, Gringotts will be more than happy to comply with your request that the money be awarded evenly to the victims. Messrs. Henk and Roy Spim were delighted to offer their services to your endeavor. Yours etc. Ragnarok, Gringotts Senior Account Manager Company Director. Harry quickly made his way back to the Gryffindor dormitory to retrieve his monster book of monsters. When he entered the common room, he noticed a Gryffindor girl from his year fending off one of the demonic dissertations. She was actually handling the thing fairly well. She was standing on top of a small table as the thing snapped angrily from the ground. Then, without warning, she jumped straight down onto it, crushing it beneath her feet. The text, now immobilized, was soon restrained by a thick belt. You know, Harry said to the girl, if you stroke the book's spine, it will calm right down. The girl looked at him in surprise for a moment, but then followed his advice. The book instantly stilled. Harry took a good look at the girl. She was a little taller than he was. Her long, dark brown hair was somewhat disheveled, and her blue eyes looked at him with gratitude. Thanks, she said. Some books, huh? Yep. Hagrid probably thought they were funny. I'm Harry, by the way. If there was ever someone who didn't need an introduction, it would be you, Harry Potter, she replied with a cheeky grin. Harry noticed that she had a somewhat diluted Scottish accent, as though she had grown up around both Scottish and English people. I'm Faye Dunbar. She offered a friendly hand which Harry accepted. So, you're in care of magical creatures, as well. I love animals, so I thought it would be perfect for me. However, these monster books are making me have second thoughts. How do you know how to stop them attacking? Harry gave a non-committal shrug. It just seemed like the most obvious thing to do. Would you care to join me on the walk down to class? I'd love to. Harry quickly ran upstairs to get his own book and together they set off. They met up with Ron and Hermione who weren't speaking with each other and together they arrived outside Hagrid's hut. Hagrid looked as enthusiastic for his first class as he had been in the other timeline. Come on, now, get a move on. He called as the class approached. Got a real treat for ye today. Great lesson coming up. Everyone here. Right, follow me. They followed him out to the paddock where the hippogriffs were kept. Everyone gather round the fence here. This it, make sure ye can see. Now, first thing ye'll want ter do is open er books. How? The drawling voice of Draco Malfoy interrupted. How do we open our books? Just stroke the spine, of course, Harry said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world before presenting his own, unbound, book. Exactly. Hagrid announced, clearly very pleased. Oh, how silly we've all been, Malfoy sneered. We should have stroked them. Why didn't we guess? Maybe you weren't clever enough to guess it, Malfoy, Harry replied smoothly. And how did you figure it out, Potter? I used something that you seem to be sadly lacking. A brain. Many people snickered at that, despite the fact that they themselves hadn't known what to do. Hagrid, realizing trouble was brewing, decided to turn attention back to class. God, this place is going to the dogs, Malfoy sneered once Hagrid had gone to fetch the hippogriffs. That oaf teaching classes, my father will have a fit when. Malfoy, no one cares what your father does, Harry said. And if you go crying to him for every little thing that doesn't go your way, I seriously doubt that will gain you respect. Before Malfoy could retort, Lavender Brown let out an, oh. When she saw the hippogriffs being led forward. Harry smiled when he saw Buckbeak. There was no way he would let either him or Hagrid get in trouble for Malfoy's carelessness. Of course, when Hagrid called for a volunteer, Harry stepped forward. Harry bowed low to Buckbeak, who bowed back. Then came the exhilarating ride on the hippogriff that brought back a great deal of memories for Harry. When Buckbeak landed, Harry noticed that quite a few girls were looking at him with admiration and several boys looked at him with respect. Harry paid close attention to Malfoy throughout the lesson. Sure enough, the prat insulted Buckbeak and the hippogriff reared on its hind legs. Luckily, Harry had always been rather fast, so, before Buckbeak could take a chunk out of Malfoy's arm, Harry dashed forward and knocked the bee-owned out of the way. "What are you doing, Potter?" "Saving you from getting mauled, that's what." Hagrid managed to get Buckbeak under control and back to the paddock. Everyone who had seen Harry push Malfoy out of the way knew that that was the only reason the ferret-faced kid wasn't in the hospital wing. Harry soon found himself the hero of the day in the eyes of a number of people, especially the girls. As Harry sat down for dinner that evening, he heard a few whispered comments. And, even though he hates the prat, Harry saved him. "He's so brave. You should have seen him face down the hippogriff. It takes a really sweet and chivalrous guy to protect both friends and enemies from harm." This is weird, Harry thought. They never said anything like that about me. Maybe my saving people thing isn't so bad after all. Of course, Ron was less than impressed. "Why did you save Malfoy, Harry?" he asked. "He deserved to get injured for being an idiot." "I did it because Malfoy would have used it as an excuse to get Hagrid into trouble," Harry retorted. "While I don't approve of you putting yourself at risk, Harry," Hermione said, "I must admit it was a noble thing for you to have done." Harry noticed up at the staff table that Hagrid was talking to Professor McGonagall. They both kept glancing in his direction and Harry was certain that the stern deputy headmistress was smiling. A few minutes later, Harry noticed that a great deal of red gems fell into the Gryffindor hourglass. Dinner progressed slowly until an owl swooped in and delivered a letter to Hagrid. Hagrid quickly opened the message and, about a minute later, he was crying loud, happy tears. After dinner was over, Harry made his way over to the staff table. "Hagrid," he said innocently, "what had you so worked up?" Harry, the half-giant sniffled, "The Ministry's cleared me name in regards to the Chamber o' Secrets. I'm allowed to get a new wand and use magic and everything." "Wow, congratulations, Hagrid." Hagrid then looked at Harry. "Now, don't play dumb, Ari. I know you had something to do with this. Well, I may have mentioned to my lawyers that an injustice or two was committed. And they may have brought it up with the Ministry." It took a while before Harry was able to break away from a grateful Hagrid and go to bed. The next day dawned bright and early, but Harry Potter was up even earlier. Another brisk morning jog and he was set for the day. Once again, the students and staff slowly entered and took their seats. Not long after everyone was in the Great Hall, the doors swung open to admit a newcomer. He was a tall, tan man in his late 20s, with light brown hair and hazel eyes. The man strode over to Harry and shook his hand. "Harry Potter, I presume," he said in an American accent. "Yes, sir. I'm Robert Preston, the private potions teacher you sent for." "What is going on here, Mr. Potter?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Oh, Professor," Harry said, "this is Mr. Robert Preston. I hired him to teach me potions as I have no intention of continuing in that farce of a class that Snape teaches." "Professor Snape," McGonagall corrected. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I cannot, in good conscience, acknowledge that man by such a prestigious title as he is as qualified to teach children as a Gestapo agent." Many pure-bloods were confused by that statement, but the Muggle-borns all understood. Nevertheless, McGonagall continued, "I must inquire as to what is going on." Her answer came in the form of an enraged Snape swooping down upon them. "Potter," he shouted as he waved an official-looking letter. "What is the meaning of this?" Instead of answering, Harry handed him a piece of paper. "I took out a restraining order against you," Snape read. "If you attempt to communicate with me in any way, shape, or form, I will have no choice but to press charges on the grounds of harassment." Snape then ripped up the paper and began shouting, "Potter, you will cease this nonsense, at once. I am your teacher and you will treat me with respect." Pardon, sir, Mr. Preston spoke up. "In my experience, respect is something you earn." "Who are you?" Snape demanded. "As I was about to explain, I am Mr. Potter's new potions teacher. I am the potions master in this school, Snape growled. Well, sorry, but Mr. Potter over here hired me at the suggestion of his lawyers. Harry turned to address McGonagall, completely ignoring Snape in the process. You see, ma'am, I have been very disappointed in the lack of professionalism and substandard teaching methods of the Hogwarts potions instructor, he said. Why, you insolent little whelp! Shouted Snape, but Harry ignored him. Mr. Preston is one of the United States' premier experts in potions and is also a fully qualified educator. I got my teaching and occult studies degrees from Miskatonic University in Arkham, Massachusetts, Mr. Preston added, complete with an honorable mention. Besides, Harry continued, according to the school charter, I am perfectly at liberty to hire an instructor should I find the school has not provided a suitable one. I also extend an invitation to my year-mates to join my private classes. Professor McGonagall, is there, perhaps, a vacant room that is suitable for a potions class as that is the first on my schedule today? Though her features were stoic, Minerva McGonagall was doing a mental happy dance. She had never liked Snape, not even when he was a student, and was more than happy to stick it to him. Why, certainly, Mr. Potter, she said. I'm sure we can accommodate you. As the head of Gryffindor House led away Harry, his new potions teacher, and a great majority of the third years, no one really paid any further attention to the spluttering figure of Severus Snape. Harry wasn't too surprised that 3/4 of the third year had turned up for Mr. Preston's class, though. He was surprised to see Daphne, Tracy, and Blaise Zabini. Hi, Harry, Tracy greeted. Hi, Tracy, hi, Daphne. You're probably shocked to see Slytherins here. A little. Only a moron would stay in Snape's class, Daphne stated. You know how Snape lets Slytherins slide through class. Well, that's just setting them up for failure because he makes no attempt to correct them. We came here because we actually want to learn something. Me, too, Blaise said as he came over to introduce himself. My mother is a skilled potions mistress and she has been increasingly disappointed in the way I've been learning. Well, Harry said, everyone is welcome in this class. Oi! Came an annoyed shout that caused Harry to groan. Ron Weasley marched right over to where Harry and the 3 Slytherins were talking. What are a bunch of slimy snakes doing here? I thought this class was so we could get away from them. Ron, Harry snapped, the classes are open to anyone who wants to actually learn potions. Kindly show a modicum of civility. But, Harry, they're Slytherins. Yes, and so was my grandmother. Your gran was a Slytherin. So was yours, Weasley, Daphne stated. How dare you, you snake. My gran was not a Slytherin. Yeah, she was, Ron, Harry added. Cedrella Weasley, your dad's mum, was born Cedrella Black. Harry remembered this from right before 5th year when he had asked Sirius about the Black family tree. She was disowned from the Black family for marrying Septimus Weasley, a known Muggle lover, Daphne concurred. Before that, she was actually a highly respected Slytherin. She was the last girl to play for the Slytherin Quidditch team and she also founded the Wizards Chess Club. You're all lying, Ron protested, completely ignoring the cool things his gran had done. My grandmother was not a Slytherin. Harry exchanged a look with the 3 Slytherins. Luckily, they were saved when Mr. Preston told them all to take a seat. Good morning, everyone, he said cheerily. There was a chorus of, good morning, throughout the room. Harry noticed that everyone looked more than a little eager. Now, class, before we begin, it is standard practice to go over the safety regulations. There was some confused whispering. What? Don't tell me your Professor Snape never told you the basic safety practices. Harry raised his hand. Professor Snape's method was to tell us the instructions are on the board and then berate us if we did anything wrong. That's no way to teach, Mr. Preston said with a tone of disgust. Well, looks like I'd better take it from the top. He gave a quick wave of his wand and a poster appeared on the board. He then pointed to each rule that was listed. Rule 1. You shall conduct yourselves in a responsible manner in this classroom. Rule 2. Follow all instructions with caution and come see me if you have any questions. Rule 3. Never work alone or leave your cauldron unattended. Rule 4. Do not touch the ingredients until instructed. Rule 5. Do not eat or drink in the class. Rule 6. Come to class prepared. Rule 7. Once you have finished brewing a potion it is important that you clean your work area. Rule 8. Stay alert and inform me immediately if there is a problem. Rule 9. When working, you should always wear protective goggles, gloves, and aprons. I beg your pardon, sir, but what are goggles? A pure blood from Hufflepuff asked. Mr. Preston looked at the student as if the boy had sprouted two heads. This is going to take a while, he said with a sigh. After explaining the rest of the safety regulations and the necessary tools, it was time to begin class. Now, can anyone tell me why you should never sit down while brewing? Naturally, Hermione's hand shot up into the air. Yes, Miss Granger, sir, Hermione Granger. If you sit down while brewing, then you risk being injured if the potion were to spill, as it would land right on your lap. Excellent. If I was authorized to award points, then you would have earned 10. Yes, you should never do work like this seated. The same rule applies in chemistry, as do most of the other rules. Now, today we will be brewing a shrinking solution. Mr. Preston talked them through the process, step at a time, and then set them to work. Each student partnered up at a cauldron and began. Mr. Preston told them he would observe how they did and promised to help them if they were having problems. As the class went on, he eventually came to Neville and Seamus' cauldron, which contained a bright orange concoction. I'm afraid that's not quite right, boys, Mr. Preston said calmly. Luckily, it is salvageable and I have seen far worse. Here, he pulled up the textbook, look through the instructions and tell me where you went wrong. Neville was blushing vibrantly as he read off several steps he missed. It's all right, young man. Here are some easy steps to help get your potion back to where it needs to be. He handed Neville and Seamus a slip of paper with a few simple steps on it. By the end of the class, everyone had brewed a satisfactory potion. The same could not be said of Snape's class, however. Everyone who had been to Mr. Preston's class agreed it was the best potions class they'd ever been to. It was a cheery lot that made its way to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Dada was just as interesting this time as it was in the last timeline. Once again, they faced the boggart. Harry was very interested in finding out what his boggart would be, so he got in the line right behind Neville so that Lupin would have no excuse to prevent him from facing the creature. When Harry stepped forward, the boggart took a few minutes before it turned into Harry's main counselor from the Ministry of Death. You're running out of time, Mr. Potter, the boggart said. If you don't get cracking, everyone will be doomed. Ridiculous, Harry said. The boggart then changed into Mr. Lambert. Rotten, you're no bloody use, at all. You're an utter, bloody washout. You make me sick, you weed. Ridiculous, Harry said, more forcefully this time. The boggart then found itself upside down, suspended by one ankle, with its coat hanging over its head. Needless to say, Harry received some strange looks after that incident. Due to the recent occurrences, it was to be expected that Harry would be approached by the headmaster. The manipulative old bastard accosted Harry as he was on his way to dinner. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore said in his best grandfatherly tone. I was wondering if I could have a word. You can have several, sir, Harry replied. Is this matter regarding academics or is it a social call? I just want to have a talk with you, Harry. In my office. If the matter does not regard academics, then you will have to pre-arrange the meeting with my guardian and have both him and my head of house present for the proceeding, as stated in the school charter. Dumbledore looked completely confused. The boy hadn't automatically done as he asked. This wasn't a matter that could wait, and Albus doubted he would get permission from Sirius Black anytime soon. The young lord owed Albus Dumbledore nothing. I'm sure we can overlook those little details, Harry. I'm afraid not, sir. Frankly, I find it odd that an older man with no familial connection to an underage boy takes a rather too fond interest in said boy. Do you often meet with your young, male students, or is it just me? Dumbledore had the expression of a man who had been kneed in the groin. He really did not appreciate what Harry was implying. Harry, another thing, sir, you should address all students by their last names. Why do you insist upon addressing me by my first name? It shows a great lack of professionalism on your part, sir. Before Dumbledore could respond, Harry continued. If you wish to have a conversation with me in your office that does not pertain to academics, you will need permission from my guardian, sir. I bid you good day. Dumbledore stared, incredulous, at the figure of Harry Potter proceeding into the Great Hall. The one thing that passed through the headmaster's mind was what the hell just happened. That evening, as Harry entered the Gryffindor common room, he was approached by the Weasley twins. Both were smiling the way they often did if they were about to do something against the rules. "Hey, guys," he greeted. "You need to borrow the map." "Actually," George replied, "we were wondering if you would be interested in a little hijink we are orchestrating," Fred continued. Harry looked at the twins' eager faces, grinned, and nodded. "Omake." Meanwhile, miles away at an old manor house, Lord Richard Acton poured his guest a glass of Ogden's old fire whiskey. "I was well acquainted with both your grandfathers, Lord Black," he said. "You are practically a clone of old Arcturus, both in appearance and disposition. Though, you have a bit of Pollix's temper in you." "Really?" Sirius said with a slight wince. "It's not a bad thing, young man. You give your family too little credit. Arcturus was a good man, he wouldn't even let your family disinherit you. He did that." "Oh, yes. Your grandfather Pollux and his harpy of a daughter wanted to arrange it so you would meet with an unfortunate accident." "What about my father?" "Oh, Orion just wanted everyone to leave him alone. For years until his death, your father would come by this house and visit my son Charles. I remember the night you ran away. Your father showed up at 3 in the morning, got sozzled on bourbon, and was heard to exclaim, 'Why couldn't the lucky little bastard have taken me with him?'" "Wow," Sirius said with slightly teary eyes, "didn't know the old man cared so much." "Oh, he cared about you, there's no doubt about that. It's just your mother he couldn't stand. Whenever he came by our house, the first thing he would say was, 'Haven't seen my wife, have you?' And when we said, 'No,' he would reply, 'Oh, thank God for that.'" The two men chuckled. "Oh, Charles gave me a copy of a memory of one of his visits to your house after you had left. Care to see?" "Sure." Lord Acton led Sirius over to an old pensieve and deposited a memory. "After you," he said. It wasn't too hard to recognize the glowering figure of the aged Orion Black seated across from his banshee of a wife. In between the two of them was Charles Acton, who looked perfectly at ease. "There's Bellatrix, she's my brother's eldest," Walburga said. "She has a respectable job at the ministry and is married to a decent pure-blood boy named Rodolphus Lestrange." "Rodolphus, who used to be a hairdresser?" Charles asked. "Yes, that's right. I think he's a splendid young man. Mind you, my husband doesn't, he thinks he's a bit flash." "I hate him, I hate his guts," Orion growled out. "Of course, they come down on most weekends, so you'll be able to meet them then." "I'd love to," Charles said in a slight monotone. "Hairdressing sounds most interesting." "Oh, yes, and very important, too. If you don't take care of your scalp, you get spattergroit." Sirius shook his head in disbelief. He knew his mum was nuts, but clearly she had just gone right off the handle after he left. "Then there's our son, Regulus, he's our youngest. Mind you, he's a bit of a problem, at least my husband thinks so, anyway." "Nasty little piece of work he is," Orion grumbled. "I hate him. Mind you, the one we don't hear much about nowadays is Narcissa. She's my brother's youngest. She married Lucius Malfoy, a respectable member of the community and a very influential figure at the ministry. They live in Wiltshire. They have a lovely little boy, Draco, who's going to be a year old in a few months. Draco looks absolutely the spitting image of his father. Do you want to see a photo?" "Oh, yes, please," said Charles. "All right." Walburga stood up and went inside to find the aforementioned photograph. "A right little bastard," Orion snarled once his wife had gone. "I hate him. He's got eyes like a little pig's, just like his mother. She's a disaster. Really horrible looking person, she is. I thought that one would stay on the shelf, but along comes this stupid Malfoy git. He's a real creepy little bastard, he is. I hate him." At least Andromeda and Sirius managed to get out while they still could. If one more member of this family married another snotty little bastard or joined up with that Voldemort git, I don't know what I'd do. Really horrible person that Voldemort bastard is. I hate him. Of course, Wally won't hear a word against him. Just wish I could get out of this rotten hellhole. This is a nice area, Charles said, changing the subject. It's like a bloody graveyard. I hate it. It's handy for the shops and convenient for the West End. If you like going to the West End, I think it's a stinking dump. The following day saw a very amused Harry Potter and Weasley twins sitting at the Gryffindor table. Hermione raised a suspicious eyebrow at them but knew better than to ask. Harry was grinning broadly. He and the twins had spent the previous evening committing acts that involved quite a bit of rule-breaking and caused Harry's metamorphagus ability to be immensely helpful in the creating of alibis. The three boys watched, still grinning, as people entered the Great Hall. Once everyone was seated, their grins widened. 3, 2, 1. That's when the music started up and every suit of armor leapt out from under and then onto the house tables and began to sing. We're knights of the Round Table. We dance wiener we're able. We do routines. And chorus scenes. With footwork impecc able. We dine well here in Camelot. We eat ham and jam and spam a lot. The music seemed to get louder and the suits of armor began to dance. One of them gave a kick that hit Marcus Flint in the backside. We're knights of the Round Table. Our shows are for mid-able. But many times, we're given rhymes that are quite unsing-able. We're opera mad in Camelot. We sing from the diaphragm a lot. The dance routine then proceeded into a kick line that sent food flying off the tables and then progressed into an impressive tap number. Several of the suits of armor had their helmets banged on by another suit of armor, which then, accidentally, hit Ron on the head as he passed by, making him exclaim, "Oof. In war, we're tough and able. Quite into Fat Gable. Between our quests, we sequin vests, and impersonate Clark Gable. It's a busy life in Camelot." One of the suits of armor stepped forward for his big solo. I have to push the pram a loot. The music gave a final few notes and the suits of armor all bowed to thunderous applause. Even Hermione found the whole thing amusing, though she was doing her best to look indignant at the obvious prank, though failing spectacularly. Even a great number of the professors were entertained by the show, well, except for Snape, but he has no sense of humor. Soon enough, it was time for Harry and Hermione to head off for their Ancient Runes class. Runes proved to be just as interesting as arithmancy. Again, Harry mentally hit himself on the head for not taking the class simply because Ron Weasley had said not to. Ancient Runes was taught by a young woman named Bathsheba Babbling, a sinewy bee, owned with misty eyes of pale gray. While not as strict Professor Vector seemed to be, Professor Babbling had a certain loftiness about her that commanded the attention of her students. Runes, she said simply to her class that first lesson. One of the oldest forms of Anglo-European magic. It originated amongst the Germanic peoples, eventually becoming common amongst the Norsemen. She tapped her wand on the chalkboard and writing appeared. Vite ek at ek hek vindga mea. Netter alar neo. Gary vindar ok gefin oni. Ciel for ciel from mur. A I'm may, manji vite, hvers han af rotem ren. Professor Babbling smiled and began to recite. I know that I hung on a windy tree. 9 long nights. Wounded with a spear, dedicated to Odin. Myself to myself. On that tree of which no man knows. From where its roots run. There was an odd glow in the room. Harry could feel a strange power tickling the back of his neck. It was not unlike when he entered Ollivanders so long ago and he could feel the magic in the very air of the shop. This, Professor Babbling continued, is part of the ancient rite that first gave the power of runes to wizard kind. There have been many great and powerful witches and wizards who have harnessed the power of runes to do truly incredible things. Her eyes darted briefly to Harry. The Evans family, in particular, has a history of using runic magic to become great battle mages and warders, while the Peverells are rumored to have discovered a runic configuration that enabled them to create a device whereby they could communicate with the dead. Harry's eyes widened. So that was how the second brother created the Resurrection Stone. As the class progressed, the students received a basic understanding of several different types of runes: Elder Futhark, Younger Futhark, Anglo-Saxon Futhork, Rock runes, Halsinge runes, Marcomannic runes, Medieval runes, and even the Dalecarlian runes. As they all stood up to leave when the bell rang, Professor Babbling had one final thing to tell them. Remember, class, that runes are powerful, eldritch magic. If anyone here signed up for this class thinking it was going to involve messing around with a few odd shapes and symbols, think again. If you mess with ancient magic you can't control, the consequences could be quite dire. Have a nice day. Friday evening soon arrived. At 5 p.m., the doors of the Great Hall swung open to admit a petite, elderly woman in floral-patterned robes. Of course, it was only natural that she would head straight for Harry. The woman introduced herself as Dame Irene Stoat and that she was there to tutor Harry in magical customs. Professor McGonagall came over to inquire what was going on now. She was actually very impressed that Harry had found a tutor for magical customs and was perfectly happy to provide a classroom for him and the Muggle-born students who wanted to learn more about the world they had become a part of. Hermione found the class fascinating, though some of the traditions seemed rather ridiculous to her. Marriage contracts were one of the major things she had issues with. "Thank you for inviting me to that class, Harry," Hermione said as they headed down to dinner. "No problem, Hermione," he replied. "You're my friend, you're more than welcome to join me in any private classes I have. Oh, speaking of which, Hermione, I was wondering if you'd care to join the occlumency lessons I will be starting soon." "What's occlumency?" "It's the art of protecting your mind. You see, there are people who have the ability to pry into your mind and see your thoughts. Like, mind reading. Sort of, but it's a little different. It's called legilimency. There are only 2 legilimency experts in this school that I know of, Dumbledore and Snape. Both of them peek into people's heads on a daily basis. Harry, how can you accuse Dumbledore of that? How else does he seem to know everything that goes on around here?" "Well, you have a point there. It's illegal to practice legilimency on a minor without consent from both the minor and his/her guardian. If you come to my occlumency classes, you will be able to protect your mind from attack and keep your secrets safe." "When do these classes start?" "Next Monday after dinner. Until then, try and practice by clearing your mind and organizing your thoughts and memories. Here's a book that can help." No sooner had Harry retrieved the book from his bag than Hermione snatched it up and instantly began reading. Breakfast the following day was cause for even more excitement. Not for the first time, the double doors of the Great Hall swung open to admit newcomers. Just like in recent events, the 2 men who entered were there to see Harry. Both men were dressed in sandy-colored outfits that would not look out of place at a club for explorers, and they were both wearing brown Stetson hats that were tilted to an angle. Harry noticed that the shorter of the 2 men had a missing arm. "Are you, Harry Potter?" said the taller one. "Yes, sir," replied Harry. "I'm Hank Spim, and this fella over there is my brother Roy. We've come about the basilisk carcass. Would you please be so kind as to show us the way?" "Yes, sir." "Oh, would it be all right if some friends accompany us?" "I don't see a problem with that, do you, Roy?" "Nah, s'long as they don't cause trouble, it should be fine," the one-armed man agreed. "Great," Harry said. Harry then went over to various students, especially the ones who had been affected by the basilisk, and invited them to see the Chamber of Secrets. Harry also invited Luna Lovegood and asked her to send the report to her father to use as an article for the Quibbler. As it turned out, a great deal of students found themselves invited to the big event. Harry also requested the attendance of several professors. As he approached the staff table, Harry noticed that Dumbledore was curiously absent. Unbeknownst to Harry, the crazy old man was still fast asleep, as the house elf tasked with waking him up had decided it had better things to do. Of course, it had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that a higher power had instructed the elf to do so. None at all. As they walked, the brothers regaled the students with tales of their hunting exploits. "The mosquito's a clever little bastard," said Roy. "You can track him for days and days until ya really get to know I am like a friend. He knows you're there, and you know he's there. Ya hate, I am, then ya respect, I am, then ya kill, I am. Still, not as bad as the moth hunt, Roy." Hank said. "Basically, I follow the moth in the helicopter to lure it away from the flowers, and then Roy comes along in the Lockheed Starfighter and attacks it with air-to-air missiles. A lot of people have asked us why we don't use fly spray. Well, where's the sport in that? Does anyone else have no clue what they're talking about?" Lee Jordan whispered to the other Gryffindors, who all nodded. "Oh, good, I thought it was just me. Here we are," Harry announced once they reached the outside of the girls' bathroom. "Aha," Hank declared. "O' course the ol' bugger would. Is chamber in the least likely of places." Harry led them inside. Of course, not everyone could fit in at once, and there was more than one unwelcome guest who tried to follow. Luckily, the same higher power that had absolutely nothing to do with keeping Dumbledore asleep had decided to shield the doorway so that only those who were welcome could enter. "Hello, Harry," greeted the familiar form of Ning Myrtle. "It's nice to see you again." "Hi, Myrtle," Harry said politely. We're all about to go down into the Chamber of Secrets to get the carcass of that basilisk that caused your death. Oh, that's nice. Would you care to join us? Myrtle blushed and shook her head. I think there's an anti-ghost ward on the place that prevents me from entering. Thank you, though. Harry nodded and then gave the password in Parseltongue and the entrance opened. Feeling lucky, Harry then asked for stairs which quickly appeared. Lead on, Mr. Potter, Roy said. Harry led everyone who was invited down into the chamber. Curiously, many of those who had been denied entry were Ravenclaws, including Cho Chang and Marietta Edgecombe. It goes without saying that neither Ronald nor Ginevra Weasley was able to enter. Of the teachers, only Severus Snape was prevented from entering, something which irked the man greatly. Once the large host of students and faculty were at the bottom of the secret passage, Harry led them all over to the chamber door. You know, Hermione spoke up, it's curious that no one discovered this when they installed the pipe system. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe they had plumbing in the Dark Ages. Oh, someone did find it, Harry stated. The plumbing was installed in the 18th century, however. Corvinus Gaunt, a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, was attending Hogwarts at the time. Gaunt discovered a trapdoor on the site of where the girls' bathroom was to be built, so he prevented anyone from stumbling across the chamber during the construction. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, how exactly do you know this? Let's just say I have very good sources. Harry then opened the door to the chamber and everyone filed in. Everyone who wasn't either Harry Potter or a Mr. Spim gasped in shock at the sight of the giant snake that was lying dead on the chamber floor. Harry, Hermione said in disbelief, you actually faced that? Yes, Harry said. You mean to tell me, Roy Spim said, that a 12-year-old with excess binding on his magic was able to take down this bad boy? He pointed to the giant corpse. Yes, lad, I can safely say you will always be welcome at the Magical Explorers and Hunters Club. Thank you. As Hank and Roy set preservation charms on the basilisk corpse, Susan Bones approached Harry. Mr. Potter, she said. Yes, Susan, isn't it? He inquired. Susan Bones, she said with a nod. I have a question or two to ask you. All right. Would you be willing to give an official statement about what exactly went on down here that I can send to my aunt? She's the head of the DMLE. Oh, yes, I had the pleasure of meeting her during the summer. Sure, Susan, I'll give you a report. I also wanted to ask if you have investigated this chamber. It strikes me as odd that the basilisk was the only thing down here. What, you think there might be a secret room? It's possible. Okay, then. I'll contact Gringotts this week and ask them to send a curse breaker on the off chance there's anything dangerous. Very sensible, Mr. Potter. Please, call me Harry. All right, Harry, and you may call me Susan. That's what I was calling you. Oh, right. Harry noticed that the girl was starting to blush. Girls were doing that a lot when he spoke to them, Harry realized. The Spim brothers soon finished with the preservation spells and Harry asked Colin Creevey to take some pictures of the thing, something the younger boy did most eagerly. Once the photos were taken, the Spims contained the basilisk in a special transport device that they would then take to Gringotts so the carcass value could be determined and then sold. Later that evening in the Slytherin girls' dormitory. Trace. Yes, Daff. What do you think about Harry Potter? Tracy hid her face behind her magazine. Tracy knew that Daphne had it bad for Harry, but, the truth was, so did Tracy. I think he's very brave, and sweet, and he's different, but in a good way. And he's looking well fit, lately, Daphne added. That too. So, do you think I should, I don't know, ask him out sometime? That's sort of breaking protocol. Traditionally, it's the boy who asks the girl out. I know, but Harry doesn't seem the type who would care about that sort of thing. Yet another point in his favor. Daphne paused for a moment. Hey, Trace. Do you know, like Harry? Of course I do, what's not to like? No, I mean, do you like him in the same way that I do? There was an awkward silence. Let's get to bed, Daff, it was a very exciting day. Neither girl realized that they weren't the only ones fantasizing about Harry Potter. The rest of the weekend passed with relative quiet compared to the dramatic events of the first week, although Harry frequently found himself the object of much attention from fans and well-wishers, all of whom were eager to hear Harry tell the story of his fight against the basilisk. Harry, however, responded that they would be able to read about it in an upcoming edition of the Quibbler. When the article came out, Harry had to laugh at how it implied that Dumbledore knew what was happening and still did nothing, playing on the fact that the aged headmaster had been around during the time the chamber was first opened and never decided to investigate the matter once he rose to his current position. The fact that the boy who lived had wielded the sword of Gryffindor in defense of the students of Hogwarts led to Harry receiving a copious amount of fan mail. Much of it was from grateful parents thanking him for his bravery, the rest was mostly an assortment of marriage proposals from witches who had a taste for powerful young wizards. Of course, Dumbledore was shocked when he discovered just what he had slept through. What followed were numerous attempts by the headmaster to speak with Harry. However, Harry responded to Dumbledore's summons, just as he had the first time, by stating that unless the meeting had something to do with academics, then the old man would have to have Harry's legal guardian, Sirius Black, present for the proceedings. Sirius, however, was making a point of being too busy to stop by any time soon. He had gone to Grimmauld Place, rather reluctantly, and started work renovating his ancestral home. Kreacher had, naturally, been rather angry by Sirius' presence, but Sirius had followed Harry's instructions and tried to be civil to the house elf. Of course, it didn't hurt his cause that he asked Kreacher for the locket that Regulus had wanted destroyed. Harry had told Sirius about what Regulus had gone through to try and bring down Voldemort. This had resulted in Sirius making a decision to have a memorial made for his brother at the family cemetery, after having drunk a good deal of liquor and going through an awkward and grief-filled silence. Sirius placed the locket in a secure container so that he and Harry could take it to Gringotts during Christmas break. Sirius had asked Harry about why he wanted to wait, to which Harry responded that he also wanted to retrieve the diadem from inside the castle and present both objects to the goblins in one visit. Sirius, however, was not the only busy person. By the time Monday evening had rolled around, Harry and Hermione were all set for their first occlumency lesson. The instructor Harry had hired was yet another American. Patrick Stearns, a Muggle-born wizard from New York, had been more than happy to take up the offer of occlumency teacher to Harry Potter and any friends he brought with him. Mr. Stearns was about the same age as Mr. Preston, and the two seemed to have been acquainted from past encounters at Salem Institute. Stearns was very tall, had windswept black hair, light blue eyes that were full of both calmness of mind and a hunger for excitement, and what looked like a Heidelberg dueling scar on his left cheek. Harry had to admit that Mr. Stearns was way better at teaching occlumency than Snape. Well, anyone would be. Instead of blasting through Harry's mental defenses, Stearns taught his students how to build them up and then sent a few weak mind probes. By the end of the class, Harry and Hermione were confident that they could keep out minor mental attacks. Ron and Hermione still seemed to not be speaking with each other, which meant Harry was now the go-between for them. However, Harry seemed to have very little to say to Ron as of late. 3 guesses why. Harry and Hermione had started to make a great deal of friends in other houses. In fact, his friendships with other students eventually led to the formation of a defense club. Everyone was welcome, including Slytherins, much to some people's dismay. Harry had also hired Mr. Stearns to help out at the defense club, and a number of people were impressed with just how much the American knew about Dada. Of course, Remus was also invited to be the moderator for the club and was very helpful in showing everyone a variety of spells that could be used in a fight. At the start of October, however, Harry had something else to occupy him, something so enjoyable it almost caused him to forget his excellent classes. The Quidditch season was approaching, and Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor team, called a meeting on Thursday evening to discuss tactics for the new season. The following passage was taken, unedited, from Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Oliver Wood was a burly 17-year-old, now in his 7th and final year at Hogwarts. There was a quiet sort of desperation in his voice as he addressed his 6 fellow team members in the chilly locker rooms on the edge of the darkening Quidditch field. "This is our last chance, my last chance, to win the Quidditch Cup," he told them, striding up and down in front of them. "I'll be leaving at the end of this year. I'll never get another shot at it. Gryffindor hasn't won for 7 years now. Okay, so we've had the worst luck in the world. Injuries, then the tournament getting called off last year." Wood swallowed, as though the memory still brought a lump to his throat. "But we also know we've got the best, ruddy team in the school," he said, punching a fist into his other hand, the old manic glint back in his eye. We've got 3 superb chasers. Wood pointed at Alicia Spinner, Angelina Johnson, and Katie Bell. We've got 2 unbeatable beaters. Stop it, Oliver, you're embarrassing us, said Fred and George Weasley together, pretending to blush. And we've got a seeker who has never failed to win us a match. Wood rumbled, glaring at Harry with a kind of furious pride. And me, he added as an afterthought. We think you're very good too, Oliver, said George. Spanking good keeper, said Fred. The point is, Wood went on, resuming his pacing, the Quidditch Cup should have had our name on it these last 2 years. Ever since Harry joined the team, I've thought the thing was in the bag. But we haven't got it, and this year's the last chance we'll get to finally see our name on the thing. Wood spoke so dejectedly that even Fred and George looked sympathetic. Oliver, this year's our year, said Fred. We'll do it, Oliver, said Angelina. Definitely, said Harry. End of direct quotation. Harry had realized that, as he had prevented Malfoy from getting injured, Gryffindor would be playing Slytherin as scheduled instead of Hufflepuff like the last time. Harry knew that there was no further risk of him getting attacked by Dementors, but that didn't change the fact that he hoped the weather wouldn't be as terrible as it had been that last time. That had been one thing that bothered Harry about his Quidditch days. In fact, Harry decided that one of the things he would change once he took over his responsibilities as the owner of Hogwarts was the rules regarding Quidditch matches. If there was severe weather, it was only logical that the match should be postponed so that the players didn't risk getting nearly killed. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower after a long and grueling Quidditch practice, Harry discovered everyone milling about in curiosity. Professor McGonagall had decided to pay a very rare visit to the Gryffindor common room. Attention, she called. I would like to make a few announcements. Firstly, I would like to say that the first Hogsmeade weekend of the year is coming up. Harry was rather stunned. In all his time at Hogwarts, McGonagall had never held house meetings before, despite the fact that people in other houses had said their heads held a meeting every month. What Harry didn't know was that the only reason McGonagall had never done so was because, in addition to her responsibilities as head of Gryffindor, she had all the additional work as both deputy headmistress and professor of Transfiguration. She knew that the reason why Harry Potter and his friends had felt the need to take matters into their own hands and nearly get killed in the process in the past 2 years was owed to her lack of communication and involvement with the students she was supposed to be responsible for. Minerva McGonagall knew she had to make some serious career decisions. It had been proven at Albus Dumbledore's enquiry that one person cannot handle too many titles. Finally, she said with a serious tone, I have to announce my resignation as head of Gryffindor. There was an eruption of confusion. McGonagall waved her hand for silence. I have been doing some thinking and realized that I have not fulfilled my duties as your head of house. I have spent too much time focusing on my duties as deputy and Transfiguration mistress that I have neglected my students. I apologize. There was a moment of silence. I have asked Professor Babbling to take over as head of Gryffindor, effective immediately. Bathsheba Babbling stepped forward to some uncertain applause. She gave a small speech about how much she was looking forward to taking up such a prestigious title and her delight at being able to represent her former house. I think she'll do very well, Hermione said with a smile afterwards. I agree, said Harry. She's young and more able to connect with students. She's also more approachable than McGonagall, said George Weasley. We're in runes, Fred added. Babbling is actually very easygoing. Well, as long as you're not doing anything that could hurt you or other people. She even gave us a guide to some innocent pranks that can be pulled by inscribing certain runes on objects. Well, we've got to run. Yes, lots of things to do. As the twins left, Hermione turned to Harry. I never thought those two could take anything academic seriously, she said. Oh, you'd be surprised, Hermione, Harry responded. They actually do take care to learn their stuff. They'll have to if they want their joke shop to be successful. Joke shop? Oh, didn't you know? It's their dream to open their own joke shop and run Zonkos out of business. I bet their mother would just love that, Hermione said with heavy sarcasm. Why, Hermione Granger, are you making a joke? Contrary to popular belief, Mr. Potter, I do enjoy a good laugh now and then. They were interrupted by furious shouting. Ronald Weasley was desperately trying to shake a hissing Crookshanks off his leg. Jareth, you stupid cat. He yelled. He then gave a great kick that sent the orange creature up into the air, only to land lightly on top of one of the sofas. Crookshanks shook himself off, gave another hiss at Ron, and then darted over towards Harry and Hermione. "Keep that bloody monster of yours out of here," Ron screamed at Hermione. "What happened?" Harry demanded, not at all sorry that Crookshanks had attacked his former friend. "I was upstairs in the dormitory, going through, I was taking a nap and that stupid cat of hers attacked me." Harry had a rather strong inclination that Ron was not being entirely honest. A few minutes earlier, Ronald Weasley had gotten bored with Professor McGonagall's announcements after she had finished mentioning the Hogsmeade weekend. Instead of staying to hear the rest of the news, he made his way upstairs to the dormitory. It was then that Ronald was struck by a thought, as rare an occurrence as that was. The little stunt that had happened with the whole Chamber of Secrets had made Harry wildly more popular, and it was grating on Ronald Weasley's nerves. How dare Harry do this to him? They were supposed to be best friends. Ron, deciding that perhaps he should do something to get noticed or maybe get back at Harry, made his way over to Harry's trunk. He had just opened it and was reaching in to take Harry's invisibility cloak. "I bet I can do loads of stuff with this," Ron had said to himself, when a bright blur of orange leapt up and clawed his hand. "Ouch!" Ron exclaimed. He glared when he recognized Crookshanks. "Oh, it's you," he growled. Crookshanks glared right back in an almost perfect imitation of an indignant Hermione. "Shoo!" Ron yelled. Crookshanks didn't move. Instead of listening to his voice of reason, as Ronald Weasley sadly lacked any such phenomenon, Ron decided to try and take a swat at the cat. Crookshanks jumped out of the way, gave an angry "R-E-O-W", and then promptly leapt upon Ron, clawing him at every available turn and sending both boy and cat sprawling out of the room and tumbling down the stairs to arrive amidst a sea of amazed Gryffindors in the common room. After the scene with Ron and Crookshanks, Harry quickly made his way upstairs to discover that someone had been going through his trunk. Harry didn't need 3 guesses to know the culprit was a certain red-headed ex-best friend of his. Harry reached into his trunk and pulled out the two-way mirror that Sirius had sent to him. "Sirius Black," Harry said. The image of his godfather soon materialized. "Hey, Harry," Sirius said. "Things going okay?" "Sort of," Harry replied and then related the entire incident to Sirius. "What a little prick," Sirius said. "Tell you what, Harry, I know some great protective charms you can put on your trunk to keep out the unwelcome." Harry got a rather evil grin as Sirius described the jinxes and hexes he could use to ward his trunk. Halloween loomed, chilly and overcast. Harry was feeling rather gray, himself. He had never liked Halloween. Not only was it the day his parents died, but something bad always seemed to happen. Harry sat up in bed and thought to himself, My mum and dad wouldn't have wanted me to sit and mope. It's the first official Hogsmeade trip and I am going to have a freaking good time." Harry decided he would not let his bad memories of Halloween ruin today for his friends. He had promised Hermione that they would see the sights together and even arranged to meet up with Neville and a couple of other friends from Defense Club at the Three Broomsticks. Harry straightened himself out, put on some warm clothes, and headed downstairs to meet with Hermione. They made their way out to where Professor Babbling was collecting the permission forms from the Gryffindor students. Harry proudly handed over the form that Sirius had signed and then walked down to the carriage with Hermione. As the Thestral-drawn carriage carrying Harry and Hermione made its way down to Hogsmeade, Hermione met Harry's eyes. "Harry," she said suddenly, "I'm going to ask you something. You don't have to answer if you don't want, but I would like to know." "Go ahead, Hermione," he replied. "Why me, Harry?" "Huh." Hermione rolled her eyes good-naturedly. "Why did you choose me, of anyone else in Hogwarts, to be your best friend? Why did you jump onto that troll for me in first year?" She gave him a smile. "Why did you key my cheek when I was petrified and you thought I was unaware of what was going on around me?" Harry stared in slight shock. He hadn't known that Hermione knew about that. Back in second year, Harry had paid a visit to Hermione in the hospital wing after she had been petrified. He hadn't been entirely sure what made him do it, but he had key at Hermione's cheek because he remembered reading in a fairy tale book as a child that the heroine is woken from an enchanted sleep by a key from the hero. Harry, being 12 at the time, hadn't thought about the story as a romantic one or that the key was traditionally on the lips. He just hoped at the time that maybe the rules of the fairy tale story would apply. Well, Harry fumbled over what to say. He'd never been particularly good at talking about how he felt. Even at a mental 18 years of age, he still couldn't get his mind around how to really talk about things like that. "Oh, look, we're here," he exclaimed, happy for the change of topic. Hermione, though disappointed by Harry's lack of response, decided to let things be. Prying too much was not good for a friendship, and Hermione had no intention of risking hers with Harry. The two friends set off to explore the village together. Harry was making some intense observations. He really was right, he thought. Hogsmeade was rather lacking. Harry remembered something he had read in one of the books he had bought about the Potter family. In 1792, Gordian Potter and Branch Longbottom began a campaign to encourage businesses in the magical world to expand. Together, the two men invested in the development of many of the most well-known companies around, such as the Nimbus Broom Company and the Wizzo Chocolate Company, the manufacturers of chocolate frogs. Their partnership was such a success that the Potter and Longbottom families formed an alliance that is still believed to be in existence. As the meeting at the Three Broomsticks drew ever closer, Harry decided it was time to renew the Potter-Longbottom alliance. The meeting at the Three Broomsticks proved to be quite enjoyable, and Harry soon forgot all the troubles that came with Halloween. When Harry mentioned the Potter-Longbottom alliance to Neville, the boy's face broke into a broad smile. "I was wondering if you would ever ask about that, Harry," he said. "The fact that you never brought it up before now had made me suspect you had no interest in reconfirming it." "Neville," Harry replied, "until recently, I had no idea about the alliance. No one ever bothered to explain things like that to me." Neville looked a little embarrassed. "I guess I shouldn't have assumed you knew about it." "Not your fault, Neville. No one's fault except Dumbledore's." Everyone snickered. Lately, the student population had begun to feel a growing resentment and suspicion of the headmaster. "So, how exactly do we renew the alliance?" Harry asked. "We haven't covered that in my magical customs class." The pure bloods at the table all grinned. Blaise Zabini, who was part of the group that day, got up from his seat. "Listen up, everyone," he called out. "An allegiance pact is about to be confirmed." All heads turned in awe and a hush fell. "Madame Rosmerta," Blaise continued, "we'll need wine, 2 small knives, and a halibut." The buxom witch didn't need telling twice. Harry was looking rather puzzled. "A halibut. You'll see," Daphne chuckled. Madame Rosmerta came back with the requested items, looking very flustered but positively beaming. The fact that 2 heirs of most noble and most ancient houses were going to swear allegiance in her pub was definitely good for business. "Right," Blaise continued as he poured 2 cups of red wine. "First, you each make a thin cut across your palms and then join hands." Harry and Neville each picked up a knife and did as instructed. "Neville, why don't you go first since you know the oath?" said Tracy. "I, Neville Francis Longbottom, heir to the most noble and most ancient house of Longbottom, do hereby renew allegiance to my brother-in-arms, Harry James Potter, heir to the most noble and most ancient house of Potter, as was begun by our forefathers. I do so swear upon my magic that I will come to the aid of the Potter family should they ever call upon me or the rest of House Longbottom. I, Harry James Potter, heir to the most noble and most ancient house of Potter, do hereby renew allegiance to my brother-in-arms, Neville Francis Longbottom, heir to the most noble and most ancient house of Longbottom, as was begun by our forefathers. I do so swear upon my magic that I will come to the aid of the Longbottom family should they ever call upon me or the rest of House Potter." There was a strange glow around their joined hands. "This oath is recognized by magic and by those who bear witness this day," said Blaise. The light flashed and then went out. Blaise then instructed them to drink the wine, a symbol of camaraderie. Lastly, there was the part of the ritual which involved the halibut. "This is ridiculous," Harry said. "Blaise, are you sure you're not having me on?" "The fish slapping is an ancient and important aspect of the tradition," Blaise declared, looking scandalized that Harry would question something so important. "I think the chaps who came up with this tradition had a little too much to drink," said Faye. Once the alliance ritual was complete, there was a tumult of applause. After the noise died down, the group returned to its discussion. The conversation eventually turned to the subject of Snape. "He's really mad about Mr. Preston upstaging him," said Tracy. He's forbidden anyone in Slytherin from going to the classes, but, as you know, that hasn't turned out so well for him. He's gotten really nasty, Daphne added. And I mean more than usual. He said that anyone going to Mr. Preston's classes will have detention for a month. You leave old Snively to me, Harry replied with a smirk. I've got a little something in store for him soon. Although, I am surprised that he hasn't violated the restraining order since that first day. You know, Harry, Faye spoke up, he already did violate it when he started screaming at you. You could have pressed charges then. True, but I didn't want to be too hasty. It's just so much fun to mess with him. He does tend to look rather blue in the face whenever you walk into the Great Hall, said Susan. Soon they changed to more pleasant topics and Snape was all but completely forgotten. However, the greasy-haired potions master would not remain forgotten for long. Seeing as how Remus would be indisposed during the full moon, it stands to reason that a substitute would be needed. Of course, Snape made an attempt to snatch up that position, however, his plans were foiled when a smirking McGonagall arrived in the staff lounge with Mr. Stearns to announce that the American had agreed to substitute for Remus' classes. Snape was furious. How do we even know if this man is competent? Snape sneered, his eyes glinting maliciously. Do you really want to find out? Stearns retorted calmly. Snape gave another sneer at the challenge. Really, now, McGonagall huffed. Severus, I have seen Mr. Stearns at the defense club and he is an excellent teacher. Snape glared at Stearns who looked back. The two men began a silent staring contest in which Snape attempted a legilimency attack, only to find himself pushed back, rather forcefully, by one of the most superb mind shields he had ever encountered. I would appreciate it if you didn't try to look inside my mind, sir, Stearns said. Doesn't this school have a policy regarding legilimency attacks? McGonagall was fuming. Severus, the rules state, quite clearly, that the use of legilimency on students, co-workers, and invited guests is strictly forbidden. Stearns glared at Snape. Preston had told him about the man's completely inept and unprofessional nature. Now it was clear that the man was also hostile and belligerent. Stearns and Preston were planning on sending in a report to the school board. A man like Snape should never be permitted to teach children. Mr. Stearns turned out to be just as good a defense professor as Remus. As a substitute, though, he decided to give the class a bit of variation in what they learned. While he did cover some of what they had been learning in Remus' class, Stearns decided to help the class with spellwork. Much to the delight of the students, Mr. Stearns did not believe in assigning essays as regular homework. He did, however, point out that they should start doing independent studies in order to prepare for future classes. Snape was being nastier than ever. The few Slytherin third years who persisted in attending Mr. Preston's classes soon found themselves in detention. Harry was not amused and so it came to pass that a pranking was in order. Everyone had seated themselves in the Great Hall for breakfast. It was the day of the Gryffindor-Slytherin match and, just like last time, it was pouring rain. Harry had suggested to Wood that the team put impervious and warming charms on themselves. Wood was positively ecstatic by Harry's suggestion. Harry was just helping himself to porridge when the doors of the Great Hall burst open. There was Snape. He looked incredibly purple in the face, much like an angry Uncle Vernon. Snape took a step forward and everyone laughed. Snape had somehow been pranked into doing a silly walk. He was goose-stepping all the way up to the staff table, which was very hard considering his heavy black robes were in the way. He then did a sort of odd skip, a backtracked step, and a forward aerial half-turn every alternate step. No one had ever seen anything so funny happen to the overgrown dungeon bat. A few people had to be taken to the hospital wing, they were laughing so hard. Snape was apoplectic. He turned to glare at a smugly grinning Harry and was just about to shout abuse at him and threatened to expel him when he remembered the restraining order. If he violated the order it would mean the Aurors would stop by for a visit. Snape gave a shudder. The last thing he needed was for Amelia Bones to get her hands on him. The woman would have no sympathy for him because she hated Death Eaters with a passion, especially if they got off. Snape did not want to think what Bones would do to him if she knew he was singularly responsible not only for the deaths of the Potters, as Amelia was James Potter's godsister, but also for the deaths of Bones, brother Edgar and his family. He knew he would probably suffer a fate worse than anything the Dark Lord could do to him if Bones ever found out that he had revealed the hiding place of Michael McKinnon, who was Amelia Bones' fiancé before the Dark Lord killed him. No, it would not do to violate that restraining order. Things would go downhill very fast, and Snape doubted that Dumbledore would be able to save his hide a second time. Glaring at the laughing students, Snape made his way with great difficulty over to the staff table and tried to act as though there was nothing wrong. Harry and the Gryffindor team, having finished breakfast, set off for the locker rooms. They changed quickly and were soon heading out. On their way, a group of well-wishers stopped them with applause and cheers. Harry was surprised to see Daphne and Tracy amongst them. "Believe it or not, Harry," said Tracy, "we would actually prefer it if Gryffindor wins." "There's no way we would be able to stand Malfoy if he won," Daphne added. "He's annoying enough as it is." Hermione was also there. She pulled Harry in for a hug and all but demanded that he stay safe out there. Luna was there, too. She warned Harry to look out for blibbering humdingers, as they are often attracted to places where there are high levels of anxiety and they cause people to become unfocused and prone to mistakes. It was dark and thunderous when the teams made their way onto the Quidditch pitch. Luckily, thanks to Harry's suggestion, the Gryffindors were relatively comfortable and dry while the Slytherins were soaked to the bones and looking utterly miserable. Flint and Wood shook hands, though it looked as though they were both trying to crush each other's fingers, and the players mounted their brooms. "On my whistle," declared Madam Hooch as another round of thunder was heard. 3, 2, 1. The whistle blared and they were off. Harry looked around for the snitch, immensely grateful that he no longer needed glasses. However, it didn't make the snitch any more visible, as the darkness of the storm loomed overhead like a vast ocean of steely gray. Then, he saw it. About 50 feet below, at the base of one of the Slytherin goal posts, was the tiniest glint of gold. Harry quickly glanced back and saw Malfoy hovering behind him. Taking a sudden shot towards the ground, Harry plunged, Malfoy on his tail. Harry pulled up just before he hit the ground. Malfoy barely managed to jerk up in time to avoid crashing. Harry sped up and headed right for where the tiny snitch was waiting. The snitch appeared to have realized that it was about to be caught because it zoomed straight up. Harry followed. The snitch seemed to go higher and higher. Malfoy was still following him. Harry didn't want to think about how high up they were now. A flash of lightning, a peal of thunder. Harry was within mere inches of the snitch. Even Malfoy had fallen behind, clearly terrified of the storm. Harry's fingers closed around the snitch. Then, from out of nowhere, a blast of lightning struck and Harry was unseated from his nimbus. He fell. Down, down, faster and faster. He could hear the screams of the crowd below. Harry had to think fast. He had a funny feeling that old Dumbles wasn't going to save him. That's when it came to him. Harry wasn't sure how, but a spell appeared in his mind and he shouted it out. "A sure go." Suddenly, a wind swept up at his feet and he landed, unscathed, upon the ground. Staring up into the stands around him, Harry raised his hand to show the still struggling snitch. "Harry Potter has caught the snitch and performed a spectacular display of wandless magic." Lee Jordan shouted to the roaring crowds. "Incredible. Never seen anything like this." Harry, still smiling, finally felt the drain on his energy from his little performance and collapsed, unconscious, on the field just as the rest of the team was rushing over to him. "That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I thought he was going to die." "Don't be stupid. He's Harry Potter. Death's beyond him." Harry heard the voices above him. Some were eager, others worried. Harry knew at once that he must be in the hospital wing. He'd slept in this particular bed often enough to know what it felt like. Harry groaned from how sore he felt and sat up. "Harry!" Fred exclaimed. "How are you feeling?" "Sore," Harry replied shortly. "I'd expect you would be," Hermione said reprovingly. "I told you not to try and get yourself killed. Honestly, it's like you have some sort of death wish. I was worried out of my mind that you would get hurt or worse." "Expelled," Harry finished cheekily. "Killed," Hermione corrected. "Harry, I can't stand the thought of losing you. Don't you ever scare me like that again. We won, didn't we?" "That's beside the point. Really, this is ridiculous. Someone needs to change the rules for Quidditch matches. Playing in storms, especially like this one, is a good way to get people killed. And it nearly did today." Harry looked bemused. True, he agreed with her that the rules needed to be changed, but he still would have done what he did. He knew how much the game mattered to everyone and he wasn't about to disappoint. "Where's Wood?" Harry asked. Half drunk and running around Starkers, said George with a grin. He was rather pleased that you snagged us a victory, Harry. By the way, Harry, said Angelina Johnson. How did you do that thing? With the wind. You were only a few feet from death, continued Katie Bell. We thought you were done for. Honestly, said Harry, I'm not sure myself. Hey, did someone get my Nimbus? Everyone suddenly looked awkward. The news that his Nimbus had hit the Whomping Willow was almost as hard as the first time he got it. Harry knew that he could probably afford to buy a firebolt for every person in Hogwarts and barely make a dent in his fortune, but still. His Nimbus had been his first real broom and it was hard to take this news a second time. Harry was startled when the doors of the hospital wing opened to admit Sirius. Sirius was looking very worried. Harry, are you all right? He asked. A few of the people in the room looked at him uncomfortably, they were still not used to the idea of Sirius Black being innocent. I'm okay, Sirius, Harry replied. How do you know I wasn't here? Bathsheba sent me an owl saying you had gotten struck by lightning and nearly fell to your death, Sirius said. You know Professor Babbling. Sirius suddenly looked awkward himself. Ahem, yes, from some time back. She sent me the message as your head of house. It was good to know that Professor Babbling was taking her role as head of Gryffindor seriously. Harry doubted that Dumbledore was pleased about word getting out that a student had nearly been killed. The doors swung open again and Dumbledore entered. Ah, Sirius, he said warmly. It's nice to see you again. I was wondering if I could see you and Harry in my office. Sod off, Sirius retorted sharply. My godson is nearly killed and you have the nerve to strut in here and make demands of me. Sirius, I merely wish to ask. It's Lord Black, to you. Harry is going nowhere until he has recovered. I will not be meeting with you and neither will Harry unless it is strictly to do with academics. Now push off, you old fart. Dumbledore was shocked. Never had he experienced such a dismissal. He glared at Sirius for a moment before turning to leave. It wouldn't be a good idea to further irritate the young lord. Oh, and sir, Harry added, kindly return the things you stole from my vault. I would hate to have to send the Goblin Inquisition after you. Dumbledore froze as the students gasped. He hadn't expected the Goblin Inquisition. He'd heard stories of people who'd been unfortunate enough to receive a visit from them and had no desire to experience it himself. But he couldn't let the Potter Grimoire fall into Harry's hands. There would be no telling how powerful the boy would become with that kind of knowledge. If only Dumbledore himself could access the book, that kind of knowledge would be helpful in the protecting of the greater good. It was very troubling to be in this position. Little did Dumbledore know that things were about to get worse for him. Over the next few days, Dumbledore discovered that the castle itself seemed to have turned against him. None of the secret passageways would open for him, suits of armor tried to trip him as he passed, the ghosts had started giving him the silent treatment, the portraits frequently glared at him and seemed to whisper behind his back, well, except for the portrait of the rude French knights that had somehow found its way into his office. Said Frenchman chose to make very loud and obnoxious comments as well as rude noises, and the gargoyle that guarded his office was often heard to growl whenever he approached. Even Fawkes seemed angry with him lately. Things for Harry, however, were going far better by comparison. Despite the fact that Madame Pomfrey insisted that Harry spend the rest of the weekend in the hospital wing, Harry was not deprived of company. The twins spent a good deal of time with him going over some new prank ideas they would use. They grinned wickedly when Harry suggested something involving Filch, a cactus, and a croquet mallet. Hermione made sure to come by. Her original intent was to help Harry with homework, but she was surprised at how he just seemed to breeze straight through it with no difficulties, and the two ended up talking a good deal. Tracy, who turned out to have a love of cooking, stopped by with a basket of muffins, and Daphne, who accompanied her, gave Harry a quick key on the cheek and offered her congratulations for his victory. Luna was immensely helpful in keeping Harry's spirits up during the tedium of staying in the hospital wing. She told Harry a number of very interesting stories about her special creatures. Several other girls stopped by during the weekend, including Susan Bones and Faye Dunbar. A few of Harry's guy friends stopped by to make sure he was doing okay and to play some games and things to pass the time, though Madame Pomfrey threw Seamus and Dean out when they brought along an exploding snap set. Finally, though she was reluctant to do so, Madame Pomfrey released Harry from the hospital wing on Sunday evening. When Harry made his appearance in the Great Hall for dinner, there was a torrent of cheers. People were happily slapping him on the back and asking him how he did that strange bit of magic at the end. Ron was less than cheerful. He sulked all the way through dinner and only managed about 4 helpings of food. While he was happy that Gryffindor won, he couldn't get over the fact that Harry had once more taken the spotlight. It was just so unfair. Ginny was staring at Harry with undisguised lust. If she hadn't already desired Harry then she definitely did now. In the young redhead's mind, she was absolutely, positively, 100% certain that Harry Potter was her destined husband. After all, he had saved her from you-know-who last year. What more evidence did she need? Harry spent a nice quiet week of school, well, as quiet as things ever are at Hogwarts. Classes were more interesting than ever. Professor Vector had begun teaching them about arithmetic patterns used to create sentience in otherwise inanimate objects, while Professor Babbling had started them on summoning circles. Even Hagrid, who had no reason to be distressed as Harry had prevented the hippogriff incident, had stepped up his game. He had planned out his most recent lesson to involve some much more mild-mannered creatures, something for which Harry was truly grateful as he had no desire to see a repeat of the blast-ended Scroots in 4th year. Winter had soon descended upon Hogwarts. A thick blanket of snow covered the grounds and a frosty wind blew through the old castle. Christmas was approaching and soon most of the students would be off for the holidays. It was the last Hogsmeade trip of the semester. Harry made his way down to the village with a large and cheerful group of friends. Harry wondered why he had never sought out more friends in the previous timeline when he had been so desperate for them during his childhood. Together, they entered the Three Broomsticks. It was certainly very festive. Clearly Christmas spirits were running high. They were all just sitting down to butterbeers when Neville spoke up. "Harry, isn't that your godfather?" Harry looked over at where Neville was pointing and, sure enough, there was Sirius arm in arm with Professor Babbling. The young B.O.'n teacher was laughing merrily at something Sirius had just said to her, and the man himself had a big goofy grin on his face. "Remember what happened around this time in 6th year?" Babbling said. Sirius' eyes lit up. "James and I turned old Snivelus into a penguin and you taught me how to ice skate," he replied. Sirius then noticed Harry, smiled at him and waved. Harry waved back. It was so odd seeing his godfather out doing normal things. Sirius was obviously on some kind of date with the ancient runes professor. Still, it was nice to see the man having fun. He deserved it after all those years in Azkaban. While almost everyone in 3rd year and above was down at Hogsmeade, 2 Ravenclaws had decided they would be celebrating their holidays a little differently. Cho Chang and Marietta Edgecombe were quietly following behind Luna, waiting until they had the little B.O.'n trapped before they launched their attack. They had just rounded a corner, intending to knock the younger girl unconscious and lock her in a broom closet like they had done last year, only to find that Luna wasn't there. "Wait a minute," said Cho, puzzled, "this can't be right. This is the Charms corridor, but we just came out of the wing off the Transfiguration classroom." They looked around and saw, to their astonishment, that they were, indeed, in a completely different part of the castle. "This can't possibly be right," Marietta replied. "And where did Looney go? Let's just get moving, this is creeping me out." The 2 girls set off in the direction of Ravenclaw Tower only to find themselves down in the freezing dungeons. No matter which direction they went in, they always ended up in a completely different location than the one they wanted to be in. It wouldn't be until the very last day of school that either girl was able to get back to Ravenclaw Tower at all, and even then the door posed them a question that neither knew the answer to: what is the capital of Assyria? And they were stuck waiting outside until Luna, who was much more merciful than either of them could ever hope to be, answered that Assyria no longer has a capital as it is no longer an existing country, but when it did exist it was Ashur first and later Nineveh. "But it's not even a riddle," Cho had exclaimed angrily. Luna shrugged and brushed by the 2 frustrated girls. As it was the last day of school, Harry figured he needed to take a look through the room of hidden things. It was time to collect the diadem and maybe have a look at what else might be in there. 3 times he paced outside the room of requirements. After the 3rd time, the door appeared. The room looked just like it had the last time, cluttered and incredible. Moving swiftly to where the diadem was, Harry quickly pulled on his dragon hide gloves so that he wouldn't get accidentally cursed by the Horcrux. Once he retrieved the ancestral artifact, Harry asked the room for a curse-resistant bag, which then appeared. After safely securing the diadem in the bag, Harry began to take a look at the other contents of the room. There was a set of old broomsticks that still seemed to be in good condition, an assortment of cloaks, numerous gems that had a strange quality about them, corked bottles with bizarre and obscure contents, a statue of the first headmaster of Hogwarts, the broken vanishing cabinet, some very old weapons, and, of course, the mountains of books. Harry figured that if Hermione ever saw this, it would be impossible to tear her away from the room for the next 4 years, or even longer. Harry had eventually returned to the room of requirements to retrieve several things. He collected the valuable jewels and decided to store them at Gringotts until he decided what to do with them. He had read about certain magical properties in various types of gemstones, and there was a chance that these particular jewels might prove useful. He retrieved the broomsticks, which he afterwards took to Madame Hooch, who was delighted to finally have suitable replacements for the first-year practice brooms, and then turned his attention to the books. It would take ages to sort through this collection of knowledge, but then he realized, wait, duh, it's the room of requirement, I just need to ask it to organize all these books for me. No sooner had the thought entered his mind than the books all began to rise as the room changed into an enormous library. The books all zipped to the shelves that were organized firstly by subject and then alphabetically. Well, that's handy, Harry said aloud. That evening, everyone loaded up their things and set out for the carriages. Harry spent an enjoyable ride on the Hogwarts Express, laughing and playing games with his friends. A certain ginger-haired ex-friend was not invited. When the train pulled in at King's Cross, Harry immediately noticed Sirius and Remus waiting for him. Harry and Sirius had invited Remus to join them for Christmas. As Harry got his things and headed over to meet them, he was accosted by Mrs. Weasley, who then grabbed him in a hug. "Hello, Harry dear," she said. "Hello, Mrs. Weasley," Harry greeted, trying to refrain from wincing. "I had no idea you were leaving Hogwarts for Christmas. You are, of course, more than welcome to come by the Burrow, if you wish." "Thank you for the invitation, Mrs. Weasley, but I will be spending a great deal of time with my godfather. You see, he's only been a free man since the end of summer." "Oh, of course, dear. You both may stop by any time." What was with the woman? Couldn't she take a hint that he already had plans? "I am spending Christmas at Potter Manor," Harry explained calmly. "It's the ancestral home of my family and I want to get better acquainted with it." "Of course, Harry dear. Just remember, our door is always open." Finally, Mrs. Weasley departed and Harry was able to meet up with the two marauders. Sirius, of course, had to tease Harry mercilessly as they headed out. Sirius had decided they would travel to Potter Manor in the new car that he had bought. The old dog still loved many Muggle things, including bright red Ferraris. "Sirius," Harry said, "you do have a driver's license, right?" Sirius' eyes began to dart shiftily. Harry gave a sigh. "Oh, before we head to Potter Manor, we need to take the Horcruxes into Gringotts," Harry stated. "Good idea. What Horcruxes?" Remus inquired. "You didn't tell him, Padfoot. I thought you were going to do it." "What Horcruxes?" Harry sighed again. "All right. This will probably take a while." One explanation to Remus about Voldemort's Horcruxes later, the three arrived at Gringotts and presented the locket and diadem to Director Ragnarok. Naturally, Ragnarok was outraged that someone had created such an evil work of magic and encased it inside historical treasures. Harry went on to explain the same things to Ragnarok that he had to Remus, and also his hypothesis that another Horcrux might be hidden in the vault of a Death Eater. Harry suggested they check Bellatrix Lestrange's vault first. The goblins told Harry it would take a few months for the necessary procedure to be set up to exorcise the objects. None of the goblins had any wish to destroy such valuable artifacts. Harry also mentioned that he believed there was one other Horcrux out there. He then explained that he knew that Voldemort had stolen a ring from Morphin Gaunt and likely made it into a Horcrux. He then pointed out that the Gaunt shack was possibly where Voldemort had hidden it and that it would assuredly have curses or something to protect it if that was the case. Harry also chose to mention that he suspected a fragment of Voldemort's soul was lodged inside his head. Of course, the goblins were only too willing to check for him, only to be startled and horrified when his theory was proven true. When Harry left Gringotts that day, he was unaware of just how much respect he had earned, both from already destroying one Horcrux, and for identifying and capturing several others. It was a few days later that Hufflepuff's cup was discovered in the Lestrange vault. When Harry first caught sight of Potter Manor, he almost thought he was hallucinating. It wasn't so much a house or even a mansion as it was a small castle. It had turrets and fortifications and even a moat. "When I said the Potters are an old family, I wasn't kidding around," Sirius said. "Why else would the Blacks have been content to marry off my great-aunt to your granddad?" The castle, despite being rather imposing, was not dark and eerie like the stereotypical ones. It was built out of brown stone that lent an earthy quality to the design. The vines of ivy that crept up the walls had varying shades of flowers that bloomed despite the frigid weather. Majestic flags of royal purple and rich color rippled in the wind from atop the tower roofs. At the approach of the car, a stone bridge rose from the moat to allow them access. The wrought iron gate in front of the entrance swung open to admit them to a large courtyard. Sirius and Remus then led Harry to the main door. It looked about as large as the door to the Great Hall at Hogwarts. With a trembling hand, Harry reached for the doorknob and turned. What opened up before him was a grand foyer. The walls were paneled with fine wood and decorated with family portraits. From the ceiling hung golden chandeliers that let off a warm glow. Suddenly, the stillness of the air was broken by a delighted, high-pitched voice. "Master Harry Potter is home." Harry looked down and saw a very young house elf. A few moments later, there was a popping noise as several other elves appeared. Harry noticed that the Potter elves wore uniforms that were clearly sewn from various scraps of fabric with a copy of the Potter crest attached to the front. The elves happily introduced themselves. The youngest one, that had greeted him so cheerily before, was named Polly. There were 2 senior elves named Mitzi and Simmy, and the remaining 4 elves were Ellis, Wadsworth, Coots, and Shelley. The elves also seemed happy that Mr. Siri and Mr. Remy had come back. It was clear that the portraits of James and Lily Potter had been giving the house elves instructions regarding fixing up the manor. Apparently, the manor had gotten a little run down since it was closed up, but James and Lily's portraits had passed along orders to start getting the house ready for when Harry came. Some parts, however, were still in need of refurbishing and the elves needed direct instructions from Master Harry about what to do. It seemed the manor was even bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. A person could spend years in the place and still not see everything. The library was at least twice the size of the Hogwarts one. Harry chuckled when he thought of how Hermione would react when she saw it. There was a dining room that looked as though it could seat about 50 or more, a grand ballroom, a minor ballroom. There were countless bedrooms, dozens of sitting rooms and studies, an orrery, about 10 portrait galleries, a conservatory, a music room, a studio for the arts, 3 potions labs, a room for documentation of works. Example: if a family member wished to transcribe something like a book, they would go into the room and several dicta quills would take down everything depending on how many copies of the work were needed. A root cellar where one of Harry's ancestors had experimented with herbal wines and tonics, a medieval sanctuary where the Potters had conducted private wedding ceremonies, a card room, a billiard room, a room that had been sealed shut with the instruction that it wouldn't open unless the Potter family died off, which Harry had no intention of permitting, a room dedicated to astronomy, a room for alchemy, a room that had clearly been used as a classroom for Potter children before they went off to Hogwarts, and all this was just in the main part of the castle. Then there was an entirely different wing of the manor. This wing had clearly belonged to the Potter women, as evidenced by the clearly feminine style of the surroundings and the portraits of Potter ladies. The women in the portraits positively cooed over Harry, except for a few who told him to stand up straight or to fix his hair. Then there was the portrait of his grandmother, Doria Potter née Black. "Is that my grandson?" she exclaimed with delight. "Is that little Harry? Turn around, lad, so I can get a good look at you." Harry also learned that it wasn't just Potter women whose portraits resided in the ladies' wing. It seems that Harry's grandmother was very fond of her 3 cousins Cladora, Cedrella, and Caris, and had paintings of them in her room. Harry had never really given much thought to how closely he was related to other pure-blood families. He knew that Mr. Weasley's mother had been a Black because of when Sirius showed him the family tree at Grimmauld Place, but he hadn't really noticed that Cedrella's older sister, Cladora, was the great-grandmother of Neville Longbottom, nor, indeed, had it struck Harry that Mr. Weasley and Barty Crouch Sr. were first cousins because Cedrella's younger sister, Caris, had been Mr. Crouch's mother. What occurred to Harry after his conversation with the portraits of the daughters of the House of Black was that pure bloods really needed to stop intermarrying all the time. Harry also learned that Cinderella was the reason why people fear the Weasley matriarchs. It happened that Harry mentioned his slightly strained relationship with the Weasley family. "I certainly hope Arthur didn't do anything to offend you," Cinderella said. "Merlin knows he was not the brightest of my sons, but he means well." "Actually, it was his wife and the two youngest," Harry replied. "Oh," she said with a note of disdain. "I knew that Molly Pruitt girl was bad news. She spoiled my granddaughter rotten and stifled the boys with her overbearing attitude. Well, it turns out that she arranged an illegal marriage contract between me and her daughter." "What? Someone get my portrait to the Burrow. I want to have a few words with that harridan. Please tell me the others aren't so bad." "Well, Ron was pretty much pretending to be my friend in order to spy on me and try to get a chance in the spotlight." Cinderella was shaking her head in disappointment. "I always hoped the boy would grow up. He showed such promise when he was little, he even got his chess playing skills from me. Maybe something came loose when I once saw little Freddie accidentally drop the boy on his head." "That explains so much," Harry muttered. Once the full extent of the crimes committed by Molly, Ginevra, and Ronald was revealed, Cinderella's eyes narrowed. Just the thought of what Cinderella said she wanted to do to the three traitorous Weasleys, mixed with a tone that was a cross between disappointed and homicidal, terrified Harry more than the sound of one of Molly Weasley's howlers. It was plainly clear to Harry which Weasley matron was the real power to be reckoned with. A few days later, at a rather upscale home in Crawley, there was a knock at the door. Emma Granger, the lady of the house, answered it. "Dan," she said as she re-entered the living room. "Yes, Emma," Dan replied. "There's a man at the door with a mustache. Tell him I already got one." Emma gave her husband a slight thwack over the head. All right, what does he want?" "He says do we want to buy some wards." "Wards?" "Yes. What does he mean, wards?" "Wards. You know, force fields, protective devices, defense shields." "Oh, wards, I thought you said, bacon." Mrs. Granger gave her husband another thwack. All right, can't let a man have his joke. Show him in." After escorting the man into the living room, Emma called Hermione downstairs. "We are the premier warding company of Great Britain," the salesman began. "We deal in all manner of household protections, from standard anti-theft wards to wards that curse intruders to a slow and painful death. We have anti-apparition wards which prevent people from simply appearing in your home. We have alarm wards that let off warnings to whomever they are keyed to. We are even developing a new set of wards that will eliminate any marked Death Eaters who try and gain entry." "Any marked what?" Dan Granger inquired. "The followers of Voldemort. He's the evil wizard that Harry defeated as a baby," Hermione informed her parents. "Indeed," the salesman interjected, "Mr. Potter has managed to get our company permission from the DMLE to inspect marked Death Eaters so we can develop wards to keep them out of places. As your family is non-magical with a magical child, you would be prime targets for the Death Eaters should they ever escape from Azkaban. As I mentioned, the wards are still in development and we should have them finished in a month or so. As you are friends of Mr. Potter, you will be the first on the list of recipients of these wards should you so desire. I think it's safe to say we will take you up on that," Dan stated. "The wards your daughter was most interested in were the anti-trace wards," the salesman added. "Those wards will allow her to practice magic within this house without getting in trouble with the ministry." Dan and Emma shared a delighted look. They would finally be able to see what their daughter had learned from that school. "I took the liberty of outlining which wards I felt were best," Hermione said as she pulled out a list. Once the ward's salesman left, Hermione then turned to her parents again. "Oh, Mom, Dad, I also wanted to let you know that my friend Harry invited us over for Christmas dinner," she said. "Do you think we could?" "Well, you've told us nothing but good things about this Harry person," Emma replied. She was so happy that her daughter had finally made friends and, from the look on Hermione's face, it seemed like this, Harry, was something a little bit more. "What do you think, Dan? Where is this place?" Dan said. "Well, Harry didn't give me the location," said Hermione. "But he sent me this." She pulled out a rather nice-looking pocket watch. "He says it's a portkey and it will take us straight to Potter Manor at 5 p.m. on Christmas Day." Dan and Emma were startled by the mention of Manor, but dismissed it. "Well, I don't see anything wrong with spending time with your friends for Christmas," said Dan. "It will also get us out of going to my sister's Christmas party, thank God." Hermione smiled and hugged her dad. Harry was having the time of his life. He was currently in the main sitting room of his family's ancestral manor castle and talking with his godfather, adopted uncle, and his parents' portraits which had been set above the grand fireplace. They had made big plans for this holiday. Christmas would see a wonderful evening with friends and family. Sirius had even invited the Tonks family, whom he'd reinstated into the Black family after kicking out Bellatrix. The Malfoys were on a probation and Sirius had already drawn up his will with a clause that if he should suffer an untimely fate, all debts owed to the Blacks by the Malfoys must be paid and the marriage between Lucius and Narcissa annulled. The Goblins had sent word to Harry that they were fully investigating the Horcrux matter and that one of their top curse breakers would be called in. As for the matter of Dumbledore, well, the Goblins told Harry that he would soon be getting a personal visit from certain Gringotts representatives. Sirius had suggested that Harry throw a New Year's homecoming ball. Harry had winced at the idea as he had very unsatisfactory memories of the last time he'd been to a ball, but Sirius had insisted it would be a good way to make connections and build up alliances. On Christmas Eve, Sirius took Harry over to the nearby parish street. Looney up the cream bun and jam, for the midnight service and the lessons and carols. Remus had to stay behind because it was full moon. Luckily, Sirius was fairly good at potions and was able to get Remus his wolfsbane. It was a beautiful Christmas morning. Sunlight reflected off the snow and ice, creating an effect of millions of glittering diamonds. It was the first time Harry had ever had Christmas at home with real family. The elves had decorated the hallways with garlands and wreaths and even the portraits seemed to be in a festive mood. Harry noticed that a painting of a group of rather rowdy Potter men in Quidditch uniforms showed its subjects singing and drinking merrily. Harry was, quite understandably, pleased when he saw that Sirius' gift to him was a firebolt. It actually meant a great deal more to him that his godfather could give it to him in person this time. Harry's Christmas wasn't the only good one. Up and down the country, several people were receiving letters that certainly made their holidays. Each of these letters came from Gringotts Bank, informing the recipients that they now had sizable bank accounts thanks to Harry Potter's distribution of the money earned from the basilisk carcass to those who were affected by the creature. Needless to say, there was much rejoicing. One family, however, saw the letter they received in a different way, or, at least, certain members did. Arthur, the twins, and Percy all saw the large amount of money as a blessing that would alleviate the family's hard times. Molly and Ginny, on the other hand, saw the money as evidence that Harry had singled out their family as one to which he wanted to belong, specifically, that he would be easily convinced into marrying Ginny. After all, what boy gives up that much money to a girl unless he has a romantic interest in her? Ron, however, saw the letter as an act of betrayal. After all, he had gone down there with Harry. Where was his enormous bank account? Ron had a few choice words to give to Harry the next time he saw him. Molly spent the next few days in an unassailably cheerful mood. She didn't even reprimand the twins when they were testing out some prank items. Surely hell must have frozen over. Unbeknownst to anyone else, the Weasley mother was quietly going over in her head all the details for when Harry and Ginny would get married. Ginny felt like all her dreams were coming true. Harry, her Harry, had just given her a fortune. Sure, the letter said that it was just a reimbursement for the suffering she was put through last year, but Ginny knew better. She just knew that it was Harry's subtle way of saying he wanted to take care of her, which, in Ginny's head, translated into meaning he wanted to marry her and live happily ever after. It also happened that the twins had received a personal gift from Harry. The brightly wrapped box that had arrived at their bedroom window contained an assortment of Muggle pranks, meaning they had no magical signature that could be traced, and a book about how to open your own business. How do you think he knew, Gred? I don't know, Forge. Maybe being the son of a marauder gives you the sight. Well, whatever it is, our dear Harrikins is deserving of our gratitude. True, my uglier twin. This book and these pranks will be perfect for when we start working on our shop. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes will be the greatest prank franchise ever. The twins weren't the only ones to receive a personal gift from Harry, though. Arthur had been surprised to see a rather large package waiting for him on Christmas morning. Once he had unwrapped it, he found, to his utter delight, that was a portrait of his dearly departed mother whom he missed terribly. In the note Harry had sent with the gift it explained how he had found the original portrait at Potter Manor and had had a copy made as the portrait. Cinderella Weasley seemed most eager to have a way to access the burrow. Finally, Arthur had a way to speak to his beloved mother again, even if it wasn't really her, it was the closest thing he could get. Arthur couldn't understand why Molly disliked the portrait, and he just tuned her out when she complained that Cinderella glared at her when Arthur wasn't looking. Christmas dinner was a thoroughly enjoyable affair at Potter Manor. The Tonks family, the Grangers, the Lovegoods, Professor Babbling, and Neville Longbottom and his grandmother were all invited. Harry had considered including more guests, but felt that he should try to keep this rather informal Christmas dinner to just the people he was closest with. Madame Longbottom was quite pleased to meet Harry, especially since he and Neville had reconfirmed the Potter-Longbottom alliance. Mr. and Mrs. Granger were simply awed at the fact that their little girl was best friends with a lord, well, soon to be lord, at any rate. While the adults all moved to a separate living room for drinks, the 4 Hogwarts students were hanging out. Harry had given Hermione a copy of one of the books he had found on ritual magic in the family library and a golden pendant in the shape of her initials with her birthstone set into it. He had given Luna a fine silver bracelet with charms on it shaped like a rabbit, her favorite animal and Patronus, an eagle, a dirigible plum, and a butterbeer cap to keep away the nargles, and a box of her favorite candies, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and he gave Neville a cutting of an extremely rare plant known as a legendary walking tree of Dahomey, that he had found in the Potter greenhouse and a book on Floralocus, the ability to talk to plants. "I have something I'd like to talk to you all about," Harry announced after the gifts were exchanged. His 3 companions all turned to him. "I've been meaning to discuss this for some time," he continued. "I've been hoping to make some ventures and I need some input from trustworthy people. As you 3 are the people I trust the most, I wanted your opinions before I include anyone else in this discussion." His 3 friends smiled encouragingly. "Go on, Harry," said Neville. "We're all with you." "Thanks, Neville. I have discovered that I am the owner of quite a number of business venues, including Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade." Hermione and Neville exchanged a surprised look, while Luna just seemed impassive. "I am sure you have all noticed that aside from Honeydukes, Zonkos, and a few small shops, there's not a lot to interest one in Hogsmeade once you've been there a few times. I was thinking we could bring in more businesses or recreational sites." "Oh, Harry, that's a great idea," said Hermione. "And there will be more jobs available," said Luna dreamily. "Not many people notice, but there aren't many jobs in the magical world compared to the Muggle one. And even then, many people won't hire someone if they're Muggle-born." Hermione looked aghast. "What do you mean, Luna?" "Oh, it's part of a pure-blood supremacist agenda to keep Muggle-borns from staying in the magical community. Daddy thinks that it's all part of a conspiracy involving the Ministry, the infamous Piranha Brothers, Luigi Vercotti, Eggs Diamond and his chicken gang, and the Judine People's Front." There was a moment of silence before Harry continued. "Point taken, Luna," he said. "I've also been looking into making a deal with some Japanese technomancers and some Muggle technology corporation called Apple. I was thinking of opening a new industry that will bring magically enhanced technology into the wizarding world. After all, the only real Muggle technology that witches and wizards have is the Wizarding Wireless, and that operates directly out of Hogsmeade." Here, he turned to Hermione. "That book I gave you about ritual magic is actually going to be very useful soon, Hermione. You see, I recently came across some very interesting gemstones." He thought back to the jewels he had found in the Room of Requirements. "When I brought them into Gringotts, the goblins informed me that they are rare power gems that can be used in various rituals that may help us to achieve the magical technology goal." "Wow, Harry," said Hermione, "you really seem to have given all this a great deal of thought." "What can I say? I'm a Potter. Anything else before the meeting adjourns?" "I do," said Neville. "The floor recognizes Neville Francis Longbottom." Neville grinned amusedly at Harry. "What we need is a sort of board group," he said. "People from each of the different houses, social circles, and backgrounds to help us know just how to market this to customers, because there will always be some who will be opposed to advancement and some who will wholeheartedly embrace change. The board will help us work out our plans and tell us the important details of just how to sell our ideas." "Excellent point, Neville. Any other business?" I have something to say, Luna spoke up. Go ahead, Luna. Harry, when are you going to claim your lordships and tell people that you are the heir of the founders? Everyone stared at her in shock. Luna, how did you know that? Harry asked. Was I not supposed to know? Well, I never exactly told you. Oh, you didn't have to. Just like you didn't have to tell me you were here from the future and on a mission from the Ministry of Death. The stares widened. Luna, how do you know about the Ministry of Death? Doesn't everyone? The three others shook their heads. Oh, I met the chaps from the Ministry of Death, she said. They're very funny people. When my mum's experimental spell backfired, some fellow named Mr. Leslie Ames showed up and said that it was her time to go. He was very polite about it and let me say goodbye to her. He was a little odd, though. At first he told us that our house had been chosen as the venue for the third test against the West Indies. Harry gave a quick shake of his head to snap himself back to the present. But, how exactly did you know that stuff about me? Oh, I've always been able to see things about people, she explained. That's why the other Ravenclaws don't like me very much. They seem to find it unnerving that I know so many things about them, though I can't imagine why. Back to the other subject, said Hermione. Harry, what is this about you being from the future? Harry sighed. I knew I would have to talk about this with you sooner or later, he replied. One explanation later. So, I led a group of students in a rebellion against a couple of maniacal Death Eaters. Asked Neville. Yep. I also personally requested that you destroy one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Harry stated. I knew that if there was anyone I could trust with something like that, it would be you, Neville. Neville felt a surge of confidence at those words. Did I really end up with Ron? Hermione asked with a note of disgust. Well, yes, Harry replied. How could I have done something so ridiculous? He and I argue all the time, he constantly bullies and insults me, he talks bad about me for loving to learn and then has the nerve to ask me to do his homework for him. Really, what could have been going on in my head? I think he may have doused you with love potions like Ginny did to me. Hermione looked horrified. That little monster. Luna tilted her head to the side. Who was Hermione calling a monster, Ron or Ginny? She then shrugged and figured it must be both. And it only got worse from there, Harry continued. He then explained what the mod had shown him about the future. Hermione looked as though she would be ill, Neville looked furious, and even Luna had an expression of discomfort. That's why I came back, Harry concluded. So many people had suffered and died because of me. Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Fred, Dobby, he trailed off, then he looked thoughtful. He wondered where Dobby was right now. There was a sudden crack. I is here, Master Harry Potter, sir. Dobby exclaimed. Dobby. Harry exclaimed. Wah how. Dobby is coming when Master Harry Potter, sir, is wanting to see him. He always comes when Master calls. Master. Dobby looked slightly sheepish. When you is helping Dobby become free of his old masters, Dobby is bonding to you. Dobby hopes that Master Harry Potter, sir, is not angry. No, Dobby, it's all right. Hermione looked like she was about to say something, but Harry quickly cut off the presumed lecture on elf rights. Hermione, I looked into it, he explained. House elves need to be bonded to a magical family so that they can control their magic. If an elf doesn't bond, it causes them to lose control or even make their health gradually degenerate until they die. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Dobby looked up at Harry Potter with a glowing pride. Hermione looked taken aback. Harry's reaction had made her suspect that her future self must have gone off about Avery, of House Elves in Harry's old timeline. Neville was just looking confused while Luna seemed to be humming placidly as if what had just happened was no less normal a conversation than discussing the weather. Dobby, Harry continued, it would be a great privilege if you would join the Potter family House Elves. Dobby burst into happy tears. Every elf's dream is to be working for the Potter family, he wailed. The Potters is the oldest and kindest of all magical families, sir. Harry blinked in surprise. Was he really that admired by House Elves? Right, stupid question. Harry called for Mitzi and Simeon and informed them that Dobby was now a house elf to the Potter family. When Harry mentioned that Dobby had saved his life, the two elder elves gladly welcomed the newest addition to the household. After Mitzi and Simi left with Dobby, to introduce him to the other elves and get him used to Potter Manor, Harry returned to his conversation with his friends. Well, Harry said after a prolonged silence, anyway. Too many people died for me last time, and I am not going to let that happen again. And what I saw of the future was too awful to permit to happen. It certainly was, said Luna. Imagine, naming your child, Albus Severus Potter. I think you must have gotten a case of Raxperts from Ginevra. Harry winced. That had been something that had annoyed him about what he had seen of his future self. Really? Albus Severus Potter. He must have been under the influence of something when he named his child that. The conversation went on for a while, with Harry mentioning the New Year's homecoming ball he was throwing. All too soon, it seemed, the adults came in to say it was time to go. As Harry helped her with her jacket, Hermione looked up to notice that she and Harry were standing underneath mistletoe. Harry, she said. Look up. Harry glanced up to see the plant that had caused so much mischief for him in the past. Mistletoe, he replied. Hermione smirked. You do know what tradition says about standing under mistletoe, right, Harry? Harry rubbed the back of his neck and shifted awkwardly until Hermione rolled her eyes and decided to take pity on him. She grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled him forward to capture her lips. Harry's mind went blank, as it had done the past handful of times he'd been key-ed. However, this key was much better than either the one he got from Cho or the few he'd gotten from Ginny. Hermione's key was warm and soft, not possessive like Ginny or sloppy like Cho. As she pulled away, Harry stared at her, his mind still disengaged. Suddenly, they were interrupted. It seems there are quite a few nargles in that mistletoe, said Luna. Hermione wished Harry good night and walked off to where her parents were waiting with the portkey. Harry was still standing there watching her retreating form when Sirius put a godfatherly hand on his shoulder. She really is the brightest witch of her age, he said. Are our agents ready to go? Asked Director Ragnarok. They are, sir, replied his assistant. Good. His face broke into a shark-like grin. It is time for our Christmas tradition. It is a little-known fact that goblins have a tradition, every Christmas, involving the exacting of vengeance against someone who has wronged the bank or one of their valuable clients or even just someone they hated. Albus Dumbledore was sitting in his office, thinking. How had things gotten so out of hand lately? One minute he was on top of the world with everything going according to his plans, and the next, how had he lost so much control over his pawn, over Harry? Dumbledore began to think harder. The boy had been spending too much time with Miss Granger and students from other houses, especially Slytherins. Slytherins were bound to give Harry dangerous ideas. Amelia Bones had also been sending Dumbledore frequent warnings, each containing not-so-subtle threats that he'd better watch his step, because she'd have his ass in Azkaban at the first opportunity. Dumbledore was just reaching for a sherbet lemo, when the door to his office burst open. There, in the doorway, were 3 goblins in bright, red uniforms, each one was grinning broadly. Blimey, Dumbledore thought, I really hadn't expected the Goblin Inquisition. Dolores Umbridge was currently sitting at her desk, no Christmas cheer in her heart. Ever since that damnable trial of Sirius Black, Amelia Bones had been doing a large number of investigations into respectable purebloods like herself. Needless to say, Dolores was not a happy witch. At the moment, she was processing files involving various cases that Cornelius would be trying in the near future. Muggle-born wizard Gavin Entwistle insisting upon a retrial of his case involving his attack upon pure-blood wizard Jarvis Avery. He insists that Avery had attempted to use the Cruciatus curse on him for his own amusement and that Entwistle was merely acting in self-defense, she read. A nasty smile broke over the Toad Woman's face. Denied. I think a transfer from the Ministry holding cell to Azkaban is just what this mudblood needs to clean up his act. Just as she was about to stamp the paper with a denial, the door to her office opened. Yes. Hello. I say, what are you? No. The ballroom had been ornamented with holly and ivy, a few random bunches of mistletoe were set to trap an unwary couple, the gardens were decorated with fairy lights. A large Christmas tree stood proudly in the center of the enormous dance floor, while several smaller ones stood off to the side. Musical instruments were enchanted to play Christmas carols at a tempo that was good for dancing. Harry thanked his lucky stars that his ancestors had thought to put an anti-slipping spell on the polished marble dance floor. From the ceiling came an enchanted snowfall. If you walked into the grand ballroom at Potter Manor that New Year's Eve, you would think that half the wizarding world was in there. Harry had decided that something this formal meant that he needed to invite a number of people he hardly knew but would be good to be on decent terms with. For example, Harry had never thought he would ever invite Cornelius Fudge anywhere near him after what he did in the last timeline. However, if Harry hoped to get any progress made in the magical community, he needed connections. "Minister," Harry greeted warmly, "nice to see you again." "Ah, hello, Harry," the minister replied. "I heard about the recent tragedy at the ministry. I wish to offer my condolences." "Ah, yes, it was so sudden. I never would have thought in my wildest imagination that my senior undersecretary would suffer so terrible a fate as being eaten by a giant blancmange." A report had come out in the Quibbler, which was quickly becoming much more popular than the Prophet, on Christmas Eve that senior undersecretary, Madame Umbridge, had been discovered to have been eaten by a killer blancmange from the planet Skyron in the galaxy of Andromeda. While the Quibbler maintained that it was, indeed, a genuine blancmange, the Prophet insisted that it was a wanted criminal named Riley, a notorious blancmange impersonator and cannibal, who was simply using the extraterrestrial being excuse in order to allay suspicion. Harry had to laugh when he first read the news of the toad's death. It served the evil old bye, C.H. right. Harry spent a very enjoyable evening getting to know people who would be highly important allies for when he began to make reforms. He also got to dance with a large number of very attractive young ladies, thanking his lucky stars again that Sirius knew how to dance and had taught him, although most of those girls looked at him hungrily, as though they were ravenous lions and he were a piece of particularly enticing meat. However, there were a few girls other than Hermione and Luna who he actually enjoyed speaking and/or dancing with. Harry had, of course, also invited his friends, though the only Weasleys he invited were the twins and Percy because of his promise to introduce them to the Pruitts. Josiah commented that Fred and George were just like their uncles, which led to questions about what Gideon and Fabian were like as Mrs. Weasley never brought them up if she could avoid it. She claimed the subject was much too painful. Josiah also found himself in a conversation about law and finances with Percy. Percy walked away from that discussion with a smile that indicated he'd found his new role model. In addition to very important people and friends, Harry also invited many of his fellow students, mostly the ones from Defense Club, and professors, including his hired instructors. Harry had even invited Colin Creevey. Colin was, at Harry's suggestion, taking photographs of the event that were likely to end up in the next edition of the Quibbler. Colin had, after the recovery of the Basilisk, begun to sell his photos of goings-on at Hogwarts to Mr. Lovegood, who gave the boy full accreditation when the articles were published. Mr. Preston and Mr. Stearns seemed to be enjoying themselves. Preston had brought along his girlfriend from back home. She was a tall, athletic-looking black woman with a bright smile and a "don't mess with me" attitude, and Stearns was chatting with Lord Acton's grandsons about the various duels they had participated in. Harry's magical customs tutor, Dame Irene Stoat, had somehow ended up dancing with Professor Flitwick. The only two professors who were absent were Snape and Dumbledore, and yet, no one seemed to notice, or, at least, didn't seem to care. Omake. Bill Weasley was standing in a trench, overseeing some workers unearthing yet another tomb. He'd only had a few days off for Christmas, but he was happy to be out working as he loved his job. That was when a familiar voice called out, "All right, Weasley, get up out of that trench." Bill turned and saw the figure of one of his old rivals. He grinned. "Just remember," said Bill, "I'm 6'5" and I eat punks like you for breakfast." "That doesn't bother me." Kastner, a bearded man in a gray suit, came forward. "Here, sir," Kastner said. "Up." Kastner jumped up to sit on the man's shoulders. 11'3", gasped Bill. "I'm so tall." Kastner exclaimed giddily. "I'm so tall." Bill pulled off his pith helmet and narrowed his eyes. "Danielle," Bill called over to a young woman who then promptly jumped onto his shoulders. 11'6", Bill's nemesis cried. "Damn you, Abdul." They were joined by one of the native workers. 15'4", said Bill. "Mustafa." 19'3". "Damn you." What then followed was a fight between the two human pillars that led to much chaos at the dig site. Bill was in the process of decking his rival when he was interrupted. "Mr. Weasley," said the senior official, "there is a letter to you from Gringotts." Bill excused himself from the scuffle to read the letter. Bill's eyes widened when he saw that it was sent straight from the director. It seems Bill would be returning to Britain.